Stick with me here. Loud bells woke me up. Someone outside was screaming about handing out free wives. That confirmed it. I had perished in my past life, hit by a speeding car while delivering meals. And now, I had somehow awakened inside this completely unfamiliar body. A body sharing my exact name, Sunian. Memories flooded back slowly. This other guy was so weak. Just a poor, struggling scholar who totally failed his exams multiple times. His parents passed away during the famine. Even worse, his fiancée actually eloped with his own cousin. The whole village eagerly waited for him to starve, plotting to steal his tiny house. He had not eaten in days. Honestly, my past life was not much better. I finished college, drove around in my yellow jacket delivering takeout, and literally never even had a girlfriend. Then a luxury car struck me at a crossing. Now, I was stuck in this wild, broken world. Hurry up. If you skip this, no wife, and you go straight to the army. I dragged my frail body outside. My new reality was pure chaos, kingdoms clashing, massive battles raging, plus terrible famine everywhere. People were doing unthinkable things to survive. At the village square, armored guards stood with a large group of captive women. Some older, some incredibly young. The head guard smashed his gong and yelled out loud. Our mighty kingdom was losing men in the war. So, every single guy must choose a bride from these captive women. We basically had to repopulate the entire empire. The guys around me howled like wild wolves, pointing and screaming. I just stood totally frozen. After over 20 years single, this was truly bizarre luck. Then the royal guard shouted once again. For each wife, you must pay 50 pounds of grain every single month. The cheering completely stopped. 50 pounds was basically more than one guy could farm. Suddenly, nobody wanted a bride. Men started walking away. The guards immediately drew their swords. Nobody leaves. Pick a bride or go fight at the front lines. I stood completely frozen. Pay attention here, this was basically forced matchmaking. I literally just arrived in this crazy universe. I definitely did not want to perish so soon. My survival plan was simple. Stay low, survive, and slowly get stronger. The other guys quickly chose sturdy women with thick waists, brides who could easily work the rough fields. I glanced at the gorgeous ones, totally unable to decide. Then, a robotic voice echoed in my mind. Ding. Suitable host perfectly located. Favor system connecting. Zhao Weiner favor +1. Gi Jian favor +2. Chu Ching Ching favor +1. An actual cheat system. The ultimate power every Isekai hero dreams of. I almost screamed out loud. A guard glared sharply at me, so I stayed quiet, staring at a glowing screen only I could see. The glowing system displayed 3 names. Zhao Weiner, the prestigious third princess of Dao. Gi Jian, a fierce female rebel general. Chu Ching Chung, a ruined wealthy daughter. Unbelievably, all 3 ladies were standing right here in this captured group. Wait, an actual royal princess here? I had absolutely zero time to wonder. The system explained that if their affection increased, I would score massive rewards. If it dropped, they might escape, or even try to eliminate me. I smiled confidently at the guard. Sir, I want her, and this one too. The entire village went silent. You caught that vibe too, right? Everyone just stared. Other guys dreaded taking just one wife. I demanded 3, and these 3 beauties looked delicate, completely unlike field workers. Ding. Zhao Weiner favor -1. Flashing red warning. I felt a sudden icy chill. The royal princess shot me a piercing glare. I could practically hear her angry thoughts. She was definitely calling me a total creep, promising severe payback later. Girls' moods flipped incredibly fast here. I seriously needed to be careful. Then my cousin Sunhao walked over, his face covered in nasty old scars. He smacked my shoulder aggressively and laughed out loud. 3 wives. Your pathetic body absolutely cannot handle them. And 150 pounds of grain a month? You will perish. Do not embarrass our family. The other village guys laughed loudly too. They mocked me endlessly, joking I would expire in bed, calling me as fragile as a tiny twig. I remembered the deep, bitter history between this body and Sunhao. I just stared at him calmly, then faced the guards. Sir, you said, the more, the better. Is he actively trying to stop me? The guards immediately screamed at Sunhao, warning him that anyone breaking imperial rules would be permanently eliminated. Sunhao bowed fast and backed away, but his furious eyes screamed he wanted me gone. Time was officially up. The head guard spoke out once again. Take your new wives home. In exactly 1 month, I returned for the required grain. No grain? You joined the brutal army. Son how? And the other guys smirked at me with freezing eyes. They thought I was a complete idiot, choosing romance over survival. They figured 1 month was my final countdown. I simply did not care at all. I waved happily at my 3 beautiful brides. Wives, let us head home with your brand new husband. Zhao Weiner, Gi Jian, and Chu Ching Chung quietly exchanged glances. Their expressions were totally unreadable. Then, one by one, they slowly followed behind me. The awkward walk home was definitely not pleasant. Nosy villagers stared, pointed, and whispered insults. But honestly, I just brushed it off. I guided my 3 stunning brides to my tiny, rundown shack. Ladies, the house is a bit shabby. We barely even have any decent chairs inside. Please do not mind the mess. I felt slightly embarrassed. Back in my modern life, this absolute dump would not even be fit for a stray dog. A mouse would literally cry visiting here. Chu Ching Ching gazed at me with incredibly gentle eyes. I do not mind. If you ignored me, nobody would have picked me. I would have become a miserable servant, or sent somewhere far worse. You truly saved me. I promise to be a wonderful wife to you. The digital voice chimed. Chu Ching Ching. Favor +5. I almost laughed out loud. Just one kind sentence, and her affection totally skyrocketed. She was raised well. The others stayed quiet. But trust me, you and I are about to see the story get absolutely crazy. Let's dive into this wild setup. Without me, they'd be struggling. Then came a tiny grumble. Weiner's hungry stomach. The princess blushed, looking away. She had not eaten in over 24 hours. Gai Jin felt it too, but as a trained fighter, she handled the sharp hunger a lot better. I facepalmed hard. Look at me, rambling and completely forgetting to feed you all. Grab seats. I'm going to cook. I headed out. Behind me, Chu Ching King told the other 2 that we were a real family now, so they should start getting to know each other. They began sharing names quietly. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, I stared blankly at my completely empty pot. I had absolutely nothing. I promised them a great meal, but the cupboards were bare. So embarrassing. Then the system. I tapped my screen. Chu Ching King's favor sat right at 10. Time for a reward. Hey system, give me my prize. I need food. A voice answered. I got 150 noodle packs, 100 pounds of rice, and 1 big soybean oil bottle. The item spawned right before my eyes. I practically jumped for joy. This system was absolutely amazing. Now, just needed more favor points to buy supplies and cover the grain tax next month. For tonight though, I decided to whip up some instant noodles. Quick and delicious. I cleaned the pot and boiled water. Soon, a massive serving of hot noodles was ready, smelling absolutely incredible. I called the girls inside. Now watch their reactions here. They fully expected me to serve wild greens and thin soup. This feast was a total shock. Chu Ching King spoke first. Husband, what exactly is this? Weiner leaned in close. As a royal princess, she had tasted every luxury dish, but never anything like this. She stared at me, her eyes filled with deep curiosity. Maybe I was not some poor village guy after all. Gai Jin also watched me closely from the corner of her eye. They're instant noodles. Try it. I handed each girl a massive bowl. Chu Ching King took a single bite and completely lost her composure. Wow, so delicious. I never knew this food existed. Then she blushed deeply, totally embarrassed about losing her manners. The other 2 were equally mind-blown. They never experienced a flavor quite like this. Eat up. There is plenty more. Chu Ching King smiled brightly. Husband, you are far too kind. Please, eat too. I sat down with my own bowl. A new world, 3 stunning wives, and comfort food from my past. I felt incredibly lucky right then. Eat slowly. Nobody is taking it away. If you want more, I will cook more. The princess turned red again. She tried to eat gracefully, but these noodles were just too delicious. The other 2 did the exact same. By the end of dinner, scored more favor points simply through basic kindness. Princess Zhao Weiner's favor actually jumped up by 2. Now, I did not have to stress about her eliminating me in my sleep. The night finally fell. Time to rest, and I faced a huge problem. 3 gorgeous wives, 1 bed. You and I know this is tricky. I could not just make demands. Their favor would plummet, and dropping below 0 meant my life was finished. Zhao Weiner noticed my panic and claimed the bed. I am sleeping on the bed tonight. Gai Jin spoke up. I will take the floor. Chu Ching King looked super shy. Husband, wait. Before she could finish, a heavy knock rattled our front door. Bang, bang, I will get it. You three decide where to sleep. I opened the door. Sunhao stood there with his terribly scarred face. He clutched a tiny sack. Sunhao, what do you want, cousin? I bet you guys are starving. Look, I brought some grain. He opened the bag. Inside was old yellow grain ruined by mold. I knew this exact trick. A weasel does not visit a chicken coop just to say hello. I made my voice freezing cold. Sunhao, nobody else is around us. Drop the fake act. Just say what you actually want. The fake smile vanished from his ugly face entirely. Fine. I will be honest. I want to trade this rice for one night with that wife of yours. The one with the amazing curves. What do you say? The best figure. That meant Zhao Weiner, the prestigious third princess. And Sunhao actually thought he could trade half a bag of moldy trash for one night with her. He was absolutely delusional. I almost laughed. Sunhao saw my smirk and got the wrong idea. Huh? You smiled. So you agree. I knew you were desperate. This grain saves your life. No need for thanks. Just take me straight to your gorgeous wife. I will be gentle. He reached for my arm, his face radiating pure greed. In his pathetic mind, I was still the weak son Jian. He assumed after tonight, claiming the other two would be super easy. He would steal my 3 wives for nothing, while I perished in his place from the heavy grain tax. Lucky him. Finished me. But I was not the old son. Jian, get away from me. You sicken me. I shoved him backward. He stood perfectly still, stunned, for a full minute. Then his expression turned furious. Son Jian, you tricked me. So what? Get out. He grabbed a heavy wooden club and swung wildly at my head. I had absolutely zero time to dodge, but suddenly a fast blur flew past me. Gai Jin. She intercepted the strike like it was absolutely nothing, glaring at Sunhao with icy eyes. She was listening behind the door, worried for me. Hearing that sleazy trade offer, she felt disgusted, but also strangely amused. My instant noodles were a million times better than this trash. In her old life, she would have completely destroyed Sunhao instantly. But today, she wanted to avoid causing me any extra trouble. Sunhao desperately tried ripping the stick back with max strength. Zero chance. His entire face turned bright red. Sun Jian, hiding behind a woman? Have shame. Fight me. And trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. I walked over and patted his face. Stick with me here. A wife protecting her husband is just amazing. Men and women are completely equal. Who says otherwise? Hearing those bold words, Gijin actually trembled a bit in shock. She stared at me, whispering that I was such a strange guy. Then, the system chimed in. Gijin favor, +2. I told my awesome wife to release him. He hit the dirt, scrambled up, and ran away fast. He looked back shouting, Sun Jian, brother runs the county office. You are completely finished. I knew that. His older brother Sun Hu was a local county boss. Those two always bullied the old Sun Jian back then. Honestly, I was not scared. If his big brother showed up, I would settle every single debt today. Gi Jin looked worried. I caused trouble for you. I just waved it off. We deal with whatever comes. She looked amazed. I sounded like a true scholar. Plus, I made magical noodles. Was I really just a poor villager? We headed inside. Chu Qingqing anxiously asked what happened, so I explained. Zhao turned furious, stomping her foot in pure anger. Shameless. Disgusting. This palace will surely. She suddenly stopped talking. This palace? Gi Jin gave her a very sharp look. Now pay attention here. Her sister hid her identity too. Sweet. Chu Qingqing was totally clueless and missed it entirely. Bedtime arrived. Zhao pointed strictly at the big bed. We 3 sleep up here, you take the cold floor. Try anything. Sister Jin will wreck you. Qingqing giggled softly, while Gi Jin shot me a warning glare. I shrugged and made my floor bed. 3 stunning wives so close, but I could only watch. The battle continues. I must keep trying hard. I drifted off. Later, soft arms wrapped around me. I woke instantly. It was Chu Qingqing, blushing bright red. Husband, today is our wedding day. A proper wife should give herself to you. I know you are a truly wonderful man. I want to be a good wife, but for now, just let me hold you. Please do not be mad at me. My heart melted completely. I hugged her tight. Silly girl, how could I be mad? Times are tough. Feeling unsure is totally normal. When the time is right, I will give you a massive wedding. That will be our real night. She trembled, gazing at me with tearful eyes. Husband, you are so kind. Meeting you is my greatest luck in this lifetime. System chimed. Chu kinking favor plus 10. Reward ready. I smiled. Wife, tell me your past story. She nodded sadly. I was born into a wealthy southern silk family. We refused to help corrupt officials hurt the poor silkworm farmers. Because of that, a wicked official framed us completely. 100 relatives were lost. A mysterious savior rescued only me. She wept. I held her tight. Do not cry. I promise I will get justice for them. That wicked official will pay. Yes, husband, I believe you. Across the room, Gi Jin shifted. She whispered very softly, will you get justice for me too? Morning light arrived. I woke up and watched Chikinking sleeping so peacefully. You and I know peace never lasts. I claimed my reward. Then banging started. Huge trouble. Sun Jian, open up. I quickly opened it. A middle-aged guy in rough clothes stood right there, covered in dark stains. Your yellow ox was struck down. Do not blame me. Yellow ox? What ox? I rubbed my sleepy eyes, totally confused. Then old memories hit me. The original Sun Jian owned one yellow ox. It was our only valuable treasure. He let a neighbor borrow it for plowing. That exact man was standing right here. His name was Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang was super honest. His uncle worked at the county office, giving his family a few nice little farming fields. Not rich, but comfortable. My ox is gone? Who did this? I grabbed his shirt. That ox was my parents' only legacy. Now someone ruined it. Old feelings surged. Sun Jian, it was not me. Sun Hao went absolutely crazy. He rammed the ox on purpose, blamed the beast, then struck it down right in the heart. Hurry up and look. The ox is fading fast. You can still drag it home and save the meat. Wait, and you lose everything. Lao Jiang meant well. Sun Hao, that jerk again. I instantly knew. The ox never hit him. This was Sun Hao's revenge for yesterday. The old Sun Jian suffered his bullying for years. Once, Sun Hao stole their crucial medicine money. The family nearly starved to nothing that entire month. The old guy was too weak to fight, but not me. Every single debt gets settled today. He really wants to suffer. I will gladly help him. Lao Jiang grabbed me, terrified. Do not risk it. Sun Hao is with Sun Hu, the local guard captain. Huge guy, giant beard, an absolute beast in combat. He once defeated 4 incredibly strong villagers completely by himself. My uncle fears him. Can you fight him? Trust me on this. I smiled coldly. Let us dive right in. Sun Hu, who cares? Just grab the ox and keep my name out of it. Lao Jiang bolted fast, dodging all the trouble. I stared at my scrawny arms, forcing a bitter smile. The old Sun Jin was just a fragile scholar, starving and basically walking bones. Taking on Sun Hao was tough enough. Facing Sun, who meant instant defeat. But hey, you cannot always measure things by the numbers. With bullies like Sun Hu and Sun Hao around, staying silent just invites more pain. But then, it hit me. The system. I had a system, and it was time to test it out. System, open panel. 1 standard lottery poll please. Give me strength. Jackpot. I scored a complete set of Tongbei boxing skills. The knowledge rushed into my brain, and my power spiked by 18 points. The new stats, strength 58, speed 40, brain 80, charm 60. The system confirmed 50 was the baseline for a totally healthy guy. 80 is the absolute human cap. I watched my arms and as muscles literally bulked up instantly. I felt incredibly strong, surging with raw power. Sun Hao, wait for me. I am coming for you. I stormed out, totally unaware that the second I left, the door quietly opened right behind me. She was wide awake during Lao Jiang's visit. She heard every single word, watching my exit. A tiny smirk crossed her face. Not bad at all. He actually has guts. I seriously underestimated him before that weird voice echoed indoors. I just earned 2 massive points with Zhao Weiner. By stepping up against Sun Hao, I dodged, looking like an absolute spineless coward to her. Watch carefully. Things are getting interesting. I passed her secret test, but can he actually win? Please do not get destroyed. After a brief pause, she quietly trailed right behind me. As royalty, she had practiced martial arts since childhood. Sure, she was no legendary general, but she could easily wreck any basic village brawler. No romance here yet, but I gave her food and saved her life. She simply refused to sit back and do absolutely nothing. But wait, right after Weiner left, another shadow slipped through the door. Guy Jian watched Zhao Weiner disappear, her stunning eyes narrowing sharply. That woman is not simple at all. She felt a very mysterious vibe from Zhao Weiner during dinner. She observed her in silence. Her gut feeling was spot on. Weiner was a trained fighter, not your average helpless captive. How fascinating. Nobody here is exactly what they seem. I need to see how this plays out. She gently clicked the door shut. Then she followed suit. 3 different people, heading straight for Sanhao. He was completely clueless. Meanwhile, I marched briskly down the dirt road. I gripped my sickle tightly, walking with heavy, confident steps. Just yesterday, a tiny stroll would leave me utterly exhausted and gasping. But now, pure heat, endless energy surged through my veins. The system was legit. I marched just a little bit before spotting a glowing campfire. Around that blaze sat 7 or 8 guys in guard uniforms. They had maliciously chopped my old yellow ox to pieces and were roasting it right there. One arrogant young guard chugged his wine and violently tore into a massive chunk of beef with his teeth. This old ox is skinny, but the flavor matches the wine perfectly. The rest of the crew stuffed their faces just as fiercely. During times this rough, only the wealthy city elites enjoyed grand feasts like this. But corrupt guards like these guys, they just stole whatever they desired. Sanhao stumbled up, half-wasted, clutching a giant rib. Eat up, boys. It is all this ridiculous ox's fault anyway. You and I know that is a lie. The beast supposedly hit Sanhao, but his brother, Sun, who remained way more cautious. This is Sun Jin's ox, correct? Bullying him has limits. His folks starved to nothing. This animal was his livelihood. Eating it might completely ruin the poor guy's whole life. Sun, who, the county guard captain, was older and much sharper. He carried way more experience than his completely reckless brother. He was basically the local police chief. The whole region was terrified of him. Sanhao just burst out laughing. Oh brother, please relax. You give that worthless Sun Jin way too much credit. He is certainly no legendary hero. Looking that fragile, he should be kneeling and calling me boss. Deep down though, he was fuming about me embarrassing him yesterday. My whole vibe had changed now, even with his captain brother standing right there. I stepped up and roared, Sanhao, pay for my ox with everything you have. I charged straight in, sickle raised high. Sanhao spotted me, freezing in pure, utter shock. Then his expression twisted into massive rage. He assumed I wanted to be destroyed. Sun, who slowly lowered his wine bowl. The unwritten rule? Commoners never challenge officials, especially during wartime chaos. Even the other guards showed massive respect to Sun, who the old me would have cowered. He was absolutely stunned. I challenged him over an ox. Boys, beat him up, but leave him somewhat breathing. The guards jumped up, surrounding me instantly. Sanhao grabbed a wooden stool, smiling wickedly. He figured once I was brutally beaten to a pulp, he would just stroll right into my home and steal my beautiful wives. I glared at them. These guys were definitely not guards. They were literally thugs in fancy uniforms. Far away in the shadows, Weiner watched anxiously. Honestly, my survival meant very little to her. But if I vanished, she would face massive danger as a stranded princess in hostile territory. Yet, exposing her martial arts to save me was incredibly risky too. The fallout could be an absolute nightmare. She bit her lip nervously. Damn it, I really hope she jumps in. She was counting on Guy Jian, secretly hiding nearby too. Guy Jian's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Trust me, this showdown is about to explode. Guy Jian decided she would rescue me if things got ugly. Meanwhile, Sanhao assumed I was terrified. He was so eager. Stick with me here. He swung a heavy wooden stool right at my head. A solid hit like that could easily crack stone, let alone a human head. You trash, be gone. Bang, a super loud sound. Then everyone froze. The stool completely missed me. Instead, my foot kicked him incredibly hard in the chest. He spit out red and flew back 3 or 4 steps. He fell down, crying, in serious pain. The guards near me totally froze up too. They did not even see how I moved. Sun, who jumped up from his chair, eyes wide with pure shock. He just could not believe what he saw. In one single night, I became a totally different guy, not a coward. Even my thin body looked way stronger. What happened to this kid? Somehow yelled from the dirt, brother, finish him, finish him. His ribs were completely broken. His voice was super rough with pain. First, I had argued with him. Then, I had totally shamed him. Now, I had injured him. He wanted me gone forever. Sun, whose face went completely hard. Good. You hurt my brother. Today I will break both your legs, he yelled. His eyes were full of absolute hate. No matter what was strange about me, I had hurt his brother right in front of him. That was a huge slap in his face. If I walked away today, how could he keep his power? He quickly stood up and grabbed a thick wooden stick. He came at me. I made a cold sound. His threat meant absolutely nothing to me. Threaten me? Let us see who falls first. Your brother destroyed a farm ox. By Dayan law, that is a terminal crime. You are a guard captain here. Instead of stopping him, you let him and your men take out the ox and eat the meat. You know the law and you broke it. Watch closely now. That makes the crime worse. You might break my legs, but tomorrow you will face the ultimate penalty. The other guards turned totally pale. My words were not just talk. The law really punished ox hunting with the ultimate penalty. We were living in war times. Famine was everywhere. Grain was the most important thing. Farm oxen were way too valuable to lose. But son, who was not stupid, brothers, do not fear. So he read a few books. So what? He has absolutely nothing but fleas. He cannot even afford rough paper to write a complaint. Cut out his tongue. As long as we do not finish him, he cannot tell anyone. He had completely seen through my plan. I had no money for the courts. I held still and stayed very calm. Sorry, but before I came, told many villagers to come watch the show. They should be here very soon. They will see how you took the ox, ate the meat, and then cut out my eyes. Everyone completely froze again. Even Sun, who stopped moving. His men panicked. Big brother, what if he really called villagers? Let us run. If we get caught, even the county officer cannot save us. Sun Hu glared right at me. He simply had no good choice. As guard captain of Hong County, if angry villagers caught them in the act, none could escape. He quickly decided to run. You men, carry my brother and go. Damn you, Sanjian. Just you wait. I watched them run away in a huge mess. I shook my head and almost laughed. Even if you stayed, I am not afraid of you. Whatever. Fine. Just a pile of trash. They actually want to fight me. I looked at the ox meat in the pot, already perfectly cooked. I felt a little sad. My poor ox. But the smell is incredibly good. I sat right down and started eating. The meat was absolutely wonderful. While eating, Zhao Wer and Gai Jian stepped out from where they had been hiding. They stared at me with very strange faces. Wives, why are you here? I looked up with my mouth totally full of meat, and saw two beautiful women looking at me in pure shock. My heart felt incredibly warm. They came to protect me. My house had absolutely nothing. The wind blew right through the walls. We barely had food. But I had three beautiful wives who cared about me. Heaven was definitely kind to me. Zhao and Gai Jin shared a quick look. Stop sitting there. This is not a place to talk. Let us go, fast. You said the villagers were coming here. If they see this, we cannot wash ourselves clean. Husband, let us just leave first. I laughed with my mouth full and oily hands. Villagers? What villagers? Oh, right. I was just scaring son. Who? I know what you're thinking. There are no villagers coming. I did not even know where they were. How could I have told anyone? And in this war world, with dangerous bandits everywhere, who would come out at night to a place like this? The two of them just stared. Their mouths completely fell open. Wives, do not just stand there. Come sit and eat the meat. I called them to sit. I told them to save some for Chu Ching Ching at home. In these crazy times, just not starving was a true gift. Eating meat was a dream. I handed them big pieces. Eat fast. The meat is getting cold. They smelled it. They could not hold back any longer at all. They ate. That moment, their tongues and stomachs felt pure joy they had never known before. Xiao could not remember when she last ate meat, since the army caught her and made her a war wife. This was the first time she felt truly safe and completely full. And it was all because of this strange husband she had only known a few days. Gai Jin felt exactly the same. She had fully thought being chosen by a man would mean torture and deep shame. She had been ready to end it all or run away. None of that happened. Instead, she looked at me with softer eyes. Now, there was definitely something very strange about this man. Something that actually made her feel safe. The brain to plan. The courage to fight. Was he really just a simple village man? We all ate well. Trust me, we are all wondering the exact same thing. On the way home, Joanna could not hold back. Hey, who are you really? Both women stared like I was some bizarre creature. Every time I checked on them, they quickly looked away. Super weird. I just shrugged. Stick with me, because his world is about to flip. While I wondered why they were staring, my system finally spoke up. Ding. Zhao's favor passed 20, hitting 22. You score 1 normal and 1 rare lottery pull. Ding. Gai Jian's favor just skyrocketed to 24. You earn 1 normal and 1 rare lottery ticket. I almost burst out laughing. When did these girls start liking me so fast? Their numbers were so low just moments ago. 4 total lottery pulls at once? This is absolutely fantastic. Just by intimidating Sunhu and sharing some meat, I gained all this. A few more flexes like this, and I'll easily break 100. This land might be totally wrecked by famine and endless battles. Who cares? With my overpowered system, Sunhu's payback attempts mean nothing. I'll easily ruin him. What exactly are you laughing at? Wainer stared at me, totally confused. We were almost home, and her husband was giggling like an absolute greedy mastermind. Oh, nothing. I just cooked up a brilliant plan. Wait, what kind of plan? Come inside right now. I'll explain everything. Reaching home, Chu Qingqing ran over and tightly hugged me. With watery eyes, she anxiously asked if I was badly hurt. I explained the whole epic showdown. Her heart raced while listening. She felt incredibly proud, yet super terrified. Regular villagers just don't fight corrupt officials. That was basically the golden rule. Corrupt officials had endless ways to ruin someone completely. We just angered Sunhu. There was absolutely no telling what sneaky trick he would try next. Zhao and Gai Jian witnessed my bravery today. They realized I wasn't some weak pushover. They felt a little relieved. Gai Jian gently held Chu Qingqing's hand. Seriously, do not worry at all. Now watch closely. Things are getting spicy. Zhao asked about our plan if Sunhu returns. I just smiled confidently. Don't worry, I can completely handle it. I definitely made them furious, but they can't mention that axe. They absolutely cannot admit I beat Sunhu up. Doing that would literally be tossing a huge rock right onto their own feet. Sunhu isn't that totally clueless. They definitely won't bother us for a few days. Honestly, they are way more terrified than we are. If they want drama, they will wait until grain collection day. Chu Qingqing anxiously paced the room. Husband, supporting 3 of us costs 150 pounds of grain monthly. What do we do? Do not panic. 150 pounds is absolute child's play. I'll pay 6 months upfront. Plus, I promise our family will enjoy meat at every single meal. Wait, what? 6 months upfront? Meat for every meal? The 3 girls just stared in shock. They officially thought I had lost my mind. Sure, I had previously cooked up those amazing magical noodles. Yeah, we had grain stored, but over 20 long days remain. Even rationing every bite, we wouldn't reach 50 pounds. We had 0 jobs and no land. Were we going to beg? During a severe famine, beggars get nothing. 6 months meant 900 pounds. From where exactly? Zhao maintained her noble attitude, but her voice sounded much softer. Seriously, stop hiding things. Tell us your actual master plan. I gently placed a finger against my lips. Shh. A wise man always has his methods. Don't ask. Bedtime. Same setup as before. I take the cold floor. You girls share the bed. Good night, lovely wives. I laid down, while the 3 women just stared at each other, totally confused. That night, the 3 women laid in bed, completely wide awake. Each had her own swirling thoughts, but they all absolutely agreed on one key fact. You and I saw this coming, right? The guy snoring loudly wasn't some basic villager anymore. He was entirely different, something totally hidden. Later that night, the system suddenly woke me up again. Ding. Chu Qingqing's favor just crossed 30, now hitting 31. You score 1 epic lottery pull. Ding. Total favor past 70. Reward is 10 free attribute points and a mid-level gift box. I slowly opened my eyes. I almost cursed the system for waking me, but Chu Qingqing was kneeling beside me, gently pulling my blanket up to keep me warm. Her eyes looked soft. My heart totally melted. I reached out and pulled her close by the waist. She made a tiny, surprised sound. Her body fell forward, brushing against me. A sweet fragrance, soft skin under my arm. My head felt incredibly warm and dizzy. I kept telling myself, the timing isn't right. I held back, but seriously, 3 wives were breathtakingly beautiful. A bit thin, sure, but back in my old world, guys would absolutely worship them as literal goddesses. Under the soft moonlight, I clearly saw her pink, blushing cheeks. Husband, you're awake. I nodded, softly kissing her cheek. Go back to sleep. I just need to think outside for a little while. It's super windy tonight. Please take this blanket so you don't catch a cold. Whenever we got this close, her heart raced frantically, and she couldn't maintain eye contact for long. Yeah, go sleep now. I tightly wrapped the blanket around myself and stood in the ruined yard. I muttered toward the sky system. Lord, can you please just mute notifications at night? I was having a fantastic dream, and you completely ruined it. The system didn't care at all. It just flashed the message again. 10 free attribute points and 1 mid-level gift box. I wasn't really surprised. Chu Qingqing's favor jumped 10 whole points overnight. Out of all 3 girls, she was definitely the closest to my heart. Plus, my charm stats were already decent. Winning over these girls felt natural, but 10 free attribute points? That was absolutely massive. The system chimed in. Mid-level system unlocked. 10 free attribute points. Use them now. Okay, easy. Dump every single point straight into strength. Everything else can wait. In a war-torn world, the first thing you need is enough power to protect yourself. A warm, soft light suddenly flashed. Trust me, power is everything here. My strength hit 68, almost maxing human limits. Let's check that new panel. Strength is now 68. Stats show speed 50, brain 80, charm 60. Skills are boxing and reading, plus 1 gift box. Stick with me here. He pulls 2 normal, 2 rare, and 1 epic reward. Power surges. Then, a golden box appears. Golden light explodes. 5 insane items pop up, blinding him with pure hype. 20 strong antibiotics. 10 electric fishing rods. 5 infrared semi-automatic compound bows, complete with exactly 100 arrows. 10 adrenaline shots and 100 super potatoes. He almost passes out. This reward tier is absolutely crazy, fixing literally every problem. That medicine is a lifesaver. The electric rod, it just stuns the fish instantly in the water. No nets or hooks needed. Just step in and zap a whole school. And that compound bow has infrared aim. 100 steps away, nothing escapes. But the absolute best drop? Those super potatoes. The system claims they grow absolutely massive, pack huge nutrition, and totally ignore freezing or dry weather. No seasons matter. They grow crazy fast and finish in 30 days. He almost screams. You have got to admit, this system is totally overpowered. Way too many surprises for one night. He saves the rest. Bright and early the next day, he wakes up to his 3 wives arguing over cooking noodles. Chu Qing grips the pack. No way. If their husband brings no grain, this is it. They must save it for taxes. Just eat enough to not starve. But Czar just casually waves her hand. He will find grain. Eat up. It truly does not matter at all. I trust him completely. Yesterday, she would have hoarded every single grain, but after last night, 0 worries. Gi Jin stands awkwardly between them. After starving for so long, everyone just wants a full meal. But Chu Qing makes a really fair point. If he fails to find grain, every saved bite matters. He walks in. Why fight so early? He strolls over, looking exhausted. He takes the pack and hands it to Gi Jin. 3 meals a day from now on, 2 packs each. Go cook up a storm. Add the seasoning. His wife still looks pretty sad though. Trust me, things are looking up for us. Comforted, she nods along. She definitely has her doubts, but stays quiet. After all, he brings the food. The other 2 smile warmly with soft eyes. Then, they finally head off to start cooking. After eating, he drops his master plan, hunting and fishing. The 3 wives look completely confused. Sure, villagers without farmland survive this way, but everyone in Hong Kong County already hunts. The local hills are completely empty now. The rivers are basically empty. Real hunters return with absolutely nothing. Plus, he is just a scholar. No bow, no rod, not even decent metal in their house. How could he hunt? Throw his grandmother's shoe pad? I know what you are thinking. And yeah, his wives do not believe him either. People here only use basic longbows and cheap nets. Just wait and see this. He steps outside, totally pretending to go deep down into their old cellar. He opens the system inventory. Out comes a compound bow, an electric fishing rod, and a rubber suit. The 3 girls are absolutely stunned. Husband, what on earth are these? Is this a bow? Gi Jin is a general's daughter. She recognizes it as a weapon, but nothing like this. The other 2 just stare with massive eyes. She carefully grabs the compound bow. Look at this flawless iron. How can pure metal like this even exist here? Husband, how much effort did it take to make this? Wait, what did you just call me? He gives a half smile. Suddenly, she realizes her slip up. She drops the bow fast. Her face goes totally red as she stares at the floor. Her small hands nervously fidget everywhere. The room instantly gets super warm. The romantic tension is literally off the charts. Things feel warm, but completely awkward now. Czar pouts, turning away. Chu Ching blushes pink. He looks at Gi Jin's adorable, flustered face and cannot help but smile. That is the very first time you called me husband. She tries speaking, but stops completely. Her face is so red she wants to dig a hole and hide. Completely speechless. Feeling a bit sorry for teasing her, he quickly changes the subject. You are absolutely right. Forging this metal takes lifetimes. I guarantee this is the only one in the entire world. Try it out. He hands her the bow, pointing directly at the big wong tree in the yard. Me? Can I really? She takes it with shy excitement. Of course. Sight here. Aim right there. Line up the 3 points. He stands extremely close while teaching her. Not gonna lie, she has an amazing figure. She blushes even harder now. Her breathing gets heavy, but she stays totally focused. This bow does not need you to pull the string. Just lock the arrow in and squeeze the trigger. She takes a breath, aims, and squeezes. Whoosh! That arrow flies like absolute lightning. It punches straight through the wong tree, sticking deep into the dirt wall right behind it. The arrow shatters. It is so strong. The 3 girls are stunned. They thought it was just a slightly stronger bow, but it destroyed thick wood. This is a weapon from legend. Husband, did you really make this? We are thinking the same thing as Czar. Who is this guy really? He just looks incredibly proud. Stick with me, because you and I are about to see her doubts vanish. Magic foods, legendary weapons. She knew it now. I was no ordinary villager. Maybe a secret craftsman family, or perhaps a wealthy noble from afar stranded here, just like her. I am your husband. That was my only answer today. Hunting is not our main goal. This is. I pointed at the new energy fishing rod. Chu Ching King grabbed it curiously. Husband, what does this metal cap stick do? She very nearly pressed the dangerous power button. Worse, both ends were aimed directly at my waist. One click and my 3 wives would never be having any future children with me. Stop right there. I snatched it back safely. The 3 women stared, totally confused. I explained this was way more dangerous than any bow. Press it wrong, and someone gets destroyed. Hearing it absolutely beat a regular bow, they desperately wanted a real demonstration. I finally gave in and agreed to show them. Normally, local women never, ever left their homes all alone. But this was a time of crisis. People were starving. Old rules vanished. Men just farmed or hunted. Women searched the hills for wild plants. We headed out together, bumping right into other village ladies going out. Look, it is the scholar from the east of the village. Where to? The speaker was Majin Shur, wife of Maiden. She basically led these local women. Her husband owned some small fields, so she mocked absolutely everyone else. She was known for her totally toxic attitude. Nobody dared cross her. Fishing? I tried walking quietly past, but she blocked my way. You and I must watch this disrespect. What? You fishing? She laughed. Others joined in. You will tumble right into the river before you ever see a fish. Sister Jean, look how truly pathetic he is. If he fails, will he go eat actual dirt? Brought your 3 wives too? Are they here to fish you out of the cold water? Wait, Sister Jean. This weak kid actually looks bigger today. He used to be ridiculously thin. I felt Gi Jinu wanting to strike them. Even sweet Chu Ching King was losing her patience with this garbage. The insults were incredibly harsh. Majin Shur was not done yet. 3 wives bought with his entire future. He cannot pay his grain, so he is doomed. Why is he out here instead of making babies? Honestly, it is none of your damn business. I had stood up to truly dangerous men. Why back down to this foul-mouthed woman? You poor pathetic scholar with 3 wives. We will see you totally ruined in 20 days when you fail to pay the grain tax. She stomped her feet, absolutely furious. I wasted no more time. I walked on much faster with my wives. Sister Jean, what is that weird thing in his hand? Who cares? He is just a beggar waiting for doom. Husband, are we really going to catch fish with this? You are certain? Chu Ching King was confused. So were Jiaoer and Gi Jinu. They ignored the village women mocking us, but they still did not understand my strategy. Yes, through this small forest, 2 miles east, sits a large river. Not deep, perfect for fishing. but it is located so incredibly close to our village. If fish were there, others would have caught them already. And with this strange stick? Stop asking. You will see soon enough. It was autumn. Animals were still active right now. In winter, survival becomes much harder. I knew from my inherited memories that fishermen strictly avoided this river. It possessed too many sharp rocks. The water rushed fast. Hooks always snagged between stones. Nets could never spread out, so nobody visited. Once we arrived at the river, I handed each wife a wooden stick. I instructed them to scoop up any floating fish from the narrowest part of the riverbank. They remained totally confused, but nodded along anyway. I strapped on my protective rubber suit and stepped directly into the rushing water. I gripped 2 new energy fishing rods. The water felt completely fine, thanks to my protective suit, reached just past my knees. Tons of rocks, but visibility was great. Did we trust him way too much? Can that thing actually catch fish? Warner still felt extremely doubtful. You and I are about to see absolute magic. I dropped the 2 rods into the water and shook them very gently. Instantly, 2 fat fish floated belly up, drifting right downstream. Stop staring at me. Grab the fish. The 3 snapped out of it, rushing forward with wooden forks. The system chimed in. Jower favor +3. Gi Jinu favor +3. Chu Ching King favor +3. Teaming up, we gathered fish incredibly fast. Soon, they could barely even carry the massive load. I stepped back onto the shore. We tossed all the small fish back. Over 50 giant, fat fish remain. The 3 wives were ecstatic, practically looking at me like a god. Husband, is this magic? No hook, no fork, 0 nets. The fish simply sleep and float over to us. Jower's eyes were practically sparkling. Hey, I want to try. I quickly packed the rod away. It is way too powerful. One mistake and you seriously injure yourself first. I will teach you another day. Stingy. Fine. She made a super cute pouting face. All 3 gazed at me with entirely new eyes. Soft, but also packed with pure awe and intense curiosity. Alright, let us head home. We marched back into the village right around midday. Our heavy strings of massive fish grabbed absolutely everyone's attention. Water dripped continuously as we confidently walked back. The villagers crowded around. Hey kid, where did you catch all these? Look how huge. I want to eat one so incredibly badly. I never knew our scholar had skills like this. Maybe the river is packed with fish. Let us go check. 51 fish. Each weighed 3 or 4 pounds in the town. You and I get it. This buys 60 pounds of grain. A huge harvest. I have not eaten meat in a whole year. The village guys were literally drooling over our massive catch. Those same women who mocked me earlier, completely furious. They couldn't believe I pulled off this crazy haul. Stick with me here. My reputation just skyrocketed today. Even with a full river, catching this many is incredibly tough. Pulling this off just a few times monthly covered our heavy tax completely, guaranteeing full meals. Honestly, no wonder I scored 3 gorgeous wives. Everyone thought I used some epic magic trick. Back home, the wives eagerly tried steaming the catch. I instantly stopped them. Why, husband? No fish today. Chu Ching Chun stared at me with massive, confused eyes. The other 2 girls were completely starving. Having 0 food since yesterday, they felt super shy about eating too much with our huge family. But no, all this fish goes straight to the busy town. We're trading everything for rough grain. Zhao raised a curious eyebrow. She felt incredibly happy, yet totally conflicted inside. Thrilled I was thinking ahead to handle the heavy tax, but super stressed because our daily life remained really tough. Winter was fast approaching. River fish would vanish soon, meaning we definitely couldn't rely on this epic trick forever. But as a fallen princess trapped in enemy territory, she knew meeting a guy like me was insanely lucky. Compared to being an abused wife traded for simple scraps, this cozy life was absolute heaven. Guy Jian smiled warmly. Don't worry, our brilliant husband definitely has his reasons. I playfully reached over and tapped her nose. You're definitely the smartest. Traditional girls were absolutely not used to being teased like this at all. Her heart pounded wildly, her cheeks flushed bright red, feeling like 100 energetic deer sprinting inside. She quickly spun around, completely avoiding my gaze. Deciding not to tease the poor girl anymore, I carefully broke down my master strategy. A stealing thief isn't the scariest part of this. It's the silent watcher. This chaotic world is crazy dangerous right now. Hoarding fish just screams to everyone that we're completely loaded with tasty food. Watch closely here, guys. Desperate folks get wildly crazy ideas, so we gotta move this fast. But trading for grain still exposes our stash, Chu Qing nervously argued. I just smirked. Today, donating all that grain to poor, landless villagers. Every single drop until it's completely empty. Zhao Wer's beautiful eyes sparkled. Oh, I get it. You want to recruit loyal followers and train strong fighters. So when enemies attack, men fight for us. Wrong. I gave her a deadpan look, exactly as expected from royalty. Her first thought was buying loyalty with food, but starving people operate on a completely different level. Even after a solid meal, when danger strikes, they won't fight guards for you. People are deeply selfish in any era. Plus, even if you want loyal followers, this isn't the right way. My genius plan? Have them work our land, open up the untamed wild ground just for us. Then we easily plant grain. We feed them, they hustle. I already have premium seeds. I just need open land. In these dark times, give a guy one meal, and he works hard. 3 meals daily featuring rough grain and fresh meat. People will literally flood in. Open wild ground, eat wild meat. The 3 girls looked totally lost. It sounded exactly like a classic landlord and peasant deal. But all prime village land was already claimed. Only steep, painfully dry hills remained. Super far from water. Seriously, even basic weeds struggled to grow there. Normal seeds wouldn't survive. But you and I know a smart guy always has a trick. I smiled mysteriously. Trust me, just follow my lead perfectly. I secretly possessed super potatoes. They easily thrive on any harsh terrain. I wasn't worried about that. My only real issue was manpower, but starving workers were insanely easy to find. Feed them well, and they'd happily work themselves to absolute exhaustion. Xian, you've got incredible skills and perfect aim. Take the bow, hunt the hills. When you finally return, confidently strut right through the main village. Tell any landless folks to hit our house for guaranteed food. Free meals. Yes, husband. She nodded enthusiastically, her eyes glowing with sheer pride. Singing Chong, track down Lao Jiang. Have him grab 2 trusted buddies. Haul all this fish to the bustling town, and trade for rough grain. Promise him 10 pounds for helping. Stick to the main road. Make sure everyone sees us hauling fish to town. Wait, why Jiang? Why not us? Za curiously asked. Lao Jiang seems poor, but his uncle works at the official office. Even if desperate starving folk spot them, nobody dares rob them. The bustling main road is way safer. Plus, we want everybody knowing we're trading our fish away for grain. That way, nobody suspects we're hoarding food at home. Oh, she made this incredibly cute sound. Her eyes lit up again. And me? What's my mission? I gently patted her head, but she softly pulled away. I didn't mind. Being a princess, it would naturally take some time before she fully let me get close. In my head, just avoiding trouble was totally enough. Who dares assign a princess heavy labor? You just stay safely home with me. We're growing plant seeds. Okay, husband. Once everybody excitedly grabbed their specific tasks, Gai Jin and Chu Chin Chong rushed off. Meanwhile, I escorted Zhao Wer down to the cellar. I'd securely hidden my legendary super potatoes down there. Spotting the rows of weird, dirt-covered lumps, she immediately flashed a hilariously confused face. What are these weird dirt balls? Potatoes? Wait, you don't know them? I was totally shell-shocked. These super potatoes were massive and uniquely colored, but undeniably still potatoes. How could a high-ranking princess of Dajan seriously not know what a basic potato looked like? Did elite royals literally never glance at farms? What is a poo potato? She genuinely had zero clue. I explained it super slowly. Potatoes, or earth eggs, are like basic wheat or rice. They're a food absolutely packed with nutrition, though you probably won't understand that word. They fill you up and multiply like crazy. She was totally stunned. Trust me, you and I are gonna love what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. She held a giant, dirty potato in her tiny hand. How do you eat it? Well, many ways. Steam it, roast it, fry it, or serve it cold with sauce. It tastes absolutely amazing. After these past few days, she trusted me completely. To her, I was full of pure mystery and miracles. But I didn't realize Wayner wasn't just acting like a totally stuck-up princess. In this timeline, potatoes had not even reached this part of the world. Not even the oldest farmers recognized them. In my original world's history, potatoes only reached ancient China in the 16th century. So right now, what we do is wrap them tightly in wet mud and wait. Once they finally sprout, we cut each one into 4 or 5 pieces and plant them. Following my brilliant plan, the two of us wrapped 91 potatoes in mud. I set 9 aside for Wayner to steam so the others could try them later. When the sky finally turned dark, Gi-jin returned with the huge haul of game. 3 rabbits, 2 mountain chickens, and 1 gray lynx. Most expert hunters wouldn't catch that much in an entire week. Naturally, a massive crowd followed her home. Most were homeless beggars. Their ragged clothes were completely covered in thick dirt and patches. They watched with hungry eyes, hoping to get food from me. Smelling the steamed potatoes, Gi-jin rushed straight to the kitchen. "Zeon, eat up. They are hot, so be careful." I really wanted to hug her, but she looked too shy. I simply handed her a potato. This amazing food is called a potato. It is so tasty. Zara was already eating, sharing her discoveries. Gi-jin took a bite. The rich flavor hit her, and she almost cried with pure joy. "Eat slowly, 3 each. We have plenty." I watched them eating happily and poured water. Outside, landless villagers and beggars were gathering completely around our outer wall. Now watch closely. This is where things get wild. I just needed Chu Ching King to come home. "Move aside." A loud shout shattered the absolute peace. Lao Jiang pushed through the crowd, limping, covered in dust, and completely terrified. "Sanji, where is Sunian? What happened?" Total shock rushed right through my body. I sprinted outside and saw Lao Jiang covered in bruises. A terrible feeling struck me. Huge trouble. He had tripped multiple times running here, leaving his face severely scratched. What is going on? Where is Sister Chu? Zhao Wayner and Gi-jin rushed out too, but Chu Ching King was totally missing. We got grain in town and tried borrowing donkey carts to return, but on the main road, we bumped straight into Sun Hu and his guards on patrol. They claimed our fish were stolen. I furiously grabbed his collar. They said, "What? They accused you of stealing fish." They dragged her to the official office for questioning. I tried stopping them, but I totally failed. He stomped his feet, feeling completely helpless. I almost slapped him in pure, intense rage. I hadn't lived here long, but Chu Ching King was already incredibly special to me. So soft and incredibly kind. "My legal wife is jailed for stolen fish? We caught them ourselves. Is your uncle not currently at the office? Why did he simply let Sun Hu take her? My uncle works there but has no power. At least Sun Hu respected him enough to let me run here and tell you." Lao Jiang almost cried. He had taken my job and completely failed. I understand. This is Sun Hu getting his pathetic revenge. I clenched my fists tightly. I thought he would wait for the grain day, but he struck so fast. In just a few days, family was my weakness in both lives, and Sun Hu had just crossed my ultimate final line. He will seriously pay 100 times over. I am going to the office. Watch the house. I started leaving, but Wayner suddenly blocked my way. "You cannot go." "Why not? You're scared for husband? Fine. I will go protect him." Gi-jin bravely stepped right forward to fight. "Husband, this is obviously a trap with fake charges. That dirty official literally kidnapped our wife in daylight. He chose to fight us. Let's storm the office and demand her back. The county lord must deliver justice." Gi-jin truly had a fearless, heroic heart, and Chu Ching King was basically her sister. "Now, calm down first. Blind anger ruins everything. Think about it. If Sun Hu dared to grab her openly, he clearly set a trap. He wants husband to walk right in. Charging blind simply means getting totally caught." I slowly calmed down, glancing at Wayner again. In plain clothes, you simply could not hide her gorgeous figure and incredible beauty. She was lazy and loved food, but in intense moments, she stayed absolutely calm. Without her logic, I would have triggered Sun Hu's dangerous trap. "Wait, you caught that too, right?" She actually called me husband. I didn't hear wrong. It was so hard getting these 3 to accept me completely. Now, all 3 had finally said it. They fully accepted me into their hearts. But Chu Ching King remained trapped. This was absolutely no time for sweet romance. I started planning. Gi-jin paced anxiously, but Zhao Wayner patted her shoulder gently. "Do not worry. Our husband is no ordinary man. Trust him to find a brilliant way to save Sister Chu." Gi-jin sighed deeply and simply nodded her head. I thought incredibly hard. From both my lives, I knew one major truth. Commoners could not fight corrupt officials face to face. Even in wartimes, class lines were brutal. Common people had zero rights. Breaking someone out of jail was basically considered an entirely impossible task. If Sun Hu dared to snatch her so publicly, he definitely had fake evidence prepared. Trust me, I know he messed with the wrong guy. I have the system. I turned to Gi Jin and told her to send the villagers home. Stick with me here. He orders today's hunt taken to the village leader to be cooked. The wildland potato plan is still totally happening. Yes, husband. She immediately leaves to do it. He then tells Wunner to take Lao Jiang inside. He needs time to think alone. He calls out, "System, my wife is locked up. Does your lottery have absolutely anything to help save her?" He has two real options to trick the officials. Find a higher-ranking boss to free her, or dump all his lottery points into strength for a wild night breakout. That second option is completely crazy. Even at 90 strength matching top warriors, he is outnumbered. The county has hundreds of guards. If trapped, the city has thousands of soldiers. A 90 strength guy can beat 100 men, not 10,000. 4 lottery chances might not even hit 90. That plan is scrapped. Ding. The system clearly states it has no such tool. Even the shop limits tech items. There are 0 mind control spells. That kind of magic simply does not exist. Not even in his old world. His heart completely sinks. Then he hears Zhao Wer and Lao Jiang talking outside. Listen up. Do not go to the office. This bold guy has fake evidence and a very strong backer. Wait, what kind of backer? 2 weeks ago, the county lord's wife got incredibly sick. So he handed all office work to the deputy and a head clerk. That clerk is his adopted father. They cover for each other. Going there means is absolute ruin and a definite game over. What is wrong with the wife? Even if sick, can nobody visit her? Lao Jiang scratches his head, saying he only heard something nasty bit her. Now, pay close attention here. The infected wound is terrible, and doctors gave up. He immediately jumps right up. He runs out and grabs Lao Jiang. Say that again. Scared, the old man repeats his warning. But our guy wants to hear the next part. He warns that going there means losing his life. Forget that. What is wrong with the Lord's wife? Something actually bit her. She is fading away. The doctors gave up, just waiting for the end. I should not even know this secret. My uncle told me. High fever, unconscious, weak pulse. Yes, how did he know that? Only Zhao Wer understands what is happening. Her husband definitely has a brilliant plan. She stays totally quiet. That is a bacterial infection causing the fever. This is actually such amazing news. Ching can be saved. He almost shouts with pure joy. What bacteria? Lao Jiang is totally lost. Lao Jiang, do me one more favor. The 10 pounds of grain are still yours. This is my fault for not protecting Lady Chu. I am poor, but I still have my pride. I will do 10 favors, but I cannot take the grain. Then come to the city with me right now and take me to your uncle. Tell him to take us to the county lord. I can save his wife. If I fail, I offer my own head. What? He is absolutely stunned. She is shocked too. Does he know medicine? Stop staring. I would not say this if I was not completely sure. Let us hurry. I am going too, Joanna says. Husband, take me along. It is dark, and bandits roam the night roads. We must protect each other. Gai Jin shakes her sword. He worries about danger, but also hates leaving them behind. He finally agrees. Fine, all of us will go together. Lao Jiang does not argue. He borrows a donkey cart from the village leader, and they ride toward the city. The night is super dark, but they arrive safely. Lao Jiang's uncle is Wang Yu-ren. He works at the post office, not a very powerful job. He simply carries mail and meets visiting officials, but he can introduce them to the Lord. Without him, they would be beaten away at the front gate. You saw this coming, right? Wang turns completely red with anger. But our guy has strong antibiotics from the system. The Lord's wife has an infection. This is a chance. Save her, and the Lord owes him. Then he can demand Chu Chinking's freedom. But first, he must get past the stubborn man and into the Lord's house. Much easier said than done. He can heal? Do not think this old man is clueless. Wang Yuren snorts loudly. This boy is just Sunji. He passed the scholar test 7 years ago, but he is lazy and completely useless. If he knows medicine, then pigs can definitely climb trees. He wants to see the county lord? Get out of my post house. Uncle Lao Jiang tries defending him, but he cuts in. Mr. Wang, you are talking pure nonsense. Pigs climbing trees aside, you are not me. How can you possibly know what I can do? You are an educated man. You should know the famous saying, those who truly know do not speak loud, and those who speak loud simply do not know. You have never seen me practice medicine. How can you say I cannot? The old man cannot answer. He pushes even harder. May I ask? The Lord's wife is fading fast. And all doctors gave up? Yes. Well, a real doctor does not care about your outdated old methods. Only what actually works. I promise on my own head today I can save her. But you keep stopping me here. Fine, we can leave. But if I really can save her, then who ruined her? You, or the sickness? The old man is left completely speechless. I hear many doctors come, fail, and still get paid. I am absolutely sure I can do this. Why turn me away? My own head is on the line if I fail this. Mine too, Guyan steps forward. And mine, Zana adds. They have only known him a short time, but they have seen so many strange, incredible things from him. Magic noodles, magic bows, magic fishing rods, and even magic potatoes. Nothing was normal. They bet everything on him. What do you and I make of this? With these constant miracles, trust me, you cannot miss what happens next. You and I are watching the madness begin. La Jiang stood up. Count me in too. 5 heads risked. Wang sighed. Fine, I will take you along. But listen, if this fails, we all take the fall. Relax, Mr. Wang. Nothing will fail. I smiled, looking completely confident. It was just an infected wound causing a fever. A single shot of strong antibiotics could absolutely fix this problem. Or maybe a strong boost of adrenaline. After my treatment, she would jump right out of bed. She might even lift heavy weights. Wait, gyms do not exist here yet. Wang introduced me as an expert doctor of secret family medicine. Meeting the county lord was super easy. Zhao and the others waited right outside. We crossed huge yards and quiet halls. Lord Wang Muji waited in his private study. Over 50 years old, square jaw, short beard, and intense wide eyes. Locals called him a great leader, smart with a brush, and amazing on horseback. But his wife's illness made him look incredibly old and totally exhausted. Gray hair, zero energy. After a super quick greeting, he immediately asked about my hometown. Secret family medicine. What were your parents named? I invented a story fast. My parents were poor refugees who faded away years ago. No famous titles, but we treated this exact illness. Wang almost passed out from pure panic. If the Lord discovered my huge lie, we would all be ruined. How is the lovely lady doing? The longer she stays sick, the harder the cure. Please take me there now. Talking wasted time, and Chu Ching Ching was still locked in jail. My wife is in a terribly deep sleep, fading pulse and breath. Yesterday, she could not even swallow medicine. The Lord looked completely broken. Sir, are you absolutely sure? If not, please stop. The other doctor said today is her final day. Wang was sweating cold bullets, fading pulse, weak breathing, zero swallowing. How could I save her? This went way beyond basic healing. Now watch closely. This was literally stealing a soul from the shadows. Wang shook his head, begging to leave, but I just smiled. If you trust me, sir, I can try. I cannot guarantee perfection, but she will not leave us today. You really mean it? Yes. Impossible. I instantly cut him off. The powerful Lord stared directly at me for a very long time. Fine. Follow me. He led us into the deep inner house. I was mentally prepared, but seeing the sweet old lady froze my heart. Exhausted barely covered it. Fading away did not cover it either. She was barely taking a tiny breath in. Nothing was coming out. Her body felt freezing. Pulse and breathing were practically gone forever. I checked her fading pulse and stood right up. My face grew tense. This was not medicine. This was fighting fate itself. Looking at her, I knew the awful truth. Coming even 1 hour later meant no modern machine in existence could have possibly saved her. I honestly thought one strong antibiotic shot would be enough. Now, desperately needed a powerful adrenaline boost too. So, how is she? The Lord saw my serious expression, and his voice shook hard. He knew everything. 2 doctors claimed she would not last past 12 noon. Even a supreme goddess could not save her now. He should prepare for her passing. Yet he still craved a tiny, impossible miracle. I sighed, faking a wise, very mysterious face. Not just for drama. I actually needed to give her a shot. I could not exactly tell this lord to remove his wife's pants for an injection. In this era, men and women could not even touch through heavy cloth. Saving anyone required silk veils between them. I made very strange finger motions and mumbled weird words. The Lord and Wang were completely lost. I did not resemble a doctor at all. I looked like a fortune teller. I know what you are thinking. A magic ritual? They held their breath, terrified to interrupt. Finally, I sighed deeply. There is one chance. I will try. The Lord's eyes instantly lit up. His body trembled. If this mysterious youth could save his fading wife, he would trade anything, even his own soul. But I paused to set the dramatic hook deeper. But what? Anything? Any price? I sighed heavily again. It is super complicated. To save your lady, I must sacrifice 10 years of my own lifespan. I almost claimed her soul was taken, and I had to walk the dark underworld to retrieve it. But that was too ridiculous, even for this ancient world. So I used this cool story instead. I just wanted the mighty Lord to feel indebted. It totally worked. He cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Oh, great healer. Please save my beloved wife. Anything you desire. If I can do it, I definitely will. Even my own soul. I helped him stand. Sir, no need for that drama. Saving someone is the highest good. You are an honest leader. 10 or 20 years, I would still gladly do it. I almost believed my own brilliant lies. This illness is weird. I will use needles. If anything looks strange, please stay completely patient. Whatever it takes. I stood by the bed. From inside my robe, I pulled out several shiny syringes. I used a regular system lottery on the road for medical gear. The system provided these. The Lord and Wang just stared. They had never seen a modern syringe. Clear tubes with marks and unknown liquid. They were completely stunned. These are family soul return needles. Do not disturb me now. I need absolute quiet. I made the Lord lift her clothes to avoid touching bare skin. He placed thin, elegant silk over the injection spot. Each needle contained safe nutrients. The system promised were totally harmless. Either way, stick around to see if this actually works. I stuck them into her limbs, knowing 0 pressure points. As long as she survives my random stabs, everything is golden. Let's dive in. These first moves were pure setup. Next, I quietly slipped the intense medicine and antibiotics from my bag, carefully injecting them right into her leg. And just like that, finished. I quickly gathered all my needles and packed them securely away. I sat down. That was it. The Lord was completely stunned. He had never witnessed healing like this. His wife was halfway through the gates of the afterlife. Just a few pokes and finished. Mr. Wang was sweating bullets. He felt completely terrified about bringing me here today. I completely trusted my system's medicine. I sipped my tea calmly. Before an incense stick finishes burning, your wife will actually wake up. What? The Lord was completely stunned. Was this teenager tricking him? I just shrugged. You doubt my words? Any other doctors around here? Yes. 3 are waiting out back. Then go bring them all inside. After a few short minutes, pass. Let them check her pulse. The Lord stayed quiet for a long moment, then summoned the 3 doctors. Time slowly ticked away. The 3 experts stepped up one by one to check her pulse. After they finished, every single one of their faces completely shifted. From mocking me as some young fool, to wide eyes and freezing sweat. They knew her illness perfectly. They knew her time was fading fast. Now pay attention. That morning, she showed her final spark before fading. But tonight, her pulse was actually getting incredibly strong. Her breathing steadied. A final spark. Never happens twice. Who exactly was this kid? How did he possess the skills to pull someone back from the beyond? The Lord was definitely no idiot. He saw their shocked expressions. He rushed to feel his wife's pulse for himself. It actually, truly worked. Mr. Wang finally understood. I was not just bragging. He had completely misjudged my true abilities. The Lord double-checked with those doctors. His precious wife was improving. She would wake up shortly. I spoke super calmly. I told you, totally easy. Do you believe me yet? Then he straightened his clothes and dropped straight down to one knee, respectfully cupping his hands toward me. Please, amazing savior, accept my bow. That totally panicked me. I rushed to pull him back up. Sir, what are you doing? You are the county lord. I am nobody. This is entirely wrong. No, now, 0 status exists between us. Only a savior and myself. Without your help, my beloved wife would have perished today. My wife is my world. Saving her saved me. Please accept my bow. He bowed again. Honestly, so much old-fashioned dramatic ceremony. I had 0 idea how to handle it. I lifted him back up again. Wang finally shook off his shock and added praise. Who knew my nephew's village had such an incredible healer? May I ask who your teacher was? I just gave him a totally flat look. The old guy was rubbing his name in. You and I see his game, wanting favor. My brilliant master just wanders the deep mountains. He actively hides his name. He ordered me not to share it. An absolute wonder, truly. Please, sir, wait right here. I will get dinner prepared. The Lord and Wang flattered me to the high heavens. If I was not so worried about Chu Chin Chung, they could have praised me straight until midnight. When the timing felt absolutely right, I made my request. Sir, I have one thing to ask. What is it? I explained absolutely everything. Chu Ching Chan traveling into the city to trade our fish for grain. Sun Hu and the guards destroying my ox and eating it. The Lord was a genuinely good official. He had governed Hong County for only a few short years. He had heard nasty rumors about Sun Hu before, but lacked proof. Hearing my story, his beard literally trembled with absolute fury. He did not even bother calling Lao Jiang. He would get justice for me right away, so we three simply left together. The Lord summoned his personal guards, and we marched directly to the local jail. Inside that cold cell, Chu Ching Chan was huddled against the wall, terrified and violently shaking. She watched a man stepping closer. Stop. Do not come anywhere near me. What do you want? What do you think I want? Sun Hu wore a disgusting smirk, eyes burning with greed. Such incredibly soft skin. I honestly have zero clue how that completely useless man got lucky enough to marry you. Maybe a starving fool wants 2 weeks of joy with the beauty before his time ends. With a stunning body and face like yours, who would possibly resist? He crouched low, trying to touch her. She kicked him fiercely and desperately sprinted toward the iron bars. Help! Someone help! Spirited. I like that. More fun this way. He stood up and quickly brushed off his clothes. Every guard is out drinking with my brother. This is the jail. Scream all you want. Absolutely nobody will come. Big chest, large hips, so perfectly pale. The best of the best. Chu Ching Chan kept backing away, but the cell was tiny. There was literally nowhere left to run. Husband. Husband? Stop calling that useless trash. What could he possibly do? Come save you here? With his weak, starving body, he could barely walk this far. Wait, grain day is soon? After he loses his head, I will take your 2 sister wives too. He got even more excited and violently lunged at her. He pinned her down and immediately started pulling her close. Just give in now. I will treat you well. Plenty of food and wine. She fought desperately, but she was weak. She could not push him off to protect her honor and her husband's. She got fully ready to bite her own tongue. My husband will not let you go. Him? Even with 10 times the courage, he would never dare come here. He should look at himself. I honestly do him a favor by taking his woman. I will end him sooner or later anyway. That is when he heard footsteps and my cold voice. Is that so? I do not need extra guts. I am right here. Let us see how you end me. Sun Hu froze, seeing me, Wang, and the Lord. Guards unlocked the door. Trust me, you and I know. Payback is finally here. Let's dive into this wild scene. Seeing Sun Hu totally distracted, Chu Ching kicked him hard right below the belt. He screamed as she ran to me. I caught her. My fury was ice cold and fully unleashed. This captain's time was officially up. She collapsed into my arms, and we held on tight. All that fear and stress poured out at once. Her whole body trembled, crying like a scared kitten against my chest. My arms became her ultimate safe zone. She absolutely refused to let go. I whispered gently, "You are totally safe now. Do not be afraid." I held her close, softly rubbing her back to calm her. Sun Hu fought through that brutal pain and stumbled up. Official Wang, what are you doing here? His face dripped with cold sweat. He simply could not understand how I showed up alongside the county lord. Captain Sun Hu? Captain Sun, if I had not witnessed this myself, I would never believe such absolute trash worked under my command. The county lord was shaking with absolute rage. Sun Hu immediately slammed to his knees, begging. A huge misunderstanding, sir. Just a few short years on the job, and this happens. You want total ruin, sir. He panicked, then quickly turned and pointed directly at me. He yelled, "It is you. You totally set this up and framed me." Sir, do not believe him. The lord snapped back. Silence. I witnessed it myself. Official Wang saw everything. You still dare to lie? The lord ordered guards to pin him down. Watch closely. You're going to love this part. The lord shut that down fast. Sun Hu, resist now and you are completely finished. The corrupt captain instantly deflated like a popped balloon. He understood the system perfectly. Just a lowly captain going up against the mighty county lord. A total mismatch of power levels. Status and authority were totally stacked against him. Fighting or running simply meant the law would crush him. At that exact moment, all hope vanished. Half his life grinding to become captain, ruined in one night. Facing years locked up, he furiously cursed Sun Jian inside his head. Just how deeply did this guy hide his true power? Getting the Lord on his side so fast? His eyes glared with pure hatred. Wait. I gently let go of Cha-Ching and stepped right forward. Sun Hu screamed. Sun Jian, who said you could speak up here, even if framed? The Lord decides my fate, not a peasant like you. I genuinely enjoyed his stubborn attitude. I casually turned to the Lord. Before punishing him, give me 10 minutes. Sun Hu just laughed out loud. What? A peasant ordering the Lord around? But the Lord quickly interrupted. Sir, please go right ahead. The Lord actually gave me a slight bow. Sun Hu's mind completely shattered. A powerful official bowing to a nobody? Who is Sun Jian really? What exactly was happening? He seriously thought this was just a crazy dream till I crouched down and slapped his face hard. Smack! A bright red handprint burned onto his cheek. Pain shot through his head. His whole body trembled. Red liquid dripped from his mouth. If not for his heavy combat training, that single strike would have completely knocked him out. Not so proud anymore. I tightly grabbed his swollen cheek and twisted hard. He screamed loudly. My strength was insanely far above normal. Now, I could have completely wrecked him. Having the nerve to fight me? Smack. Telling me to check myself? Smack. Planning to finish me off eventually? Smack. Every time I repeated his own words, I struck him again. The officials stood frozen like statues, silently watching everything. 4 or 5 slaps in, his teeth were basically gone. Red spit dripped steadily down his chin. I held back just enough to keep him awake. Guys like him totally deserve this. Use your own words to remember. Cross the wrong man, and your end is near. I stood, giving Cha-Ching a warm smile. Just watch. Your husband is getting payback. You saw that too, right? I kicked Sun Hu hard in the gut. He smashed the wall and instantly passed out cold. Cha-Ching quickly covered her mouth, but her bright eyes overflowed with deep love and warmth. Sorry, my lord. I totally lost my cool there. I turned to apologize for hitting a guy in front of an official. The county lord just pretended he saw absolutely nothing. He turned straight to Wang. See anything, Wang? No, nothing. The prisoner Sun Hu just hurt himself trying to fight back. I felt very thankful. 2 veteran officials covering for me. I hugged Cha-Ching tight again. So beautiful. She rested in my arms like a little bird. Her soft body pressed against mine. A wonderful warmth instantly spread through my stomach. The feeling was totally wonderful. If this absolute beast did this, who knows how many other crimes he committed? Investigate everything. The county lord was completely furious. He turned to Wang. Sir, throw him straight into jail. Deputy Gao will officially handle this entire case. Rip out every single rotten root. Yes, sir. Wang felt thrilled, glancing at me with deep gratitude. Without this, he never would have landed such crucial work. I gave him a massive chance. Once everything was handled, I respectfully asked the Lord if my wife and I could leave. He insisted he had a massive feast prepared to formally thank me for rescuing his wife. I politely turned him down, having my own personal plans. Then I absolutely will not hold you back. Sir, I will never forget what you accomplished today. Once my work is done, we'll visit to thank you personally. He told Wang to get the best horses and guards to take me home. One sharp look, and Wang perfectly understood the assignment. Being a smart old official, he understood. Yes, sir. After leaving the jail, Cha-Ching traveled with us to Wang's house. I honestly wondered why we skipped the post house. Arriving there, I immediately spotted Lao Jiang waiting outside. While Gai Jin and Zhao W were paced back and forth, completely stressed out, Wang secretly invited them to totally surprise me. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you will want more. Alright, stick with me here. The post house was too crowded for his wives anyway. When the girls saw him bring Cha-Ching Chong back totally safe, pure joy exploded. Gai Jin actually started crying, tears streaming down her face. She sprinted over, hugging him tight and checking for any scratches. Wainer felt thrilled too, just hiding it much better. Wainer just held Cha-Ching King by the hand, asking soft questions. She still avoided calling him husband, keeping her cool distance. He honestly did not care at all. Since arriving, she always maintained that frosty vibe. Everyone thought she was hiding some dark past. Only he, thanks to his system, knew she was a proud royal princess. Smart folks notice things without saying a word. Mr. Sun, it is super late and dangerous outside. Please crash at my humble place tonight. Tomorrow morning, guards will escort you safely. Wang bowed deeply, acting incredibly respectful. The entire room just absolutely froze up. Lao Jiangjiao and Gi Jin just stared in shock. Wait, this guy? Earlier, at his huge mansion, Wang had been an arrogant, totally rude jerk. He totally looked down on him before. Now, a complete 180. Lao Jiang dropped his jaw. He knew how incredibly arrogant his uncle really was. Treating a poor guy like this? Unheard of. Our hero agreed, and Wang prepped a room instantly. He even brought hot water for them to soak their tired feet. Inside the room, everyone felt amazing. They had finally escaped that insane mess. He sat down on the bed, just scanning the tiny space. A post officer holds real government rank. You and I wonder why is it so old? Endless kingdom wars and roaming bandits mean ruined fields grow nothing. This actually is not terrible. Other officials barely afford regular meals, let alone a low-ranking post officer. Even the rich county lord might live exactly like this, so be grateful. Wow, you certainly know a lot. He playfully teased her on purpose. The other two girls stared right at her, totally curious. She panicked, her cheeks flushing bright red like a super terrified little rabbit. Just a woman. What could I possibly know? I only listened to folks talking. Oh, absolutely. He gave her a knowing smirk. Since moving in, she stayed completely distant. She never even called him husband a single time. Sure, she felt something real, but anybody could tell she acted super weird. Honestly, without that handy system, he never would have guessed she was due spoiled royal princess. People back in his modern world would diagnose classic princess syndrome. Super tough to charm, but legally she was his wife. If she desperately wanted to act cool and mysterious, whatever. Smart guys see the hidden truth, but keep quiet. Husband, did you actually save the lord's wife? Guy Jian was dying to know how he rescued Chiching King without a scratch. Exactly. Why else would Grumpy Wang treat you like royalty? Czar chimed in too. They literally could not imagine any other logical reason. Chiching King was brilliant. She figured it out immediately. Not just Wang, the county lord called him Mr. Sunday, treating him perfectly. Wow. Guy Jian's eyes literally sparkled with pure amazement. To earn that epic treatment, the wife must have been terribly ill. Every single doctor quit. Husband cured her, then demanded me as his final reward. Chu Ching Chan pieced the entire puzzle together. Husband, you are incredible. You know so much, even medicine. You and I are thinking, is he just a villager? She grabbed his hand, starry-eyed and glowing. Her sudden warm affection instantly made him feel a little bit shy. As long as you are completely safe. I am merely a simple local villager. Yeah, anyone buys that. He muttered, enough chatting, ladies. Time for bed. He kicked off his shoes, hopped onto the mattress, and started stripping down. He went totally shirtless right there. Chu Ching and Gi Jin instantly blushed and looked away. Za Weiner quickly covered her face. Wait, what are you doing? Why are you completely naked? Why not? He seriously did not care, tossing his underwear aside. This massive bed easily fits 4 officially married people. The government office stamped the paperwork. I spend 150 pounds of grain monthly on this. Why can I not strip down? Is being shirtless a major crime? I am exhausted. No way am I sleeping on the hard floor. And neither are you 3. Bedtime, everyone. No way, we will take the floor. Zhao Wer gripped Guy Jin's arm, looking super proud. Honestly, Guy Jin felt pretty embarrassed too. She actually did not mind sharing a bed with him. But as a proper lady, admitting that out loud felt way too humiliating. If he just forcefully dragged her up, she definitely would have yielded. He sighed heavily. Handling 3 wives simultaneously was rough. Solo missions might be smarter. He finally asked, so how are you guys sleeping? Gister and I will stay right here. Get some floor blankets. You take Chu's sister. She playfully stuck her tongue out at him, then dashed to grab extra blankets next door. Chu Qingshan flushed completely bright red, right down to her neck. She stood totally frozen. Maybe he should just drop this entire awkward idea. Let them all take the bed. He could gladly take the cold floor again. Even his shameless attitude felt weird, making her cuddle while the others watched. Just forget it. You 3 take the cozy mattress. I will sleep down here. He began dressing himself again. The three girls absolutely froze. Chu Ching Chong whispered, "Husband, please sleep on the mattress. You worked so hard today. If you reject me, I will gladly sleep down below with my sisters." "What? When did I ever reject you?" He sat up and pulled her close. "So what do you and I make of this? Just sleep right beside me already." Tears streamed down her cheeks. "Hey, why the tears? Please do not cry." I totally panicked and tried explaining. "Come along with me here. If I did not want you, would I risk everything for the Lord's wife? I know you are good to me, husband. I know. You are extraordinary. Marrying you is the absolute biggest blessing of my life. Such a sweet, silly girl." I wiped away her tears and pulled her close. "Marrying you is my blessing too." That one simple line touched her heart deeply. Her eyes practically overflowed with love. The other two watched. Gai Jin felt jealous, but stayed quiet, while Warner looked away, hiding her very complicated feelings. A stunningly beautiful woman in my arms, so soft and warm. The spark inside me ignited. I scooped her up and carried her to the bed. She shyly buried her face in my chest. I pulled the covers over us. Her skin was as soft as snow, absolutely perfect. Her breathing syncing with mine. Honestly, even back in my old world, she would be a literal goddess. Gai Jian heard the gentle sounds and saw clothes dropping by the blanket. Her hands curled into tight little fists. Her eyes turned red. Zar felt jealous too, but she handled it way better, gently patting Gai Jian's shoulder as the lamp finally went out. I was with Chu Qing King, now, completely open to one another. The room filled with very happy, gentle sounds. Watch closely here. Zhao and Gu Jin stayed awake all night, totally overwhelmed. This guy was mysterious and just full of pure magic. Without even realizing it, they were falling hard too. Zhaoan knew one thing for certain. If she wanted to return home to Dao, 600 miles away, only he could help. Gai Jian saw things differently. She did not care about my past. She wondered if she should completely trust me. Maybe I could help her get payback, or finally clear her family's name from that awful rebel list. We were married on paper, but I would never force her into anything. Yet, day by day, her feelings for me were absolutely growing. He felt like her true destiny. She quietly promised herself something big. If he can clear my family's name, I will happily serve him forever, even as a maid. The night faded, and I woke up super late to a bright sky. The three women had risen early, but sweetly let me sleep in. "Husband, you are awake." Gai Jin walked in, saw me dressing, and her face turned bright red. She stepped up to help with my clothes. Her sudden warmth confused me. Maybe last night was too loud and stirred them up. Maybe they wanted some attention too. Where are the other two? They woke up early to help with breakfast, and the food is totally ready. We all ate together. We were waiting for you. Gai Jin helped me dress and led me next door, where Qi Qingqing and Zhao W were waiting. Seeing me, both of them blushed hard and waved me over to eat. Leaving Wang's house later, I noticed Lao Jiang was completely gone. He had been missing since last night, but since this was his uncle's place, I decided not to ask any questions. Wang and his crew had horses, a cart, and guards ready. The cart was fully loaded with supplies and grain. Wang explained, "The county lord sent all this. He could not offer gold or silver just yet, but this would definitely make my life easier." I counted 300 pounds of grain, enough to cover our family tax for 2 whole months. I was thrilled. There was even a carved hero's family sign. Wang warned that having this much grain might attract greedy beggars. That awesome sign would definitely warn everyone to keep their distance. The Lord thought of everything, even guards to escort us home. Of course, I happily accepted it. You and I both know secrets never last. Taking my wives home, I had no clue. The wild story of my magic medicine had already spread far and wide. We arrived back at the village by evening. The second we hopped off the cart, I noticed a huge crowd gathered right at my front gate. What is going on? Why is everyone at my door? Seeing me, they quickly cleared a path. Their eyes held pure envy now, completely replacing the old hate. So strange. What got into them? Did everybody get sick at once? Suddenly Lao Zheng came rushing out, his face covered in dirt. He held a bricklayer's tool. "Sunjian, you are finally back. What do you think?" He proudly pointed behind him. At my house. My eyes totally lit up. That ruined old house was gone. The bumpy yard was fixed. The entire place had been beautifully rebuilt. Built with earth bricks and clay tiles, it looked super clean and solid. taller, stronger walls, and a gate made of thick, heavy wood. It looked so grand and could definitely keep thieves away. Wow! The three girls stepped off the cart, looking absolutely overjoyed at the sight. What is all this? I was thrilled but confused. Lao Jiang scratched his head, explaining the county lord ordered his uncle to do it. It was a massive surprise, and I finally understood. Wang gave Lao Jiang 20 pounds of grain and a fast horse yesterday. He told him to grab supplies, hire workers, and finish before I got back. That is exactly why Lao Jiang completely vanished last night. He rode back fast just to rebuild my house. This new home felt amazing. Lao Jiang even turned the extra space into a proper guest room. From now on, even if my wives skipped sharing my bed, they never had to sleep on the floor. After that shiny hero's family sign went up, nosy people stood at my door every single day. I honestly thought my story would only reach a few people in this slow news age. Man, I was so incredibly wrong. Within days, my name was practically famous across the villages. Every single day brought a wilder rumor. Some claimed gods taught me medicine through my dreams. Others swore I learned mountain magic. So what do you and I make of this? Everyone wants to visit. Stick with me here. Village women swarmed us, bothering my wives. Tsar absolutely hated it. So Chu Qingqing and Gi Jian handled the chaos. People begged for grain, brought gifts, or just pleaded. Even that awful village leader who insulted me before, he showed up acting super sweet and friendly. Think about it, a starving kid now linked to the county lord? Nobody dares mess with me. Better kiss up fast and dodge any payback. Honestly, I ignored their fake smiles. People worship power. As long as they stay out of my way, fine. With this new fame, hiring workers and clearing land gets super easy. Plus, I kept totally busy. I had my three girls help grow the super potato shoots. They sprouted incredibly fast. We started with hundreds. Now, the yard exploded with nearly 10,000 plants. Using my past farming knowledge, 1 acre easily holds 4,000 normal crops. But our plot is tough, rocky hills. Plus, super potatoes are massive, 4 times the normal size. So we plant 500 per acre. That means clearing 17 or 18 wild acres. Clearing 18 acres requires preparing, planting, watering, and harvesting. I need 20 guys. 20 workers eat 10 pounds of grain daily, 300 monthly. I muttered the math aloud. Husband, drink some water. Chu Qingqing offered a cup, smiling softly. Resting her chin, she watched me with pure sweetness. Suddenly, the door opened. Gi Jian announced Lao Jiang. Let the man inside. Lao Jiang stepped in. How goes it? All sorted. 20 energetic, hard-working young guys. Now pay attention here. They wait outside, incredibly skinny and hungry. But hey, I feed them today. Full stomachs equal incredible workers. I already told the wives to prep thick meat porridge and steamed buns. I'm absolutely no cruel boss. Fantastic job, Lao Jiang. I assigned this 2 days ago, and you nailed it. I patted his shoulder happily. Famine changes things. Landless folks wander everywhere. Offer one good meal, and they do literally anything, he reported. He definitely earned his 10 pounds of grain. But wait, what is wrong? He sighed heavily. Many arrived, but mostly women and kids. Husbands missed grain tax, so the army drafted them. Sad, but clearing land is brutal. Women and kids just drain resources. He looked kind, but I felt nothing. I only care about feeding my family. When I almost starved, nobody helped. I refused to save the world. Did you bring the tools? Yes. Some weak wooden shovels and picks. He held them up. Goodness, those are completely useless. Barely fit for scooping mud. Normal dirt breaks them, so rocky hills will destroy them. This is everything available. Real iron got sold for food long ago. I shook my head. Toss the wood, and numbers fall short. Forget the tools. I will provide solid iron before we start digging. I still had 3 lottery spins. This is an easy fix. Lao Jiang looked super doubtful. 20 real iron tools? Iron costs fortunes. You cannot easily hide that much. Did he smuggle them from town? But I saw absolutely nothing. He overthought it, then just totally surrendered. Miracles just naturally follow me. If I say I have them, they exist. But Sun Jin, 1 month? I know what you are thinking. This sounds completely insane. Feeding massive crowds, blowing through grain, getting absolutely zero harvest. Even backed by the Lord, tax day arrives. The army demands their heavy grain. Fail to pay, and even the Lord abandons you. I smiled. Stop stressing. Start feeding them. You will definitely get your cut. Chew, Gi, go eat with Wonner. I need quiet time to think. I checked the system. The numbers blew my mind. Zhao Wonner favor hit 32. Gi Jian jumped up 10 points to 37. Chu Qingqing hit 49, soaring 15 points. Why huge jumps without alerting me? The system already explained this rule. Notifications only trigger at 10, 20, and 50-point milestones, right? I totally forgot the rules. Beyond 50, they turn eternally loyal. Feelings never waver. Then the system targets a new person. That sounds really amazing. I smiled, then panicked hard. Wait, do not target old Lao Jiang or Sun Hao. I would rather perish than romance them. The system groaned at me. Relax. It only selects people genuinely connected to your life. At higher levels, you charm 5 targets simultaneously. I exhaled. So all 3 girls loved me, just at varying depths. Epic news. I checked my stats. Strength 68, Speed 50, Brain 80, Charm 70, 19 strong antibiotics, 9 fishing rods, bows, 90 arrows, 9 adrenaline shots, 2 rare lotteries, 1 epic. They vanish in exactly 2 days. Charm jumped 10 points, probably from fame. Let us roll 1 rare lottery. Category, Farm Tools. Open it up. Choose quantity or quality. Always quantity. Fancy gear changes absolutely nothing. So what do we learn here? Sometimes you must burn. A rare spin on basic tools. Total waste, but no other way. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in. He just scores 100 iron tools, then rolls for rare seeds. Another massive haul. Ding. He gets 100 huge bags of top-tier grain and premium organic vegetable seeds. System items stay fresh forever in the inventory. He closes it up. Those seeds can definitely wait for now. After 2 crazy super potato harvests, the food crisis is totally solved. Then, it's planting time for the seeds. He pulls out 10 iron shovels, 10 rakes, 10 hoes, and 5 plows. He calls everyone in. Seeing this massive pile of iron tools just sitting there, the wives and Lao Jiang are completely stunned. Poor Lao Jiang almost loses his voice completely. He holds the tools, jaw literally on the floor. Where did all this come from? Our hero just crosses his arms. Secret fairy magic. The 3 wives just exchange a look. They are completely sure now their husband is definitely not normal. A fallen god, maybe? Because bad spirits aren't this broke. The shock fades quickly, though. After seeing enough crazy miracles, you just roll with it. Alright, enough talking. These tools are yours, and so is the farming job. After the harvest, you keep 30%. I expect a harvest in 1 month. A quick pat on the shoulder. He pinches himself. Ouch. Definitely not a dream. He stares at him like an actual farming god. No more doubting the magic. If magic is real, a 1-month harvest is absolutely happening too. He is about to be rich. He grabs the tools and hauls them outside. The whole grain shortage? Totally solved. Vegetables and proper nutrition are completely handled now too. He plans to chill for a few days, but totally forgets one thing. Success attracts major trouble like a magnet. The chaotic war brought innocent refugees, but it also brought greedy bandits. His noble family sign keeps beggars away, but bandits do not care. That night, he is happily joking around, bonding with his sweet wives. Now, watch closely. This is where it gets crazy. Crash. Husband, someone is out there. Definitely not a stray cat. Someone is climbing the yard wall. Maybe a hungry person wants food? Joanna whispers. No, way too late. Starving people lack the sheer strength to climb walls. He stays totally calm. She is absolutely right about that. Climbing walls at night means a thief or bandit, Gai Jin says. Chu Qingqing covers her mouth, holding him. Zoana is scared. Only Gai Jian stays steady. Complete silence. I will check. She grabs her sword. He catches her hand. Too dangerous. Let me go. Simple words, but they completely warm her heart. Before she can even reply, he confidently kicks the door wide open. Whoosh. A sharp dagger flies right at his face. Too fast. He barely turns his head in time. The blade violently scrapes right across his neck. Hot liquid drips down. The attacker wears full black and a mask. Total mystery. A cold flash, then intense, stinging pain. Darn it. He spots one tiny opening. Bam! A heavy kick to the stomach. The guy flies back 5 steps and hits the dirt hard. The 3 wives rush behind him, panicking. Is he hurt? He touches his neck, redness on his fingers. He covers the scrape, just a surface wound. I am fine. Wow. If he hadn't used the system's strength boost, that crazy strike would have completely ended him. Who is this guy? Why try to end him tonight? He thinks through his enemies. Only Sanhao and Sanwo come to mind. But the Lord already locked them up. Chu Ching Chong tears a cloth, pressing it to his neck. Her eyes hurt seeing him. Gai Jian grabs her sword, rushing the masked man. Hurt her precious husband? You are not escaping. Czar freezes, completely unsure what to do right now. I will grab some medicine. Husband, does it hurt badly? Not too bad. He stands there, calmly watching Guijian fiercely battle the man in black. She takes control instantly. After just a few moves, she kicks him down. She stomps his back, pointing her sword straight at his throat. Lady, please, mercy, you hurt my husband. You almost ended him. Why on earth should I spare you? She presses the sword harder. A red line appears. No, do not end me, Xian. Wait. He walks over and pulls off his mask. The guy looks about 35. A super rough face, high cheekbones, and a nasty long scar stretching from eye to ear. Definitely not a friendly dude. Who are you? Why attack tonight? He steps on his face. We both know, zero politeness for this trash. Ah, he screams. My patience is 0. I count to 3. Speak up, or I finish you off right now and report it to the office. 1. I will talk. I will talk. Do not end me. Speak. He moves his foot to the guy's chest. My name is Scar. People call me Little Knife. I came to scout. Scout? Gi Jin has never heard the word. Husband, what is a scout? Chu Ching King asks him too. Wow, you do not know? Scout means gathering information, Zhao Wer says. Chu Ching King gets brave. Where are you from? Who do you scout for? She looks so cute and fierce. He almost kisses her right there, but one hand is still holding his neck. Scrape. I am from Wolfhead Mountain. Wolfhead Mountain? The name sounds super familiar. He quickly checks through his old memory for a match. Then he remembers. That is the Bandit Mountain, roughly 40 kilometers west of the village. A real bandit mountain. Hundreds of outlaws robbing, attacking, and taking literally everything. A few years ago, they only targeted rich people. Trust me, that is where we leave it. With massive wars and severe famine, and rich families starved. Soldiers now heavily guard the city. You and I are jumping right in. Survival made everyone selfish. So bandits just raided any village with grain. Bandits everywhere. Chu Ching Chin got scared and hid behind me. Only Gai Jian and I stayed completely calm. So what if he is a bandit? End him today. No need to report this. She quickly raised her sword. Wait. I stopped her again. Why, husband? He almost finished you. He is a bandit. We cannot just let him go. I sighed. Taking him out now just hurts us. You are not from here. You do not know the bandits out west. There is also Tiger Plate Mountain up north, holding maybe 1,800 guys 80 kilometers away. This guy is just a scout. Missing or caught. When they send scouts, a raid is coming soon. He is right inside our village. We absolutely cannot escape. Even Gai Jian and the other 2 were completely shocked. Big brother, you really understand our world. The trapped bandit actually praised me. Even if you end me, they will still come. Just let me go. I will tell them no grain, no women here. Stay quiet. Gai Jin kicked him hard between the legs. He screamed out loudly. Husband, what now? Should we report to the office? Zhao joined in. Yes, you are the Lord's true hero. He will surely help you. Huh? If reporting actually worked, these bandits would not have lasted for years. I scoffed coldly. But husband, is the Lord not a truly good man? Watch closely here. Why let them roam? I sighed and explained. The Lord has only been here 2 years. But these bandits? Over 6. Their roots run deep. Plus, we are near the Dija border, 300 kilometers away. The strong men are all drafted for the army. The few guards left can barely protect the main city. They have no time for faraway bandits, and those hideouts sit entirely outside our county. The Lord lacks power there. Plus, our county still has people starving every day. No money, and absolutely no grain. Even with good hearts, officials cannot do much. Hiding is not the answer. Move out today. But when do we return? If we move forever, we have no home in the city. We cannot just live in someone else's house forever. Wanner was incredibly sharp. She knew I had a plan. So, what do you mean? When trouble comes, we just face it. That suddenly made the three feel safe again. I had a plan. They just had to trust me completely. Then, my next words immediately shattered that calm. Since they dared to come after me, those two bandit mountains simply do not need to exist anymore. What? The three shouted together, totally frozen. Even the grounded bandit was completely stunned. This man was crazy. Wipe out their bandit groups. Completely insane. With what? In this world, even a child knew the golden rule. To take a fort, you need 3 times the men around it, 5 times to attack. And those simply have to be fully trained soldiers. Tiger Plate held 2,000 bandits. Wolf had 500, totaling nearly 3,000. Even with all the city guards, we still lacked 3,000 men. Bandits were ruthless fighters. Each one was extremely dangerous. What I just said felt like a complete joke. You saw that, right? Why look at me like that? I looked around as they all stared at me incredibly strangely. Husband, you seriously want to wipe out the bandits? Yes. What is the problem here? They have been there for years. Several thousand of them. I just casually shrugged. A few thousand? Even against 10,000, I would still wipe them out. I confidently walked out. Bring him. We are seeing the village leader. They followed after me, still in absolute shock. Wanner stared at my back the whole walk. She could not figure out how I would accomplish this. From everything I had done, I was clearly not a man who bragged for nothing. I was truly a rare genius. Magic medicine, strange tools, powerful weapons, a name absolutely worth writing in books. But still, I only possessed a totally normal body. Bandits could still cut me. I was injured right now. How could I possibly defeat thousands of cruel villains? Gai Jin and Chu Ching Chan cared less about my bold plan and more about my fresh wound. Do not worry, husband fights extremely well. Sister Zhao and I have already seen it. Gai Jin gently comforted Chu Ching King as we reached the village leader's son Liangxi's house. He and his wife rushed out to meet us. Leader, no need to bring tea. I do not like long talk, so I will say it totally straight. This man here is a wolf-head mountain bandit. He came to scout our village, and I simply caught him. They will raid us within 5 days. What do you think? What? Bandits? Wolf-head mountain? The terrified leader looked at the man with absolute terror. I just casually kicked the tied bandit. Show the leader your proof. Big brother, I am a bandit. Shut up and just answer. One extra word and I easily cut your tongue. The bandit shut up fast. He genuinely thought he might escape from village people. But this man was totally different. Not a normal villager. He was truly scary. He pulled up his sleeve, revealing a wolf head tattoo on his arm. The leader stumbled backward, sitting hard on a heavy stone mill. He could not speak. He lived here almost 50 years, and knew that mark. We are completely marked. I leaned in. The leader and his wife were sweating. Heavens, so scared. Really? How? How can we possibly not be scared? Our village is completely marked. Stop panicking. I came just to talk about this. I have a way to handle these bandits, but I absolutely need your help. Run. Sanjian, tell the village to hide in the back hills. Bring food. Hey, old man, did you really hear what I said? I basically gave up. Was he so scared he went crazy? I repeated it. I have a solid way. Trust me, you and I definitely want to watch him handle those bandits. The leader checked my forehead for fever, then his own boy. In the past, the whole village completely looked down on you. Let's dive in. He used to be bullied for being lazy. Now, he learns medicine and saves the Lord's wife. Do not lose your mind because bandits are attacking. He sighs. Fine, if you are that terrified, tell the village to run. I handle this myself. Chu Ching King speaks up. Leader, my husband has a plan. Why run? If they burn the village, where do we go? She spoke for him. Fighting hundreds of men? Sunjian, do not blame me for lacking trust. Exactly how confident are you? Lives are on the line. He gives a confident smirk. If you trust me and help, 10 out of 10. Without you, only 7. You. The leader stares, trying to read his calm eyes. He fails, sighing deeply. Fine. Tell me your crazy plan first. I will judge. He spoke directly. Simple. Tear down some villager houses. Take all their grain, and dig up their cellars. Take all their ropes too. What? The leader jumps up, face totally red. He points at him, shaking with pure anger, completely speechless. The 3 wives freeze in shock. Destroy homes, steal food, dig cellars, take ropes. Pure bandit behavior. He sounded exactly like a bandit, not someone fighting them. Husband, Yushu Ching-chong was completely lost. He absolutely had to explain or be thrown out. My words sound awful, but this is the absolute only way to defeat them. Utter nonsense. Silence. Watch closely. If you did not grow up here, I would call you a spy. Get out. He stomps his feet. Even if our village runs, we cannot allow this. Leave, or I call the guards. Husband, please explain quickly. Gai Jin pulls him back in panic. If he did not explain now, the village would destroy itself before enemies even arrive. Yes, explain. I also thought you were a spy. Za rolls her eyes. This old man has too much temper. He waves his hands. Invaders are hundreds of cruel men. Without extreme methods, we cannot win. Tearing down old houses means we get heavy wooden beams to build massive, deadly traps. Enemies get heavily crushed and defeated. I do not mean houses people currently live in. Oh, Joanna happily claps. What about seizing food? Call me your husband and I will explain. She turns bright red. Absolutely not. Fine, back to the food plan. This is a terrible famine year. Invaders want food and women. If supplies are scattered, it is impossible to protect. Actually, we do not lack weapons. We lack brave fighters. If the food is scattered, villagers will only think about saving their own small families. When attackers arrive, cowards will run. Running means grabbing food. Grabbing food creates mass chaos. And chaos means the whole village will fall apart. So, we collect all food. Track every single pound. After enemies fall, we return it. I have plenty of food at home. I absolutely do not want theirs. Oh, this is the ultimate point of no return. Only moving forward. Gai Jin's eyes light up, luring the snakes out, waiting calmly to strike the exhausted enemies. Zhao Wunner adds. I nod approvingly. Digging cellars means hiding the elderly, children, and women in tunnels. Underground warfare. Then strong men can fight without any worry. Taking ropes is strictly for capturing the invaders. Hundreds of them. Where else do I find rope? The three girls look at him with absolute worship. You and I both know this plan is pure genius. With solid traps and zero backup for the enemies, they actually have a real chance. Sunjin, you claim you have weapons. Where from? His voice is calmer now. My husband crafts weapons. His bows are amazing. Even beginners hit targets 100 steps away. Guyan sold him out. He gave a look. She is so honest. She thought his bows were unlimited. He only had a few left. Without another system draw, securing enough weapons was a massive problem. You make iron weapons too? Why did I never know? The leader doubted him again. When exactly did he learn all this? Smart, focused, sharp plans. Not the lazy, useless old Sanji, plus medicine and weapons? Was this even Sanji? See, he hid his power well. Even the leader who saw him grow up does not know. Zhao whispers to Chu Ching King. Chu Ching Chung ignored the complaint completely. She only felt happiness. Yes, our incredible husband can do anything. Your husband, not mine, Wana reminded her. He is not my husband. My husband must be highborn. Only the emperor above him. That last line she muttered softly to herself. Her royal life shaped her like that. She did not even know she was hiding her own feelings for him. She would not look inside her own heart. He did not hear them whispering. He just stepped up and pressured the leader. Old man, enough talking. I know many things, but I do not need to explain every single one. Are you helping or not? If not, I do this alone. You all run. But when attackers leave, do not blame me if your homes are gone. I cannot save every house. Sun Liangshi makes up his mind. I will help. If we have a real chance, why not try? He was risking his family too. Running means returning to burned ashes. Good. No time to waste. We start tonight. My master plan has 3 key parts. First, drag this captive to the East Village. Gather everyone. Tell them invaders are coming, but tell them I already called for royal soldiers. Second, soldiers need at least 5 days to arrive. Until then, all food goes into one single place. No private storage. Elderly, women, and children hide. Dig tunnels between every house. Third, gather strong men. Build traps. Any questions? Calling soldiers is fine. Trust me, you must watch what happens next. Gathering the crowd is fine. Digging is fine, but folks will not hand over their grain easily. Simple. Tell them we will hide their food in a neighbor's tunnel. They panic about getting robbed, but also fear keeping it inside their own houses. Stick with me here, they will definitely share it. Makes perfect sense. Let us meet out east in 1 hour. He tied the crook up and visited every house alongside his wife. Soon, trusted locals gathered around. I walked back home silently with my own wives. My mind was totally focused on setting traps. Guy Jin poked Joanna. Sister, can our guy seriously take down every single bandit? For the last time, your man? Not mine. She kept that thought hidden, though. Do you trust him? Of course, I absolutely trust him. I just worry he might get injured. Those bandits are terrible guys. Do not stress. He fights just like you. Female warriors are super rare nowadays. Without the conflict, you would be a general's daughter. Guy. Jin felt her heart race. Her expression completely shifted. She desperately tried hiding it. I'm merely joking. Zoa Weiner did not push. Her own history was a secret too. Digging into Guy Jin meant someone digging into her own life. She quickly changed topics. Has he ever done anything he was unsure about? Sister Chu might miss it, but you definitely saw how many tricks he has pulled. Let me count. Knowing they approach, letting them walk in. That is flipping their plan. Lying in wait. Setting huge traps for them, while we safely protect ourselves. That is letting enemies tire out while we rest. Closing the gates to catch the crook. Using fake guards to collect grain. That is, using the breeze to fan the flames. Smashing the cooking pots. The brilliant way he fooled the leader and formed the plan. So many tricks. Watch closely. You are going to love this. 6 insane tricks already. Guy Jin was amazed. I caught them whispering and turned around. What are you three whispering about? Hurry up. We have big things to handle at home. Coming right now. I pulled out my last 4 bows and 90 arrows. I told Guy Jin to train Chu Qing King and Zhao Wenner to shoot right in the yard. I headed straight to my room to boot up the system. 1 epic lottery roll remained. After this, my next pull needed Chu Qing King's favor to max out. Guy Jin and Zhao Wenner were at 37 and 32. Far from 50. Their stats had totally stalled out. I desperately needed some new methods. System, lottery, weapons, and traps. Ding. You must choose only one single category. Darn. Fine. Hand over the modern weapons. 2 or 3 armored tanks would be amazing. Or maybe some modern rifles. I rubbed my forehead, nearly begging for a heavy rocket launcher. I could gather the villains up and wipe them out instantly. Ding. Modern weapons only drop through the totally random weapon lottery. No guarantees. What if I pull bows again instead of actual guns? How about some explosives? Ding. Items that break this era too much are totally banned. Only random pulls. Fine. Traps it is. Traps cannot alter history. Ding. Epic lottery open. Quantity or quality? Quantity, obviously. You receive 100 auto-trigger iron logs, 100 flaming stones, 10 infrared crossbows with 1,000 giant arrows, 100 trigger crossbows with 1,000 iron arrows, 100 giant nets, 10,000 hidden spikes, 20 bouncing horse barriers, and 100 ground spike sets. You see that? This epic lottery is absolutely insane. So many insane trap items. Most were auto-trigger or infrared. Honestly, absolutely zero special skills were needed to set them up. If I unleashed all this, hundreds of villains would fall. Even 10,000 elite soldiers standing right there would not survive. For your very first epic roll, you also get 5 anti-soldier landmines and 1 premium gift box. Wait, landmines? I was totally stunned. What an epic reward. I never expected the epic tier to drop. Modern gear. Wolfhead Mountain and Tiger Plate Mountain meant absolutely nothing now. I could attack their bases, but landmines were defensive traps, not for charging in. Still, I finally had serious backup. The gift box can wait. 0 time limit. I closed the system interface and confidently walked right out. Husband, you finally came out. Shu Qing put down her heavy bow and grabbed my arm. How was practice today? Sister Xin says we learned incredibly fast and perfected our form. I playfully poked her nose. I always knew my Qing Chan was the absolute best. She blushed hard, hiding her face against my chest. While Guy Jin got slightly jealous. Wanner proudly turned her face away. I let go of Chu Qing Chong and coughed loudly. This bow is easy. Just aim well. Stay completely calm in battle. 1 shot, 1 takedown. The village leader should have everybody gathered up by now. Let us head straight to the east side. Guy Jin's eyes lit up. Husband, you have a master plan now. Yes. Even if 20,000 bandits arrived, none would survive. Let us go. Bring the bows. I walked out with the 3 girls behind me, pure worship shining brightly in their eyes. 300 locals were already gathered up. Only the extremely old and weak stayed back at home. The leader had already explained absolutely everything, but years of endless suffering had broken them. Just hearing enemies were coming made them act like terrified birds. They were not against the leader. They were just terrified for their own lives. Nobody in history fought these bandits and survived. Village leader, we believe you. But the bad guys and people, we are just starving farmers. How can we possibly fight? Yes, leader. 3 days to prep. But if I miss even 1 day of work, my entire family starves. My situation is awful too. If Sun Jian had not hired some of us this week, I would literally be begging. Trust me, watch closely. The leader sighed. He was too hopeful. Organizing was hard. Stick with me here. A guy suggests running from the bandits and gets slapped. The other yells, my mother is 70. My wife starved for 4 days. My baby is crying. How can we possibly escape to the mountains? Why is that my problem? We starved earlier. I only have myself. Air. Go. You are heartless. If our houses burn down to ash, where do we even return? If Sunjin had not hired you recently, you would be gone. Total chaos erupted in the crowd. Fight sparked, and the leader completely lost control. Everyone stop right now. I finally arrived. My voice cut through the noise. Most paused their fighting to look. Man, I hate senseless infighting. I launched ergo, flying several feet. Then I grabbed those troublemakers and tossed them aside like ragdolls, one by one. Before, this village totally looked down on me. But since the Lord showed me respect, absolutely nobody dared to speak against me. Plus, plenty of strong guys ate my food this week. They stayed totally silent. In a massive famine, the guy feeding you is basically your boss. Just a few hundred bandits. So what? They are not even here yet and you guys are already attacking each other. I stepped onto the wooden platform beside the leader. Just because some guys stayed quiet did not mean everyone agreed. A tall, skinny guy stood up. Sunjin, admit you changed completely. You forge iron, you heal folks, and have official TIs. You even have extra grain and tools to spare. Even I, old Shia, must show respect. Normally, I would never cross you, but this situation is totally different. I never ate your food, so I owe you absolutely nothing. Living alone or even begging is way better than fighting ruthless bandits. A lost house is much better than a lost future. Old Shia farmed his land, but absolutely nothing grew recently. 2 years back, the local office actually assigned him a war wife. She starved within days. Now, he just hunts in the hills. Yes, Sunjin. It is not that we refuse to listen. We simply cannot fight bandits. Many will fall. The anxious crowd grew extremely loud again. Quiet. I raised my hand. I completely understand your fear, but you guys do not even know my master plan. How can you say we will lose? Trap them and wait, right? Those bandits have real swords. We only have your iron tools. We will lose everything out there. I just smiled. Now watch this move closely. I pulled out a system-given landmine. The confused leader just stared at the strange iron lump. The villagers looked totally confused. This is my ultimate trap against those bandits. What? That tiny iron lump? Are you kidding? Throw it at their heads, Sunjin. Your iron shovel would honestly do more damage. I stayed perfectly calm. Let them laugh. They definitely would not be laughing soon. Sister Chu, what exactly is that? Guy Jin asked. I have no idea, but husband knows best. Chu Qingqing replied. Zhaoana rolled her eyes hard. Who knows what crazy tricks he has now? Remember that hookless fishing rod? Yet the fish magically floated up. If he claims it works, maybe it really does. The villagers doubted, begging the leader to let them pack and flee. The village leader felt immense pressure. Sunjin, if this is a joke, I cannot stop them leaving. This was exactly the reaction I wanted. Wait, I have not even explained how to use this yet. How do you know it fails? Bandits arrive in 3 days. You still have time. Witness its true power. First, old Shia, help me out. I stepped down, handing him the mine. Who has a fire stick? Bring it here. Me. Lao Jiang dashed out and handed me one. Watch very closely. I opened the device, making it a massive grenade. I quickly pulled out the fuse. Old Shia, you are pretty strong. After I light this thing, throw it as far as possible. I know what you are thinking, absolute madness. I pointed at a broken house and sparked the fuse before he could even answer. I picked old Shia, since he complained loudest about running, convinced that stubborn guy, and most of the fearful men would quickly follow. Plus, he was super strong from hunting. Hold steady, or we all fall together. The fuse spit sparks. Old Shia's hands literally shook. Gunpowder was not entirely new in this era. Travelers used it for tricks, and festivals used small bursts. Rich families used it for fortune items, but never in actual battle. Nobody realized it could easily become a highly explosive, devastating weapon. Pure gunpowder. A few knowledgeable villagers gasped in shock. My wives totally recognized it too. Throw it. Old Shia took 2 quick steps, throwing hard. Get down and cover your ears. I crouched quickly, and the panicked villagers immediately copied me. Suddenly, the open field went completely silent. I waited for the boom. 1 second. 5 seconds. Nothing. Damn it. What is happening? The villager stood, confused. Even the leader started shouting, Sunjin, what on earth are you? Boom. An absolute mammoth shockwave rocked everything. The dark night flashed bright as day. That epic blast shredded several empty houses. Sharp wood and heavy stone flew everywhere. A literal mushroom cloud rose high up. Ears rang wildly. The whole world spun. Villagers who had stood up were violently thrown straight back. Just light injuries. I waved away thick dust and spit. When the dark smoke finally cleared, every single villager stood completely frozen, looking like lost souls with terrified faces. That crazy boom hit like thunder from a totally clear sky. Are you guys okay? I ran over. We are totally fine, husband. Gai Jin coughed hard, staring at me. You actually made this? What is it? She looked utterly mind-blown. Yes, but honestly, that power was way bigger than I expected. I checked the burning wreckage. You are amazing, husband. A literal god. And that is where we leave it. My wives praised me, while the stunned villagers finally snapped back to reality. Stick with me here. They reached the ruins, but those old houses were gone. Just black earth, burning pieces, and a massive crater. The villagers just stared at me, totally terrified and amazed. Old Zhao Ergo and Lao Jiang were speechless. I combined gunpowder with simple things. Honestly, I only expected to break a few houses. That crazy blast power shocked me too. What is it? The village leader asked me. It started as a ground explosive, but I upgraded it to be thrown. I hopped back up. Hey, do not be afraid. If we use it right, we stay totally safe. It only detonates when thrown. Plus, I built other epic traps, upgraded bows, dropping rocks, and heavy logs. That explosive was merely a test run. With all this gear, against hundreds of bandits, we easily win. Even 10,000 enemy soldiers would never survive this. Do you guys trust me now? Their absolute terror finally shifted into hope. We are totally saved. No more running. The whole crowd cheered, and my respect level maxed out. Chu Qingqing and Gi Jin watched me with starry eyes. But Zhao Wer was furious. She muttered about me destroying the army. You dare? The system alerted me. Zhao Wer favor -1, now 31. Gi Jin favor up 3, hitting 40. Chu Qingqing favor reached 50 max. I saw those stats and frowned. Of course, she was their princess. My talk about destroying her army terrified her. I would definitely need to remember that. Ding. Chu Qingqing favor maxed at 50. She is yours forever. You earned 1 legendary lottery ticket, valid 30 days, plus 20 attribute points. New binding soon. I closed the system interface and mapped the bandit traps. After that massive explosion, nobody dared question me anymore. People actually started calling me the human thunder god. I kept my promise. I divided my grain supplies into daily food rations and fed everyone, but not out of kindness. I needed their absolute loyalty and labor. Now pay attention here. With those super potatoes growing, food was fully secure. We would seriously never starve again. I shipped that scarred bandit off under heavy guard. Then, I commanded the village to build traps. Everyone worked tirelessly, fighting to prove their worth. Old Chow supervised the effort. In just 1 single day, everything transformed. 5 dirt paths led inside. We completely barricaded 3 of them. Only 1 entrance and exit remained. We kept the entrance clear to lure those bandits deep inside first. I ordered the hidden guards to let the enemy walk right in. Do not spook them. Wait for the inner defensive traps to trigger. When they eventually retreat in panic, drop massive heavy iron logs to barricade the gates. Trap those dogs inside. Inside the village, pure chaos waiting to happen. Traps in every house, alley, and crosswalk. Heavy iron, fiery stones, absolutely everything deadly. To block any crazy escape plans, we surrounded the broken walls with horse barriers, sharp ground spikes, and heavy iron cow barricades. When the survivors finally try to run away, the only exit leads straight into villagers holding giant nets. Zero chance of escaping. Every single trap chained together perfectly. The villagers literally praised me like a hero. Healing god, war god, and now thunder god. I just smirked. Listen up, everyone. Even though we are fully prepared, they might strike early. So gate guards, stay at your assigned spots. Do not move. The village leader will deliver meals, and your families are completely safe. Not one person argued back. Sunjin, am extremely curious, the leader stated. Speak. You and I are probably wondering the same thing. Why not hide the kids tonight? Well, no need. The bandits only have one entry, perfectly covered by our lookouts. If they spot movement, they strike the warning gong. The enemies are too far to hear it anyway. Makes sense. I faced Old Zhao and Lao Jian. Lookout duty is all yours. Do not worry about a thing, Sunjin. We will not mess this up. Awesome. Everyone else, go rest. I hopped down. I said my final good nights to the leader and village elders, then proudly escorted my wives home. Back home, the three girls immediately begged to know how I built that explosive. I tried explaining, but my modern technical jargon just left them completely confused. Husband, just tell us, are you actually a descended deity, a scholar god, or a war saint? Sure. And what about those genius traps? We never saw stuff like triggered crossbows or those massive smart nets. You did not craft them here. They just spawned out of nowhere. Same goes for that crazy bow and those super potatoes. Magic. I just rubbed my aching forehead. The harder I tried explaining, the more wild questions they fired, like curious cats. Finally, I gave one single dramatic answer to quiet them. Heavenly secrets cannot be leaked. Right as Zhao W opened her mouth to argue, loud knocking hit our door. Bang, bang, bang. Who could it be at this insane hour? I opened up. Sanji, it is just me. The village leader stood holding two incredibly dusty wine jars. He looked super grateful. You worked incredibly hard today. My wife saved this vintage wine for 5 years. We almost traded it for emergency grain, but she completely refused. We never drank it. This is literally the most precious thing in our home, so I brought it for you. First off, you saved everyone. Second, you fed us all. As leader, I sincerely thank you. His gratitude was completely genuine. Honestly though, I did not just live for praise. Leader, you flatter me. Everything I did was actually self-serving. Paying the village workers, battling those bandits. It was mostly to protect my own family. Total honesty here. Employing the village just meant exchanging labor for food. So what do you and I think? A fair trade. I fought because my family lives here with our grain and super potatoes growing. I was just using the villagers, not saving them. We both benefited, so I cannot accept this wine. Take it back. He looked deeply hurt. Please do not look down on this. It could trade for 100 pounds of grain. Trust me on this one. This cheap wine, 100 pounds could buy several wives. The old man lied, but he was completely sincere. I had to save his pride. This is truly fine wine. The most valuable treasure in our village. Everyone really wants you to have it. Please take it. You are our only hope. If you refuse, I cannot face the others. Sighing, I finally gave in and took the bottle. Fine. Go home and rest. The village leader smiled brightly and walked away. I just shook my head, watching him leave. What does ancient wine even taste like? Let me try it tonight. 3 gorgeous wives, but only one in my bed? What an absolute waste. I should drink with all 3 and get them nice and tipsy. A 4-way night? Yes, please. I brought the wine inside and grabbed instant noodles for snacks. Come on over. Tonight, all 3 of you are drinking with me. I quickly poured the wine into their bowls. The seal popped open, and a strong aroma filled the room. We drink tonight. Chu Ching Chun looked completely surprised. Watch closely, because tonight I had my own little master plan. I was absolutely not going to waste this perfect golden opportunity. Okay? She sat down obediently. Ancient world women simply followed their husbands without question. Such good wine. I have not smelled wine this good in years. Gai Jin was incredibly bold. She immediately picked up her wooden bowl and took a deep sniff. She remembered the last time she drank. Her family was still a legendary noble house of Duxin. But then, her father picked the losing side. Corrupt enemies spread lies. Framed as rebels, they lost absolutely everything. Wine requires grain, and during famines, even the richest families hoarded their food. Just smelling alcohol was a massive luxury for the poor. Truly amazing wine. She took a sip and praised it. Let me smell. Tsar leaned closer. Yes, not bad at all. The leader was right. This could fetch 100 pounds of grain. He was completely sincere. I frowned and rolled my eyes. These two had not experienced the real world at all. One was a literal princess. The other was noble born, and they actually thought this trash was good. Wanner nudged me. Why make that face? You all have not seen anything yet. I bit into my dry noodles. I almost slipped up once. She quickly caught herself. You are the one who knows absolutely nothing. This is genuinely good wine. Gai Jin nodded. Yes, dear husband. Quality wine like this is incredibly rare, Shu Qing Chong whispered softly. I know nothing about alcohol, but it smells amazing. Ignore him. Let us just drink. He clearly does not understand good wine at all. Wana spoke as I chewed my noodles. This wine is basic, just fermented and filtered. Maybe 10% alcohol. Absolute trash. Even I could brew wine 100 times better than this. No aging required. Wow. Chu Qingqing's eyes instantly lit up with wonder. Are you serious, husband? Guyan grabbed my arm. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? My method is unique. You and I both know I am not bluffing. After crushing those bandits, I will brew legendary wine. I did not even need my system. In this primitive world, alcohol was just fermented grain or fruit. Even the grandmaster brewers only reached 20%. Real liquor needs high heat, distilling, cooling, filtering, and double distilling. Wait, you understand winemaking too? Joanna looked at me with totally fresh eyes. Was there literally anything I could not do? Want to bet? If I brew it, will you finally call me husband like the others? I took the golden opportunity to flirt. She instantly turned bright red. I absolutely will not. But you are my wife. Saying husband is right. She literally had no comeback for that. If I make wine 100 times better than this trash, you owe me one single kiss. Deal. Her face flushed even redder as she lifted her chin. Fine. If you actually pull it off, I will consider it. Deal. Mood secured. I changed the subject. Let us drink. Cheers. We laughed. I even told some dirty jokes, making them blush. After 3 rounds of drinking, I suggested playing truth or dare. Without dice, I could not teach them casino games, so I demonstrated this instead. Watch. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock smashes scissors. Scissors cuts paper. Paper covers rock. Got it? The winner asks a question. The loser cannot refuse a dare. Even an idiot could see the absolute greed in my eyes. Chu Qingqing and Guian imagined dirty things and blushed. They lowered their heads, ready for what came. But Za was completely different. What is to fear? 3 of us against you. If any of us wins, we command you instead. Fine, no takebacks allowed. Let us start with Qing Qing. Rock, paper, scissors. The heavens were on my side. 3 flawless victories. You all lost. Now it is time for my special request. No way. That does not count. Let us go again. Zhao sensed danger immediately. You are cheating. Play again, or I refuse your dirty request. You are going to ask for that, and I am not ready. She turned away, blushing. I almost argued, but the timing was wrong. Forcing it might work, but I wanted her to crave it. We had plenty of time. Let her win this round. Fine. Last time. No cheating after this. You two better not cheat either. The other wives stayed quiet and completely red. My heart raced like crazy. I blurted out my demand. My wish? All losers tonight sleep in my bed. No refusals. No fighting. Then, I immediately blew out the candles. So what do you and I make of this? Left hand on Chu Qingqing, Lan Gijin. Wana bolted like a terrified rabbit. Let's dive in. Chu Qingqing and Gijin gasped, pulling free. But I held tight. We agreed. Win and lose. No backing out. But I promised them, just sleep, nothing more. Chu Qingqing was completely fine. But Gijin made things super awkward. She was incredibly shy. With smooth words and soft tricks, she finally agreed. Joanna stamped her foot, muttering about me being shameless. She marched into the side room. My plan worked flawlessly, so what if I acted shameless? I really had to be. Otherwise, no girl would ever approach me. They were my wives. Nothing in the universe could ever stop me from sharing my own bed. A tiny trick to reach my goal was totally fine. In bed, I tossed my robes aside. The two were just incredibly embarrassed. They reminded me I promised to only sleep. Yes, I just sleep better comfortably. I easily sweet-talked them out of their outer layers too. I lay right between them. My hands rested gently. Both of them were absolutely perfect. Everything was perfectly firm. In the glowing moonlight, Chu Ching Chong was stunningly white as cream. Gai Jin was less pale, but smooth and strong. Soft sounds escaped from both of them. I rolled over, pinning Gi Jin right beneath me. I was completely ready to start. Now watch closely. A sound suddenly echoed from the village. Bang, bang, bang. A gong. Far off, but clear. Gi Jin was entirely lost. She didn't care anymore, but I immediately had to stop. Wait, listen. Bang, bang, bang. Getting closer now. I definitely knew that exact sound. Old Zhao and Lao Jiang were warning us about bandits. Damn it, bandits. They arrived way too early. I jumped up, dressing fast, lighting a candle. The two women snapped back to reality and quickly dressed too. Joanna hadn't slept at all. She was in the next room, listening closely. She hurried in, waiting for my orders. Those annoying bandits, coming right at this exact moment. Xian, take them down to the cellar. Protect them well. I'm going outside. I pulled on my heavy robe and dashed out. These bandits were incredibly fast. I expected 3 days, not 1.5. Good thing I already built those hidden traps. Good thing I posted lookouts outside. Most of our strongest guys were already at my gate, awaiting orders. The village leader and the elders arrived too, supported by our young men. Old Zhao and Lao Jiang stopped hitting the gong, gasping for breath. Bandits are coming. Looks like several hundred riding on horses with bright torches. Sunji, same exact plan. Yes, I looked at the moon. Roughly half an incense stick before they finally get here. Old Zhao, head straight to the entrance. Tell our guys to stay completely calm. Let them all inside, then seal the road. La Jiang, take the exit. Tell them when to drop the giant net. If any escape, take them down. Nobody gets away. Leader Ergo, take men and strike the gong. Tell every single house to hide down in their cellars. Don't trigger our own traps. Everyone moved incredibly fast. The epic hunt had finally begun. The bandits rode in, seeing absolutely nobody. They felt thrilled. Brothers, steal the grain. Grab the women. Crush anyone who dares to fight back. Feel the suspense. Hooves pounded alongside curved swords. They kicked open doors, but every house was completely empty. Even the chickens were totally gone. Boss, something is very wrong. This village is strange. A small bandit was reporting when an arrow suddenly flew. It struck straight through his chest. He collapsed instantly. Damn villagers. They set traps. Find them and forcefully take them all down right now. The big boss roared furiously. Bandits rushed into the yards, searching for hidden fighters. But absolutely nobody was there. The arrows came from automatic infrared crossbows. Searching empty rooms only got more bandits. Instantly taken out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew everywhere. Bandits fell. Big brother, there are ghosts in this village. Damn you. We are fearless bandits. We don't fear ghosts, brothers. Get off your horses. Find those sneaky villagers. But off their horses, they became easy targets. More arrows fiercely flew. Giant logs and stones fell. Many were wiped out. The villagers worked like one person. Every step was absolutely perfect. The bandits totally panicked. They desperately tried to run, but the road was firmly blocked. The boss and a few close men reached the exit. Horse barriers, spikes, caltrops. No way through. Heaven blocked. Earth blocked. Absolutely no escape. 500 bandits wiped out in under 2 hours. Only a few dozen left. Lao Jiang quickly dropped the giant net right onto the last group. Less than 2 hours. An absolute, total victory. 0 villagers wounded. 46 bandits caught. The rest defeated. The villagers cheered. Old women and children finally came out of the cellars. Everyone gathered around to see me. In their eyes, I was basically a god. Now, when I arrived with my 3 wives, they eagerly crowded around. Sanjian, you are our absolute god. All 500 bandits defeated or caught. Not one of us was hurt. This is truly beyond human. He has magic, medicine, epic bombs like thunder gods, and now this flawless plan. A legendary man like this appears once every 1,000 years. I felt incredible. Even widows in the village gave me looks now. Sanji, I am rough. I foolishly crossed you before, but today, I see everything perfectly clearly. You are no small fish. You will naturally rise like a mighty dragon. To follow you is my greatest honor. My life is yours. East or west, I follow you. I gently patted old Chao's shoulder. Sanji, what do we do with these bandits? The leader bowed. These ruthless men had violently destroyed and burned. Each of them had committed awful crimes. I wouldn't waste any words on them. Clean up the area. Lao Jiang, take the live bandits to the main office. Should we hide in cellars again tonight? From those numbers, almost all of Wolfhead Mountain actually came. That is where we leave it. We are safe for now. Tiger Plate Mountain is far. Just send men to watch the hill each day. You and I are jumping right back in. Once word spreads about Wolfhead, our FOs will hesitate. Chow, clear those unused traps. Then set fresh ones far outside our borders. Keep them off the paths, and our home stays completely secure. The crowd roared with pure joy, and started working. The dark night faded, bringing a bright, hopeful dawn. I just wanted to take my lovely wives home and catch some well-deserved rest. But the second I lay down, bang, bang, bang. Seriously, knocking right now? Who is it? Can a guy not get some peaceful sleep with his family? I nearly shouted my frustrations out loud. Sanjian, it is Lao Jiang. I know you are awake, but the Lord is here. The Lord? My anger vanished. I rushed to open the door. He came so early after we handed over Scar. He definitely heard about our epic victory and rode all night just to reach us here. Normally, a county leader completely ignores simple bandit issues. Deputies usually do that, but this older gentleman rode through the darkness just to help. Honestly, I felt touched. Sir, please come right inside. I welcomed him warmly and asked Chu Ching Chung for tea. His bright eyes stared at me, glowing with pure excitement and pride. Good, good, good. He repeated it 3 times. My eyes were absolutely right. A true young hero. Our county holds such a wonder. Haha. I rubbed my nose, feeling so awkward. Just luck. When I learned villains targeted your village, I worried endlessly. I gathered my guards and rode endlessly through the dark. Reaching your gate, we ran straight into your people, safely escorting those captured villains right over to my main office. They explained how you outsmarted the enemy, perfectly trapped them, and took down over 400. You captured their boss with 0 villagers harmed. He beamed like he did it himself. Sir, you praise me too much. I prepared early. Too modest. I'm neither deaf nor blind. A genius who masters magic, medicine, crafts thunder bombs, wields enchanted bows, and sets flawless traps. This level of strategy is definitely not luck. Watch closely. His face turns totally serious. You hide amazing talents. The vibe shifted. He was doing more than just thanking me. He raised his hands high. Years ago, our great Qianwu Emperor served under that absolutely rotten Sui dynasty. He fought hard to forge this Dian Empire. We are young with endless possibilities. With your insane talent, why not join Dian officially? Why not serve the Emperor? Boom. There it is. He wanted to drag me straight into imperial politics, just because I healed his wife. He rode through darkness just for me. For most guys, this means a golden ticket to riches and high status. But absolutely not for me. I refused those invisible chains. I had 0 interest playing some emperor's pawn just for fancy outfits. I possessed the ultimate system. What could I possibly lack? Emperors? Someday, I will soar way above them all. Court drama is dangerous. Serving kings is like feeding hungry tigers. One tiny mistake, and you perish completely. I hate seeking unnecessary trouble, so I smoothly changed the topic. Sir, please, let us skip that heavy talk. You traveled so far. Let me serve you an incredible dish you have never, ever experienced. What? He blinked. I asked Chu Ching Chung to prepare instant noodles for our guest. Yet, he still desperately wanted to chat. I clapped loudly. Please sit. I will unearth a culinary treasure for you. I quickly stepped out. Husband, where are you digging potatoes? Guyan and Zhao Waner refused to stay alone with our guest, so they quickly followed me. Husband, wait up. While walking, Gai Jian proudly whispered to Zhao Waner, sister. It really sounds like he wants our guy to become an official using his awesome skills. You saw this coming, right? He could easily become a top minister or duke. But Zhao sneered coldly. She liked the idea, but hated serving Du Xin. Sister, what is wrong? He is a brilliant scholar. Every scholar desires power. With this backing, exams are skipped entirely. It does not have to be Du Xin. He could rule Dao like a king. Wait, what? She definitely almost spilled her massive secret. Anything beats serving Du Xin. Sister, are you not from Dian? Gai Jian shot her a glare. She always suspected Wanner hid something huge. Being a general's daughter herself, she realized Zhao might actually belong to the royal Dao family. Of course I am. Dao just feels way more stable. Zhao panicked. Du Xin is barely 10 years old. Dao has seen 5 whole emperors. Despite tough times, they are super developed. Yes, but he grew up in Du Xin. Gai Jian completely refused that excuse. That new Dao ruler took power by absolute force. They have major issues. Counting past rulers never proves a nation is great for careers. The fallen Sui dynasty had many leaders before Du Xin. Many heroes fell there. A brand new empire is way better. Plus, I am a proud Du Xin native. I avoid suspicion. Does the border matter? Your top Dian minister comes straight from Dao anyway. What are you whispering about? Hurry up, I called. Gai Jian wanted answers, but finally let it go. Zhao sighed heavily. A powerhouse like me joining Dian means Dao and others lose peace completely. With my epic backup, Dian would crush every rival kingdom. Trust me, if she reclaims her royal title, she will drag me to Dao by force. Let's dive into this wild mystery. She wanted me on her side at any price. The potato hill was not far, but arriving there, I was completely stunned. Ruined vines everywhere. The growing potato shoots were tossed all around. 2 acres of fresh plants destroyed, like wild animals attacked. My heart sank. What happened? Bad soil? Zhao and Gi Jin ran up, absolutely shocked as well. This is not a dirt issue. It looks like something ate them, right? Humans did this. Not bad soil. I sighed heavily. These were super potatoes. They could thrive even in water. Dirt was fine. But people? Did someone here attack my husband on purpose? Gi Jin frowned. Who in town would dare? It simply had to be wild dogs or hungry animals. I checked the broken vines and the bite marks. It was definitely humans. They only chewed the soft top leaves, leaving the bitter stems. The 2 crouched low, inspecting the ruined stems. Wow, you can actually see teeth marks. Goodness, who would ever eat this? Exactly. Can humans even eat this? I gave them a flat look. One was a rebel general's kid. The other was royalty. They had never known true hunger. Since marrying me, they ate like queens. They had never witnessed real starving folks before. When humans get desperate, they consume anything. Tree bark, fallen leaves, even mud. If pushed too far, weak folks do unthinkable things. This dark reality was spreading everywhere now. The Sun family village got extremely lucky. I sighed quietly, hiding the harsh truth. Has anyone spotted beggars wandering through? Not that I know of, Gi Jin replied. Do not ask me. The others questioned the locals. Not me, Zar muttered. Forget it. We are lucky we planted potatoes. If it was wheat or veggies, completely gone. Watch closely. Husband, head home. Not yet. Help me dig some potatoes. I started digging with bare hands. They had eaten potatoes but had zero clue how they grew. They actually thought they hung on vines like melons. When I dug one up, total shock. Potatoes grow beneath the dirt. I just shrugged. Did I ever claim they grew up top? I grabbed a potato as big as my hand. These super potatoes are incredibly strong. Not even fully grown yet and already huge. Those leaf eaters had no idea the real prize was right beneath their feet. If they had simply dug, they would have found actual food, not bitter stems. Super lucky for us. Stop staring and help. The 3 of us quickly dug a dozen potatoes. Lacking bags to carry more, I simply covered the remaining holes. We then marched back home, carrying hefty potatoes in our arms. Back home, a massive crowd was blocking my door again. The village chief and elders heard the Lord had arrived and came rushing. I spotted Lao Jiang and Old Chow waiting right there. I told them to dispatch some farmhands to guard the rest of our precious potato fields. No more strays eating my crops. I worked way too hard for that food. Those 2 were my guys now. They dashed off to gather workers immediately. Xian steamed these potatoes, then served them to the Lord. Yes, husband. I strolled into the room. The chief and elders immediately stood up. Sir, you visited the fields? The Lord noticed my muddy clothes. Yes, I promised to bring you something truly amazing today. Give it 30 minutes and we eat. In this famine, what could it be? The Lord wondered. As the county boss, he knew every single type of crop, even if he rarely ate them. Just wait and see. I kept the grand reveal a complete secret. The village elders had never seen real potatoes either, just rumors. Today, they would finally see and taste this miracle. Sharing was actually a great move. They would definitely help me far more. Later, the Lord suddenly switched topics. I sent a letter to my mentor. Governor Yao will officially recommend you. You and I both know that sounds suspicious. Governor Yao? I had a terrible feeling. Who was this guy? Was the Lord seriously still pushing me into office? Damn this stubborn old man. He just would not quit. An elder suddenly gasped out loud. Governor Yao of Yonghao, Yao Tianjiang. Yes, good heavens. The absolute biggest official in Yonga. He controls every military and civilian matter. He is the Lord's mentor. An epic teacher makes brilliant students. I mentally rolled my eyes hard. These guys had absolutely zero worldly experience. A governor was basically a state boss and general combined. But honestly, Yonga was just a small to medium territory. Just Middle Shani and parts of Gansu on older maps. Why all the hype? The chief added, Governor Yao is a founding hero of Dushin, the emperor's right hand, and the top medical master alive. Meeting him is a lifelong dream. The Lord smiled with sad eyes. I was his very last student. He always claimed I carried his legacy, yet I almost lost my own wife to illness. If not for Mr. Sun, she would be gone. Now it clicked. The Lord was a doctor too. That explains why he bowed deeply after checking his wife. He recognized I genuinely cured her instead of using some flashy fake soul return needle trick. In my letter, I heavily praised your medical skills and brave actions. The governor actually replied. He praised you as well. He stated that on August 15th, he will travel to Hong County just to meet you. Oh, so not for a job offer? Perfect. I instantly felt relieved. Sir, do you truly hate the idea of office that much? Yes. Why become an official? I refuse to wear chains. I hate political faction fights. Scheming with greedy court officials is completely miserable. Huh? Taking office might not even be your choice. He stroked his beard. Because of the bandits and medicine? Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Beyond that, you are incredibly young and gifted. Your medicine, tools, weapons, explosives, and brilliant plans are unmatched. The choice isn't mine, I interrupted. Sir, I repeat myself. I refuse any official position. No one can actually force me, right? Stick with me here. With my insane system, you and I know only settle for becoming the absolute highest ruler. Why settle for a tiny role? You are the Lord. If you stay quiet, who could possibly recruit me? You are completely wrong. Even if I stay quiet, news of your weapons and crushing 500 bandits with 0 losses will spread. Chin spies are literally everywhere. My heart dropped. Rumors spread fast. 1 tells 10, 10 tell 100. Soon, the emperor hears everything. He is no weak prince. He built the empire. He had power. I couldn't dodge this forever. I needed to grow much stronger before that day arrived. Wait, the 15th of the 8th month. That is literally tomorrow. The governor arrives in the morning. I checked the days. Tomorrow totally fails. I promised my wives we would watch the moon together. The Lord had absolutely no idea how to react. Sure, I held a scholar title, but I was still just a peasant. The ultimate military and political leader of Yongshao was visiting a tiny town for me, and I just casually refused. People wouldn't believe it. The leader nearly cried. Sunjian, the 15th day. Moon stays full on the 16th. Everyone watches the moon at night anyway. What kind of moon are you staring at in the morning? In tough times like these, just surviving was a festival. Meeting the mighty governor was an absolute once-in-a-lifetime chance. Pay attention here. You and I know this is massive. The village hadn't seen luck like this in decades, and I just blindly refused. The panicked elders begged me. Sanjian, just meet him in the morning. Moon gaze at night. It works perfectly. I glared at them. Go yourselves, then. But I kept my mouth shut. The Lord noticed the heavy tension. How about this? I know you possess incredible skills and prefer hiding from the world. But Governor Yao is a top-tier official. He's my teacher. He traveled incredibly far. Could you just meet him this once? I promise to get you home by nightfall, perfectly in time for moon viewing with your wives. The Lord asked so politely. If I denied him now, I'd look completely heartless. He literally rode through the dark night to save me. I had to show some respect. Fine, I will meet him. The relieved Lord smiled, immediately ordering horses ready for tonight. Yes, morning arrival. We absolutely cannot make him wait. Fine. So my cozy time with Guijian would simply have to wait until the 15th night. Husband, the noodles are ready. The potatoes too. Chu Ching Chang and Gi Jing walked inside. One carried a massive bowl of hot noodles. The other brought steamed potatoes. An amazing aroma filled the entire room. The village leader and elders had never tasted this magic. Their mouths instantly watered. What is this? It smells amazing. The Lord was stunned. He swallowed. These are instant noodles. And these are potatoes. Is this the amazing thing you mentioned earlier? Yes. I handed a hot potato to everyone. I placed one in the Lord's hand. Just try it. They couldn't resist. They burned their mouths, but happily kept eating. In seconds, their potatoes vanished. They stared at the big bowl with ravenous eyes. I almost laughed. I know what you and I are thinking. Are they stealing all my food? No way. One taste is enough respect. The rest goes to Zhao, Lao Jiang, and Ergo. They painfully forced their eyes away. I turned to ask the Lord. He somehow finished a giant bowl of noodles and potatoes. Way faster than the elders. So good. These are amazing. I was totally speechless. The leader too. Sorry, I'm not hungry. The food is simply incredible. Sweet, smooth, bursting with flavor. I smiled brightly. You speak well, sir. This potato is actually a brand new crop I made. Just as good as wheat or rice. And it fills you up. Wait, what? You created a new food? The Lord stood up fast. He nervously stuttered. This was absolute earth-shattering news. For thousands of years, humanity only ate wheat, rice, and a few basic grains. Nobody in any era had ever invented a brand new grain. Smart people only ever brought new ones from faraway lands. If I truly invented a new crop, this single act placed me above every man in history. He swallowed hard, not from hunger, but from pure shock. That look. You don't believe me. No, not that. This news is simply too huge. If not me, who else? Have you ever seen this before? I shrugged. With my powerful system, what could I not do? I used a rare lottery on 100 bags of premium quality seeds. Basically every useful crop from my original world. Potatoes shocked them this hard. What about corn? Corn didn't hit old China until the Ming Dynasty in 1531. This world hadn't seen it yet. They would probably faint. How could I not believe? How much does this super potato yield? What kind of soil is needed? He was a county lord. His sharp questions hit the key points. Normal potatoes yield 3 to 5,000 pounds an acre. Mine is a super potato. 8 to 10,000 pounds per acre. 10,000 per acre? Heavens! His hand shook. Soil? It grows underground like peanuts. Just normal dirt. Cold or hot. No fertilizer. No watering. Still grows. Heavens! Such a wonder. Wait, what is a peanut? I simply rubbed my forehead. How do I even explain this? Peanuts are another new crop I made. Just not planted yet. I suddenly remembered peanuts also arrived during the Ming Dynasty. Historically, you and I both realized this world had absolutely no peanuts. Dian felt like the late Tang Dynasty. So strange. Let us dive right in. Things missing from Tang actually existed here. The Lord just did not care about peanuts. When do we plant and harvest? I expected 1 full month, but 10 days later, boom. They were fully ready. 20 days, tops. Plant them anytime. Freezing or boiling, totally fine. He literally gasped again. By the 3rd time, those village elders jumped up. A holy relic, they cried out. I just rubbed my tired forehead. It is simply a crop. I can make plenty. Stop making such a huge fuss. My gentle warnings could not break their absolute shock. My 3 wives just giggled softly. Their husband possessed way weirder powers than farming. They truly believed I could achieve anything. Why? Because I seemed like an earthly god. The Lord was breathing super fast, but he held it in. Sir, may I see that potato again? Sure. I handed him one. He cradled it like a newborn baby, literally shaking. He stumbled out into the yard and instantly dropped to his knees. Raising the potato skyward, he yelled, "Heaven has shown mercy. Mr. Son, you are an absolute gift from above. With miraculous food like this, our people will survive. Our whole territory will finally rise." I just leaned against the doorway, jaw completely dropped. He genuinely is a great leader. Then those elders rushed out, kneeling too, praising the heavens. A miracle worker among us. No more starvation. I honestly felt dizzy. Guys, I grew the potato. I am standing right here. Why kneel to the clouds? Standing back up, the Lord approached me, completely sparkling. Sir, since the dawn of time, food has always been heaven for the people. With 4 kingdoms fighting and endless disasters, our people suffer. Heaven just could not bear it. So heaven sent you and this absolute miracle. This is true destiny. Sir, please stop. My head is spinning from all this intense praise. He just smiled and pivoted. Sir, once I return, I am sending soldiers to protect your village. That way, you can safely grow that first massive potato batch. Please agree. I hesitated. Soldiers? That almost felt exactly like being watched. The Lord meant well, but more people knowing equaled way more trouble. Plus, I had 0 money and no personal army. Watch closely. Things get very interesting here. I hid my power, but those potatoes were planted. Regardless, grain day was fast approaching anyway. The secret was bound to leak. I already planned for this, because without my help, they could never grow this special crop. Keeping that seedling secret safe meant nobody could touch me. Fine. But please remember, we are dangerously close to that Dew Kingdom border. Keep this totally quiet, sir. I understand the high stakes. Just trust me. Perfect. I stepped outside and immediately called over Old Zhao and Lao Jiang, knowing I might leave alongside the Lord and skip town until tomorrow night. I quickly handed down my specific orders. With grain day arriving, Old Zhao needed to harvest that first big potato batch. Just save a few so my wives could prep the seedlings. Have Jia Weiner, Chu Qing Chong, and Gi Jin handle the delicate seedling work down in the cellar. That process must stay an absolute secret. Plant those fresh shoots across our current fields first, then expand into the wild lands. We need those yields incredibly high. The remainder becomes the workers' share, alongside our saved grain. Gi Jin kept her original plan, leading the sharpest village archers into the hills for hunting and fishing. Better meals for the workers. Soldiers were actively patrolling now. Hungry beggars would never steal our precious crops again. Sir, just let Lao Jiang handle the heavy lifting. Let me accompany you into the main city. Old Zhao almost called me son, but hearing the Lord say sir, he quickly switched it up. Why the fuss? I am visiting an office, not invading a bandit camp. I just patted his shoulder. Soldiers already protect these roads. Guard my house and my wives. That matters way more. He was incredibly loyal. I know what you are thinking. A peasant flanked by bodyguards? Too suspicious. So, simply traveled to the big city alongside the Lord. By sunset, we arrived at his grand estate. I barely slept in days. The long journey completely drained me, so I crashed instantly. I skipped the spectacular meal his wife prepared. Instead, the Lord and his wife just quietly watched over my sleeping form. She gently tucked the warm blanket over me. Honey, the servants can do that. It is fine. Without his help, I would not be here. Mr. Sun is completely incredible. All the worldly medicine is complete garbage compared to him. With just one new technique, he made me feel like an absolute beginner student. Remembering how I used just a few simple needles, completely healing his wife without any extra potions, he felt entirely humbled and totally amazed. I cooked all that delicious food, but he could not eat. I never even properly thanked my savior in person. We have time. Just let him rest. I have urgent papers to write. They softly closed the door. Husband, is he really that extraordinary? Beyond extraordinary. He is clearly no normal mortal. This entire world might shift because of him. What are your plans, then? Hung is way too close to Dao, only 300 kilometers away. We are currently at war. Trouble is brewing, and this secret will definitely leak. I need to prepare. Mr. Sun's safety is the priority. Every single day he stays here terrifies me. Tomorrow is too late. My report is written. I will dispatch it to Governor Yao tonight. He will rush it straight to the Emperor. The Emperor must act. But will Mr. Sun blame us? You claimed he rejects political office completely. It must happen. If Dao or Da discover this power first, his life is instantly over. The next morning, I slept until my body naturally woke up. After washing, I spotted a luxurious new robe and some sweet mooncakes resting on the table. The fine fabric beat my rough clothes. Obviously I changed. A servant girl waited outside. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a massive mystery. His servant wakes him up. The Lord and a secret guest are waiting. It was already noon. The governor had clearly shown up super early today. Instead of waking him, he waited for hours. Super weird. The Lord had a tiny house, and the study was right next door. Governor Yao was casually playing chess. They both stood and bowed. He quickly bowed right back. Sorry I slept in. Did I keep you waiting? The governor smiled. No, I told them not to bother you. This is not official business. Please sit down. He took a seat, staring straight at the mysterious governor. This guy was definitely built different than the local lord. Around 60, with a white beard, but sitting tall and proud. Those sharp eyes missed nothing. Basically, he looked exactly like an old classic movie star. They chatted like old buddies. Customs, poetry. The governor kept praising him, but never once brought up his secret weapons or crazy modern medicine. He also did not offer him a job. Highly suspicious. Since he played it cool, our hero stayed quiet. But the weirdest part, the governor acted insanely humble, literally calling him sir. His status was absolute top tier, high minister and royal tutor. Meanwhile, our guy was a broke peasant with zero land, practically starving half the week. Pay attention here, the rank gap was massive. We really need to figure out why this powerful elite was treating a peasant this nicely. 2 hours later, the Lord invited them to eat. They all headed down to a fancy place called Gatherworthy Tower. It was late afternoon. Starving, he ate super fast. They threw back drinks, and soon the sky turned completely dark outside. The governor saw the moon and turned poetic. Moonbeams splash the starry river, and willow shadows fade. A cold wind brushes the face as winter quietly arrives. The lonely lamp does not need fine jade to shine brightly. Must be the moon goddess checking her mirror. The Lord slammed his drink down. Absolute masterpiece. He praised him endlessly. He mentally rolled his eyes. That was mid at best. Did they not know what real poetry sounded like? To be fair, the governor was a soldier. This was decent for him. But the Lord was just glazing him with totally empty praise. Sir, sir, the Lord nudged him. What? Yes, right here. What are you thinking? Oh, just reflecting on the governor's poem. What did you think of it? He forced a flat smile. Good. Very good. Total empty praise. And everyone felt the awkward silence drop. I know it could be better. Any advice? Shockingly, the governor was not mad. He actually wanted some honest feedback. He glanced at the Lord. Honestly, your poem was fine. But before he could finish, the Lord cut him off, assuming he was modest. Teacher, he is a true scholar. He must know true poetry. Why not let him bless us with his own piece? After all, today is the moon festival. He glared at the Lord. You sneaky old man. Yes, please share a poem to mark our meeting. You and I both know he is totally trapped. But hold on, he actually remembers some completely legendary masterpieces. He could not write them himself, but he could steal from the greatest poets back on earth. Nobody here knew the ancient masters. He could just copy them. This kingdom was strong in war, but awful at poetry. Neighboring countries literally called them uncultured northern savages. Even the emperor hated that reputation. Fine, let us do this. He confidently stood by the window, holding his wine. He gazed at the moon, setting the perfect mood. Stealing masterpieces takes real acting. Just blurting it out would clearly look completely fake. After a dramatic pause, he closed his eyes and drained his cup. He swayed his shoulders slightly. Showtime. He was absolutely ready. He decided to drop an iconic masterpiece, starting with the famous bright moonline. He slowly lifted his cup straight toward the night sky. When did the bright moon first appear? I lift my cup to ask the heavens. He recited the legendary verse, totally faking that he was making it up right then. He started off slow, taking deep pauses between lines to make it seem like pure artistic. Inspiration was hitting him live. I wonder what beautiful season it is tonight inside the grand palaces of heaven. The governor and the magistrate were just staring at him, absolutely mind blown. The governor literally jumped right out of his wooden chair. He kept aggressively nodding and whispering praises, terrified to interrupt the flow. Our guy just kept going, cranking up the emotional tension, hitting the grand finale. May we all be blessed with long life, sharing the beauty of the moon across 1,000 miles. He tossed his cup right out the window for maximum drama, slumping back in his chair like the art had drained his very soul. The room went dead silent. Both men just stood there, completely lost in the masterpiece. physically unable to speak for a long time. Governor Yao slowly raised his cup, toasting him with absolute, genuine respect. He declared this verse would shatter the entire literary world of Great Sheen. Nobody would ever dare write poetry again after hearing this. The magistrate rushed for ink to write it down. You and I just witnessed the birth of an absolute legend right here. Let us dive in. I just smiled, staying humble, saying they gave too much credit. But honestly, if one simple tune blew their minds this hard, what happens when I casually drop my legendary masterpieces on them someday? Their jaws are going to hit the floor. Still, I knew better than to show all my cards. Fame brings serious danger. Right now, I was dealing with good officials like Yao and Wang, but my true rivals had not even shown up yet. Governor Yao said my poem would spread across the entire country and 3 neighboring kingdoms. My name would not belong to just some nobody villager anymore. I understood that, but where honor appears, major trouble usually follows close behind. I was getting ready to head back to the village when suddenly, loud shouting erupted at the front door downstairs. Someone was arguing with the guards, demanding to get inside. The guards threatened to eliminate whoever it was. I moved closer to the window and listened very carefully. Then I recognized the voice. It was old Jiang. That was absolutely his voice down there. No mistake about it. My heart completely sank. Him showing up here this late meant something terrible had happened. I did not even bother saying proper goodbyes to Governor Yao or Magistrate Wang. I just cupped my fists, said excuse me, and bolted downstairs. When I finally reached the front doors, old Jiang was already forced onto the ground. The guards pushed him down, one pressing a blade right against old Jiang's neck. He was already badly injured, but old Jiang did not even care. His eyes were frantic, and he still tried pushing through. I completely lost it. I jumped and kicked that guard square in the back, sending him flying. Watch this closely. They drew their swords, surrounding me, but I was not backing down. I pulled old Jiang up off the ground and stared them all down. Luckily, Governor Yao rushed right out and ordered them to stand down. He told them I was his personal guest, and anyone touching me would answer to him. They all dropped to one single knee and backed off. I checked old Jiang's injury, just a simple scratch, nothing too serious. Then I asked him why he came all the way to the big city. His face went pale. He could barely get the heavy words out. Your 3 wives. They were taken by the officials. My entire body went freezing cold. Old Chia and her Guzi too. They got arrested. I grabbed his shirt collar. Who took them? Why? He explained everything. After I left for the city yesterday, the grain collection started this morning, way earlier than scheduled, about 10 days ahead. And instead of the normal process through the county, the Hongnong district prefect came personally with his own men. Most families in our village could easily pay their grain thanks to me, so that was not the problem. The issue was the prefect's son. That guy was a well-known scumbag who harassed women in every village they visited. He saw Chu Chin Chong, hitting on her right there during grain collection, touching her, saying disgusting things. Old Zhao stepped in to stop him and got beaten severely by the aggressive soldiers. The village chief sent old Jiang to find me while the village elders tried to stall. Then Gi Jian and Zhao Wen'er heard the loud commotion and came running. That only made things worse. You and I know this trope. The prefect's son saw all 3 of my beautiful wives and started drooling. He used some made-up charge about obstructing military grain collection as an excuse to drag all 3 of them away. The loyal villagers fought back. They actually fought those corrupt soldiers to protect my family. Old Yu from the east side of the village, and Old Qi from the west side. They were both struck down by the soldiers. When I heard that, I was shaking with pure rage. These people risked everything for my wives. 2 of them fell for it. These are not soldiers, I said through angrily clenched teeth. They are far worse than the bandits we wiped out. Magistrate Wang tried calming me down, telling me not to rush, that Governor Yao would handle it. Governor Yao's face was as dark as a thundercloud. This happened in his territory, and the prefect was technically his direct subordinate. He asked old Jiang to continue. Old Jiang said that when the prefect himself showed up to deal with the whole mess, Gi Jian recognized him immediately. She completely lost control, screaming, "Corrupt dog," and drew her sword to attack him. When old Jiang said Gi Jian tried taking down the prefect, my mind went totally blank. Governor Yao and Magistrate Wang were just as shocked. The whole situation had entirely flipped. What started as a clear case of a corrupt official's son harassing women and attacking villagers suddenly turned into an attempted takedown of a government official plus fallen soldiers. That literally changed everything. Magistrate Wang asked why Gi Jian would suddenly attack the prefect. Old Jiang had no clue. He said she was holding herself back the whole time. But the moment that prefect showed his face, she snapped, called him a corrupt dog, and went straight for him with her sword. She took down several soldiers before they finally overwhelmed and captured her. They loaded all 3 wives away, but I understood. Trust me, you and I must see what happens next. Let's dive in together. The system revealed Gai Jin was an orphan. Her disgraced general, father and entire family were wiped out by a cruel traitor. This corrupt prefect definitely played a massive role in her family's downfall. He probably orchestrated their tragic end. Magistrate Wang looked absolutely terrified. The prefect broke the law first, but his men could easily spin the narrative. They would claim villagers rioted and attacked officials, causing soldiers to fall. Incredibly heavy charges. Governor Yao dispatched a loyal subordinate with his official seal, demanding my wives be freed. But even his own guy hesitated. We all knew flashing a shiny seal wouldn't be enough. Not when troops had fallen and a prefect was nearly taken out. Governor Yao turned to me, admitting his bold order was just a temporary stalling tactic, not a real fix. He desperately asked for my plan. I told him I would rescue them myself. Both he and Magistrate Wang immediately tried stopping me. They panicked, warning that a wild prison break would only make things worse. They insisted on handling this safely through proper channels. I just looked back and smiled coldly. My methods are totally different from normal people. Where my heart points, I go without hesitation. That arrogant prefect and his son dared to snatch my wives and touch what is mine. I am going to leave them absolutely nowhere to hide. Without waiting for their useless response, I dragged old Jiang onto the donkey cart and rode straight toward Hongnong City through the dark. Behind me, the governor and magistrate stood completely frozen in shock. Later, I heard Governor Yao sent an urgent letter directly to the emperor praising my skills. He even planned to ride to the massive capital himself for an audience. He also dispatched a few skilled men to follow me secretly and ensure my safety. We rode the cart all night long. By dawn, we finally reached Hongnong City. Old Jiang was absolutely terrified. Now pay attention. This was no small county jail, but a massive district prison dangerously close to the capital. The whole city was crawling with powerful high-ranking officials. One single mistake, and instead of saving my wives, I would get tossed right into a cell myself. I told old Jiang my master plan. He needed to sneak around and gather intel, find out if my wives were locked up in the main prison or the prefect's private mansion. I figured they were definitely in prison since the massive incident with the fallen soldiers blew up. Even that arrogant son wouldn't dare bring them home before hiding the messy evidence first. Pointing at a fancy building called 100 Flowers Tower, I told old Jiang we would meet there tomorrow at noon, whether he found any news or not. I handed him some leftover copper coins from trading animal skins and quickly sent him off. He kept stuttering and saying, but before finally leaving, I could not figure out why. I know what you're thinking. And yes, walking into 100 Flowers Tower, I instantly understood his worried hesitation. This place wasn't a restaurant. It was a bustling pleasure house, the biggest in the entire district. My few coins could not even buy cheap tea here. The overwhelming scent of perfume and strong wine hit me instantly, along with loud women's laughter echoing from absolutely every direction. Before I could even turn around to leave, the madam, rocking heavy makeup and waving a colorful fan, came swaying aggressively right over to me. She circled me like a hungry hawk, throwing out fake compliments while secretly calculating if my clothes looked expensive enough. Thanks to the premium outfit Magistrate Wang gave me, I totally passed her strict inspection. Grabbing my arm, she practically dragged me inside. I resisted, but she cheerfully explained that every city pleasure house charges a mandatory fee just for stepping inside. If I walked out now, I still had to pay, and I was completely broke. Damn you, old Jiang. Now, definitely understood his nervous warnings. The madam tossed me into a fancy red room, ordered wine and delicious food, then eagerly offered to help me pick a beautiful girl. I had zero interest in this. My wives were in serious danger, and she wanted me browsing for romantic companions. I firmly told her to leave me alone and let me wander the halls myself. She backed off, but I caught her signaling a waiter to watch me. I started desperately searching for an exit, but every single door I opened was completely wrong. I kept walking in on awkward couples or getting grabbed by girls trying to pull me inside. It was an absolute maze-like nightmare. Then, turning a sharp corner, I crashed headfirst into some rich young guy. We both hit the floor hard. His dramatic servant rushed over, helped him up, and got right in my face, demanding an apology. He hit me first. I fired back. The young guy was absolutely furious. Do you know who I am? I just laughed. Never met someone begging for an insult before. Want me to repeat it? Fine. Have you got zero shame? He was so enraged he started furiously stuttering. I honestly don't care who you are. Move out of my way before I smack you. His fragile-looking servant started loudly scolding me, but the angry young man quickly stopped him. He arrogantly offered to let things slide if I apologized right then. He claimed I would be terrified if I knew his real identity. I wasn't impressed at all. Even if you were the literal king of heaven, I wouldn't flinch. An apology? Zero chance. Stick around for this, because suddenly, a massive commotion broke out in the room next door. Stick with me here. A guy was attacking a girl over a bill, kicking her so hard she crashed straight through the wooden door. I yanked the young guy aside, perfectly dodging the flying wood and heavy debris. The girl lay on the floor, bruised everywhere, with a hurt lip, still begging for payment. The guy? A rat-faced, 40-year-old bully acting totally out of line. He crushed a vase, insulted her, and tried leaving. But the madam, the bouncers, and all the guards instantly rushed in to block his escape route. The entire hallway flooded with people. I muttered quietly as the massive crowd blocked every single path. How could I escape now? The young guy thanked me for pulling him out of the way. His anger vanished, replaced by pure curiosity. But then, something incredibly strange suddenly happened. He suddenly froze, turned away, and hid behind the corner. Looking nervous, I followed his gaze downstairs. Armed soldiers arrived, led by a uniformed official. But that rat-faced bully wasn't scared in the slightest. He started loudly bragging, claiming he was Lu San, a vice minister from the Ministry of Works that people called Third Master. He boasted that even the hung prefect showed him deep respect. So a lowly district captain meant absolutely nothing to him. I glanced at the young guy hiding nearby. What is wrong? Know that captain down there? He frantically shushed me, pulling me way deeper into the shadowy corner. Friend, I need a favor, he whispered. I stared at him. Don't tell me you are also skipping the bill. His servant nearly burst with anger, but the young guy quickly slapped a hand over his mouth to stop him. Now pay attention. He flashed a banknote right in my face. 100 silver taels. My brain did the math instantly. One tael was 1,000 copper coins. 100 taels could buy 130,000 jin of grain, easily feeding my wives for years. I snatched that banknote and happily stuffed it into my shirt before he could even blink. Tell me what you need, I whispered. No promises, though. His poor servant looked like he might actually faint. The young guy stared for a second, then smiled. You are a very interesting person, he said. With his money secured, I wouldn't just run. Plus, I still needed an escape route myself. The young guy quickly explained his wild situation. If those soldiers downstairs locked the place down and checked everyone inside, he would be in massive trouble. His identity was special, and he couldn't be seen here. He wanted us to swap clothes so I could sneak him out. I had a brilliant idea. I will disguise you as a woman. You'll pretend to be my wife, catching me cheating. He and his servant stared in absolute shock. Just follow me, I said, dragging them to a nearby room. You and I saw this coming, right? It was his exact same room. The moment I pushed the door open, a woman loudly screamed. She was barely covered, and I accidentally got an eyeful before quickly looking away. Then, the situation instantly got super awkward. Seeing me next to her client, she immediately assumed we came back for a 3-person party. She actually agreed to do it, but demanded extra cash first. I almost passed out. I really wanted to yell, lady. 2 guys and 1 girl definitely isn't called what you think it is. And she totally ignored the feminine servant. Was the guy completely invisible? Meanwhile, the young man turned bright red. Apparently, the real reason he rushed out so fast was simply because he could not perform. The girl had totally figured this out, throwing savage comments at him. Before leaving, she literally whispered in his ear to just switch to men and not give up on romance. I barely contained my laughter. Once she was completely gone, immediately got right to work. I told him to close his eyes and count to 20 while I prepared. I quickly opened my system panel and checked my points. 121 left. I hit the system store, grabbing a fancy makeup kit, silicone chest pieces, and a stick-on voice changer. That purchase cost me exactly 71 points. Then it hit me. The rich guy just handed over 100 taels. I definitely shouldn't take his cash without throwing in a little something extra. So, I added a box of imported Viagra to the order. Call it a bonus gift. That brought the total to 76 points, leaving exactly 45. I laid everything neatly on the table. When the young guy finally opened his eyes and saw these bizarre items magically appear from thin air, his jaw completely dropped. Where did all this stuff come from? Don't ask. I made it magically appear. That is all you need to know. I grabbed the makeup and started working on his face. Don't talk. Close your eyes. We are super short on time. I told him and immediately got to work, using the tiny bit of makeup experience I actually had from my past life. I transformed his face super fast. Next, I grabbed a flashy woman's dress straight from the wardrobe and made him put it on, with the silicone chest pieces placed and the voice changer firmly stuck to his throat. The wild transformation was completely finished. I stepped back, admiring him. He looked genuinely stunning. You and I would be totally fooled. If I didn't know the truth, I'd honestly spend my 100 silver taels to be with her. When the loyal servant walked back into the room, the poor guy completely lost it. He couldn't find his master anywhere. He checked under the bed and out the window. He was completely about to have a major panic attack. Alright, stick with me here. The young guy used his voice changer to sound exactly like a woman, convincing the servant he hadn't seen any young master around. The poor servant practically collapsed from shock. They finally clued him in on the prank, and his sheer panic quickly shifted to absolute amazement. The servant reported that the first floor was still total chaos. The guards and the staff were locked in a standoff, and that shameless Lan was demanding they pay him. He was even threatening to reveal the district captain secretly owned everything. Unbelievable, right? This guy skips out on his bill, gets violent, and then actually tries to extort the entire business. What a world. The young man's gaze went totally cold for a split second. We will handle Lan later, he said quietly. Time to start my brilliant plan. I played the cheating husband. The young guy played my angry wife, dragging me home, and the servant tagged along. We made an absolutely massive scene going down those stairs, yelling and crying the whole way. The guards barely even gave us a second glance. We strolled right out the front door. I even saved some cash. Once we made it to a safe alley, we completely lost it laughing. What is your name, my friend? He asked. Sun Jian. And you? He paused for just a brief second. My surname is Long Chun. And this is my servant, Zhao Jinzi. I definitely caught that tiny hesitation when he introduced himself, but I let it go. Whatever his actual identity was, it simply was not my problem. Here is where it gets interesting. Brother Long, thanks for those 100 taels, I said. He just smiled and completely dodged my question. Compared to making a friend like you, 100 taels is literally nothing. Before parting ways, I pulled out that special magic bottle from my system and tossed it over. He popped it open, staring at those little black pills. What exactly is this? The name is so strange. Well, you know, your little downstairs problem. Just take one of these before the big moment, and I promise you will stand tall like a pillar holding up the sky. His face turned bright red, but his eyes totally sparked. Is it really that powerful? I have never heard of anything like this. I happily slapped his shoulder. That is just because you had never met me. Now you have. He laughed out loud. Brother Sun, you are truly the most amazing guy ever. Do not take more than one pill at a time, I warned him. Bad stuff will happen. He just grinned. What kind of stuff? You really know bedroom techniques, man. It is broad daylight, and you are already talking like this. We laughed. He wanted to grab drinks and food, but I had to turn him down. My 3 wives were still out there in serious danger. I was not partying. Long Chun instantly knew something was wrong. He kept pushing, saying, we were friends now, and friends always help each other out. I told him my problem was too big. Even Governor Yao could not fix it. That truly caught his attention. You mean Yao Tianjin? You know him? Know him? We have shared meals, drinks, and deep conversations. I saw something shift behind Long Chun's eyes. I could tell he was deeply surprised. He obviously knew that scoring a personal meeting with Governor Yao was not something just anyone could pull off. Do you know him too? I asked. We have met, he replied super casually. This guy was getting seriously mysterious, throwing 100 taels around like pocket change. Crazy connections to elite officials. Who on earth was this guy? He pressed me again. You felt that tension too, right? I finally explained everything about the prefect's son taking my wives, the fallen guards, and the attack. I just kept my system hidden. He was absolutely furious. A corrupt official letting his son harass women and ruin innocent lives. Right under the emperor's nose. I was totally shocked he believed me so easily. We just met today. Are you not worried I am making this up to ruin a government official? He looked me dead in the eyes. I am not a kid. I know the truth from lies. Then he told me something super interesting. The Hong prefect was already famous for corruption, but someone super powerful was covering for him, hiding evidence for years. He asked how I wanted to handle this mess. I admitted I lacked a solid plan. My absolute worst-case backup was spending every system point on raw power, rescuing my wives by force, and escaping the country forever. But that was a last resort. Long Chun thought for a moment, then confidently said he had an idea. First, we create a legal excuse to get the prisoners transferred right into our control. Then, we file a direct appeal to the emperor, explain the entire situation, and get them released properly. I heavily considered that approach. But it needed someone with serious authority pulling strings fast. A person like that is not easy to find. I let out a sigh. Long Chun just smiled and patted my shoulder, copying how I patted his earlier. Maybe I can totally help. I just stared at him. Your family has officials ranked higher than Governor Yao? He simply laughed. Perhaps. Then he just turned and walked away, his servant waving back at me. Brother Sun, meet me tomorrow mid-afternoon, at the Hong Prefect Courthouse. Do not be late. The next day at noon, old Jiang met me at the 100 Flowers Tower right as planned. So what do you and I make of this? Good news. My wives were locked up, but totally safe and unharmed. Stick with me here. I finally exhaled. Turns out old Jiang actually bumped into Governor Yao's guys while digging up intel. The governor dispatched multiple squads searching for us. Terrified we would actually do something crazy like storming the jail. He also delivered his official seal to the prefect with absolute orders. No harsh questioning, no shady trials until he arrived personally. That rule kept my wife completely safe. I felt deeply grateful. I was way too impulsive running off earlier. I would definitely remember Governor Yao's kindness, but the shady prefect was still going to pay for this mess. Old Jiang handed me a sketched map revealing the cell location, then quickly passed along the governor's direct message. Do not cause chaos at the courthouse. No breakout attempts. They are fixing it. I just smiled and nodded along. Deep down, I knew waiting silently was impossible. I am definitely not some brainwashed peasant who just bows down to authority. I am a 21st century guy. If anyone touches my family, they face absolutely serious consequences. Once old Jiang left, I stood there completely zoned out until somebody practically bowled me right over. A teenager slammed into me, shaking and gripping my shirt. You would probably react just like I did. I looked back and said, "Hey, I do not even know you. Why are you holding me?" She stayed entirely silent, hiding right behind my back, staring in pure panic at somebody approaching. A guy strolled around the corner, wearing flashy silk and expensive jewelry, but sporting an awful, deeply pockmarked face. He glared at the poor girl with the truly creepy expression. "Little lady, why are you running away?" "I have not had my fun today," he yelled, smirking. "Do not bother hiding." My goons blocked every exit. Suddenly, her elderly dad appeared, a fragile old guy, maybe 60, totally hunched over and limping in heavily patched clothes. He completely panicked, rushing straight to his daughter. Honestly, wanted zero involvement here. I had my own massive headache already. I genuinely tried to walk away, but the girl just kept gripping my shirt. Then that creep glared right at me. "Get lost, kid. Unless you want your legs totally broken." If he had kept his mouth shut, I would have walked away. But threatening me like that? Totally unacceptable. I stopped and turned back around. "Oh, I would love to see you try." That guy actually thought his threat would scare me off. When our eyes locked and I refused to flinch, his face turned furious. "You have serious nerve talking to me like that in Hongnong City," he barked. "I am the law here." Huge thugs stepped up, cracking their knuckles. "Trust me, watch what happens next. Stick with me." These goons told me to get lost before I got crushed. The terrified old man and his daughter dropped to their knees, bowing down frantically, begging the smirking guy to spare the girl. He promised to do anything, just leave his poor daughter completely alone. She was only 16. The arrogant guy simply laughed right in their faces. He smirked, claiming her only option was to completely submit. If she behaved, he would support them. Otherwise, he threatened to take her away by force and sell her off once he finally got totally bored. His obnoxious thugs eagerly asked for leftovers, discussing the poor girl like a prize. It was totally awful. When the old man continued pleading, the arrogant guy suddenly kicked his jaw. The old man rolled across the dirt, heavily bruised on his face, then quickly crawled back to bow again. Nobody on the entire street dared to step up. Now, pay close attention. People looked away, pretending they saw nothing. Then that guy suddenly said something that changed absolutely everything. I am the son of the Hung prefect. My name is Li Jian. My body ran cold, then hot. The prefect's son, the very same villain who harassed my beloved wife, Chu Ching Chong, ruined my villagers, and had all 3 of my incredible wives wrongly imprisoned. And here he was, right in front of me, pulling the exact same awful stunt again. What a crazy small world. I calmly walked right over to the old man and his daughter, quickly helping them stand. I gently brushed the dirt off his pants. Stop begging him, I said confidently. Even if you bow until your head hurts, he will never let her leave. You know that. The old man looked up with tearful, hopeless eyes. Do not worry about today. I smiled. I will completely handle this. You noticed it too, right? The thugs kept threatening me, but absolutely nobody actually made a move. They just waited for Li Jian's order. Totally hesitant because my fancy clothes definitely did not look common. I boldly stepped much closer to Li Jian, leaning in. Sorry, I totally missed that. What did you say your name was again? Li Jian's thugs almost jumped me, but he quickly waved them all off. He squinted at me with pure anger in his eyes, offering 2 distinct choices. Either help him grab the poor girl, or crawl between his legs and bow 3 whole times. I gave absolutely zero response. I just stepped even closer, asking one final time, what did you say your name was? Are you totally deaf? My name is Li. Before he could finish, I wound up and slapped his face with absolutely everything I had. His head violently snapped to the side. His body flew like a cut kite, crashing hard. A few teeth definitely scattered. Trust me, you. And I absolutely loved watching the whole entire street freeze. Stick with me. Those thugs literally hit their pause button. Alright, you and I are about to watch this untouchable guy get totally wrecked. One slap was simply not enough for what he did, so I rushed forward and kicked him right in the gut. He skidded 6 or 7 meters across the solid ground, choking, gasping, making a total, awful mess. His 5 thugs finally snapped out of their shock and charged me. Big guys, but zero fighting skills. Using the system's Tongbei boxing technique, I dropped all 5 of them in seconds. I made sure to strike most of them where it hurts the most. At least 4 of them would never cause trouble again. I dragged Li Jian over to the old man and his daughter, tossing him like trash. Then I stepped on his face. You gave me 2 choices earlier, I said. Now, give you 2. Either crawl between my legs, bowing 3 times, or get down on your knees and sincerely apologize to these people. He glared up at me, looking completely awful. You dare strike me? I will ruin you. I kicked his gut. He convulsed, every muscle in his body seizing up. That is the price of talking tough, I said. From now on, you will never act tough again. He kept threatening me, saying his father would absolutely destroy my whole family. I smiled a cold, dark smile. From the moment you took my 3 wives away, we became ultimate rivals until the very end. Stick with me. His awful father going down is just a matter of time. I grabbed his throat, squeezing just enough to make him gasp, then slapped him again. Listen carefully. The grudge is permanently set. You and your father falling. That is not a question of if, but a question of when. I told the father and daughter to head home safely. This was not about them anymore. It was strictly between me and Lian. I promised them he would never bother anyone again. Because he is finished before tomorrow. They bowed deeply 3 times and quickly ran off. The crowd watched closely, but nobody tried stopping me. Everyone in the city knew what kind of menace Li Jian was. Years of ruining lives and cruel bullying. They absolutely hated him. Nobody was ever going to help him. I completely shattered his fighting ability. Then I dragged him through the streets toward the prefect courthouse like a broken ragdoll, leaving a huge, messy trail behind us. Every time he passed out from the pain, the rough ground woke him back up. He begged me to stop, offering money, food, and women. I slapped him after every single sentence. Did you think about mercy when you took my wives? When your men destroyed my villagers? By the time we finally reached the courthouse, he was totally unrecognizable, swollen face, completely bruised up everywhere. Honestly, his very own father would not even recognize him. I grabbed the complaint drum outside the courthouse and hammered it incredibly hard. Let us see what happens next. When that drum sounds, the court must open. I dragged Li Jin's battered body straight into the main hall. The prefect, Li Ego, was sitting at the judge's bench. When he saw me carrying a completely wrecked body inside, he was absolutely furious. "Arrest this man," he shouted. "He hurts someone and dares walk into my court." I calmly held up my hand. "I am the plaintiff. Since when does a judge arrest the person filing a complaint?" He tried to argue, but I threw his own logic right back at him. If someone breaks into your house to harm you and you fight back, does the innocent homeowner become the criminal? The drum was mine to beat. I clearly had a grievance. Arresting the plaintiff before hearing the case. That is the real violation of the law. He could not respond. Even his own advisor was stroking his beard, nodding at my flawless reasoning. Red-faced and furious, the prefect tried another angle. "You dare stand before me without kneeling? That is contempt of court. Give him 20 strikes. The guards rushed toward me. I raised my hands toward the open sky and loudly declared, "I hold the title of scholar under the law of Great Shin. I am a student of the emperor himself. A scholar may stand before officials without kneeling, and no physical punishment may be applied to my body. Who dares to even touch me?" The guards froze and looked back at the prefect. He angrily demanded proof. I gave him my name, my village, and the year I earned my title. He sent someone to check the records. After 1 incense stick's worth of time, the advisor fully confirmed it. I was indeed a legally registered scholar. The law completely protected me. The prefect had no choice but to swallow his rage and proceed properly. He forcefully slammed his gavel and asked me to state my case. I stood tall and laid out 5 criminal charges against the beaten mess on the floor who was, of course, his own son, though he still had not recognized him. I cited ruining lives and kidnapping across years of victims, harming innocent civilians, inciting total disorder, immorality, and severe crimes against the natural order. Every charge was officially backed by specific articles from the legal code. I delivered them incredibly smoothly, one after another, like I had rehearsed them 1,000 times. By the time I finished, even the guards lining the walls were grinding their teeth angrily, looking at the battered Li Jin like they genuinely wanted to make him pay themselves. My 5 serious charges were laid out clearly. Even without physical evidence on hand, everyone in that courtroom knew I was not making things up. You and I just saw it. Someone citing the legal code perfectly is not bluffing. Under the strict iron rule of Great Shen, every single formal complaint must be investigated. His advisor whispered that they had to handle this properly, or they would completely lose their positions. The prefect's expression immediately went totally dark. He knew the situation was awful. If these serious charges were proven true, the entire district faces massive shame. Political enemies would definitely pounce. He had just joined the second prince for protection, and now this messy situation threatened absolutely everything. He quickly tried brushing me off, claiming the case needed investigation time, telling me to just head home and wait for a public notice. Classic stalling. I shook my head and smirked. This old fox was incredibly slippery. I had to give him that. But he was guarding against the entirely wrong enemy. I was not some political rival's pawn. I was the guy going to drag him straight into ruin. I highly suggest you read this complaint before making your decision, I declared. He waved me off again. He completely ignored it. So, I pointed right at the beaten heap on the floor. That awful man deserves the absolute maximum punishment under the law. An absolute monster, respecting neither ruler nor father. The furious prefect slammed his gavel, preparing to toss me out, when his advisor grabbed his arm. Violently shaking, face white as paper, he read the formal complaint. The prefect snatched it, checking the defendant's name, Leon. His pupils immediately shrank. His breathing went totally ragged. He leaped off his bench and sprinted toward the mangled body on the floor, flipping it over his own son. The entire courtroom went silent, then erupted. Everyone suddenly understood the reality. The prefect sat there arguing basic procedure, while his own beaten, utterly broken, son lay suffering at his feet without him even recognizing the guy. I crossed my arms. Saw that coming, right? Exactly perfect. The man who truly deserves the ultimate punishment is your son, Leon. And your name is Lego. I thought it was Lee Dog. Very fitting. Father and son. One's an animal, the other's total trash. He completely lost it. Screaming at his guards to fiercely seize me, throw me into prison, and destroy me if I resisted. But the loyal guards nervously hesitated. They definitely were not stupid. This was an open court with witnesses. Absolutely everything had been perfectly recorded. If this failed and word spread, severe consequences would follow, including for them. Plus, I stood there completely calm, boasting legal scholar protection and very possibly powerful backers supporting me. "What are you waiting for?" the furious prefect screamed. "Grab him." I just smiled. "You call me an animal? What does that make your son? Much worse than an animal. You let him run totally wild for years, ruining lives, crushing innocents, terrorizing this entire city. And now, you have the nerve playing the victim." I turned toward the guards, speaking loud enough for everyone to hear. "Listen carefully. I am here on strict orders, filing this complaint. If anyone helps this man cover up his awful crimes, I guarantee you will all be dragged down right with him. Every single one of you will lose everything." That threat stopped them totally cold. They instantly stepped backward. The prefect clutched his son's mangled body, screaming that it was all lies, claiming his boy was innocent. I knew he would never admit the truth. Lai Jian was his only son for generations of single heirs. Admitting guilt meant sending his boy to the ultimate final punishment. The desperate prefect played his last card. He reminded everyone about his highly powerful backers within the imperial court. That completely shifted the mood. The guards started getting brave again. Two of his most loyal men, Jin Long and Wang Shang, drew their blades. "Watch closely now." They rushed like dominoes. But suddenly, an epic voice thundered right through the hall. "I dare absolutely anyone to touch him." Long Qin walked in incredibly calm, with little Jinzi right behind him. I grinned. "Long brother, you finally showed up here. Another half minute, and they had me." He smiled back. "Sorry, I actually have been here a while. I was watching from the shadows. Quite the epic show you put on." I lightly punched his shoulder. I started whispering a serious warning. This was the prefect's court. He should be extremely careful not making too big an enemy over my personal problems. "Relax," he confidently said. "I know exactly what I am doing." He walked straight into the hall center. The moment he did, his expression flipped from friendly to totally ice cold. And then something unbelievable happened. The prefect looked at Long Chung and completely froze. Froze solid, like he was struck by lightning. The color entirely drained from his face. His hands started shaking. Sweat poured down his forehead. The advisor and guards completely failed to recognize Long Chung. One guy aggressively shouted, "Who dares causing trouble inside this court?" The panicking prefect kicked his own advisor in the back so hard the poor man went flying. Then, without a word about his suffering son on the floor, the arrogant prefect's legs completely buckled, dropping him right to his knees. Why are you here?" he desperately stammered, his voice cracking like he was about to cry. Everyone in the room turned to stone, including me. I had zero idea what was happening. Chong had not even said a word yet. "What do you and I make of this?" The same powerful prefect who wanted me vanished just abandoned his son, dropping down completely, trembling. "Stick with me here." Long Chung just casually stole the prefect's judge chair. "Stick with me here." He stared at the kneeling man with icy contempt. "Not bad for a prefect," he stated coolly. "All your years in politics absolutely paid off." "I would not dare. I would never dare." The prefect whimpered, pressing his face to the floor. Right then, I knew he finally realized Master Long Cheng's actual, terrifying identity. It scared him so much he could not even speak the real title out loud. He just called him Master Long, desperately begging for mercy for failing to welcome him properly. "What brings Master Long here?" the trembling prefect asked, his voice barely a tiny whisper. I just stood there frozen, my mind completely spinning. Who in the world was I actually joking around with yesterday? The prefect stayed on his knees, trembling too hard to even speak. Master Long slammed the wooden desk and fiercely tore into him. "Lego, you have unbelievable nerve. I stood here this entire time. I saw absolutely everything. You let your boy run totally wild for years, committing crimes, and terrorizing the people. Then, when innocent victims file a real complaint, you cover it all up once you realize the culprit is your own boy. How is that any different from what your awful son did? Are you completely disrespecting the law of Great Shin and the Emperor himself? Do you finally admit your guilt?" The broken prefect collapsed like a completely deflated balloon. "I admit it. I admit everything." He crawled over and bowed repeatedly, slapping his own face hard. Each strike echoed loudly. "I was blind. I simply did not recognize true greatness. Please, I am nothing but dirt under your shoes. Just let me go. His son Li Jian finally woke up too, whimpering pitifully on the floor. The prefect dragged himself over, lifted his injured son, and they both knelt right before me, desperately begging. Now watch closely. I crouched down, grabbed their chins, and forced them to look directly at me. Did you show any mercy to Sun Village? Did you show mercy to my 3 beautiful wives? Their faces went completely pale. They finally realized who I was. I stood up and faced Long Chun. Brother Long, let the law decide their ultimate fate. No mercy, he agreed. Then he turned to little Jeanzi. Is everything fully arranged now? Yes, Master Long. The district officials are fully gathered, already compiling a complete list of the father and son's horrible crimes over the years. They await your command, and the 3 wives are safely released from jail. They should be at the post station right now. My heart almost exploded with joy. They are already out. Long Chong stepped down from the bench and smiled warmly at me. What did you think I was actually doing while I was running late? We just looked at each other and burst out laughing. Brother Long, thank you truly. He completely waved it off. Do not thank me. Corrupt officials like these 2 are absolute poison in our empire. Even without your case, they deserve to face ultimate justice. If anything, I should be thanking you for exposing this. Without you around, how many innocent victims would have never seen true justice? I truly admired his clever way with words. He did me a massive favor, yet somehow made it sound like I actually helped him out. A man with this level of skill and pure grace. No matter what era he lived in, he was definitely no ordinary person. I know you're wondering too. I was incredibly curious about his true identity, but he kept quiet, and I was not going to push. Brother Long, I will never forget your help. He grinned widely. Enough heavy talk. I hear the post station has amazing food and wine, and I am starving. Shall we go? I laughed out loud. Lead the way. We walked out of the courthouse together, heading right toward the station where my beautiful wives waited. Ching Chong, Xian, Wunner, hold on tight. I am coming. When I walked into that station room and saw all 3 of my lovely wives completely safe and unharmed, I totally lost control of my emotions. Ching Chung, Xian, Wunner. The very second they heard my voice, they spun around. Ching, Chung and Xian rushed straight into my arms, holding me incredibly tight, like they would never let go. Tears streamed down their beautiful faces. The amazing feeling of having them back was totally indescribable. 2 distinct, lovely scents. 2 soft bodies pressed closely against me. It was absolutely wonderful. Wunner clearly wanted to join in too. I saw her actually start moving forward, but then she suddenly stopped herself and just stood there, her beautiful eyes glistening. She was still holding back her deep feelings for some reason. I really wanted to say something nice, but I could barely breathe. These 2 girls were literally squeezing the wind out of me. Ching Chong was gentle, but Xian trained heavily in martial arts since childhood. Her grip was crushing. You will crush your poor husband, I wheezed. I do not care. I am never letting go, Xian sobbed. She kept whispering I am so sorry repeatedly. She totally blamed herself for fighting those guards and almost getting me destroyed trying to save her. I patted her back gently, promising her everything was fine. Then things got extremely awkward. Having 2 incredibly gorgeous women pressed against me for that long, my body naturally started reacting in a normal way. Ching Chong definitely noticed first. She suddenly felt how warm I was, then quickly realized exactly what was going on. Her face instantly turned bright red, and she jumped backward. Xian, totally confused, reached down to check if I had hidden a weapon or something. And trust me, you will laugh at this. Finding out what she grabbed, she shrieked, turned scarlet, and shoved away. Even Wenner was blushing hard from the sidelines. I just awkwardly scratched my head and coughed. I couldn't resist teasing Wenner. So, wants a hug too? No way. Who would hug you? She snapped, her face completely red. That is so mean. Your sister Xian literally just hugged me. Is she a ghost? I'm so done talking to you. Classic Wenner. She never wins our arguments. Xian told me to stop joking around, so I just grabbed some tea and switched the topic. I told them I wanted to introduce my brand new friend later. Wenner actually knew about Long Chung from the deputy during their ride over, but they still did not know the whole crazy story. They had zero clue. I totally wrecked Li Jian, or boldly confronted the prefect in court. All they actually knew was that Long Chung freed them before reaching the courthouse, and that I was heading out to face the prefect alone. Ching Ching asked who Long Chung really was, and how he held such insane power. She wanted to know if the prefect hurt me. I smiled, still trying to figure that out myself. Sitting with my 3 wives, I revealed the whole story. How I dragged Li Jian's defeated body into court. How I completely destroyed the prefect using the law. And how Long Chung made an epic last-second entrance to save me. Now pay attention to this part. Ching Ching and Wenner were totally amazed, but Zion's reaction was by far the most intense. Hearing that the prefect and his son were locked up and facing ultimate justice, she broke down completely, throwing herself into my arms. I knew exactly why. The system revealed this prefect was the guy who destroyed her entire family. 38 members of the Gu family, completely wiped out thanks to his nasty lies and political schemes. But since I only knew that from my system, I played dumb and gently asked her what was wrong. She just held on tight without explaining. Then Long Chung's voice echoed from the doorway. Am I interrupting? Xian jumped back, totally embarrassed. Long Chung just came to say dinner was ready upstairs. He smiled awkwardly and gave us space. The girls refused to join us. In this era, wives never dined publicly with their husbands' friends. So, I headed up alone to drink with Long Chung. By now, I completely figured out his real identity. Only imperial family members would dare use the dragon name Long as a disguise. He was definitely a prince, but since he was keeping it a secret, I just played along with him. Honestly, ignoring the truth kept things chill. He kept bothering me about the voice changer and my other mysterious items. I totally made up some nonsense about meeting a mountain immortal as a kid who taught me 36 divine magic arts. He absolutely did not believe a single word I said, but he let it slide. Before we parted ways, he casually mentioned he was heading back to the capital that night. We toasted one final drink and said our goodbyes. I really thought he was gone for good, but trust me, you and I will see him again soon in completely wild circumstances. Back inside, Wenner moved her bedding next door, leaving the massive bed for Ching Ching and Xian. Both girls were blushing so hard. One was sitting there staring at the floor, while the other nervously played with her skirt. I did not hesitate, hopped into bed, and called them over. Xian nervously suggested she sleep in the side room with Wenner instead. I laughed, saying that tiny bed could never fit 2 people. I promised I was totally exhausted and would not try anything sneaky. The classic trap. First, promise nothing will happen. Then, promise to just stay still. Then promise, just one little touch. It works every single time. Well, okay then, Xian whispered. Ching Ching, why are you just standing there? Blow out the lamp and get in. Girls always just need a perfectly reasonable excuse. Give them one, and everything flows naturally. Of course, despite promising to behave, I totally broke every single rule. Ching Ching was gentle as water, while Xian was fierce like fire. Absolute best night ever. But poor Wenner stuck in the side room. She could not see a thing, but heard absolutely everything. She stayed awake until dawn. Afterward, Xian rested on my chest and finally asked what was bothering her. Why have you never asked why I attacked that prefect? I told her the honest truth. You are not the type to strike without a valid reason. If you drew your sword, you had one. If you want to share, I will listen. If not, I will never push it. You are my wife. Protecting you is my duty. No questions asked. She teared up and hugged me tighter. Meeting you is the absolute greatest blessing of my life. I will never leave you, no matter what happens. And then, she revealed everything. So what do we learn here? Her father, Gu Yongchong, was the capital's top guard general, commanding the army. A legendary role meant only for the emperor's most trusted. Stick with me. The Gu family faced serious political drama. Stick with me. You are about to see how War Minister Wine used Prefect Li Go to frame her entire family for treason, leading to their tragic, ultimate downfall. 38 family members gone. She was the only survivor, hiding her true identity before eventually getting dragged to the border as a captive. I already knew everything thanks to the system, but hearing her confess it out loud, feeling those heavy tears falling, it hit completely different. War Minister Wine, I whispered quietly to myself after she finally slept. That name went straight on my payback list. I tucked both ladies in and almost drifted off when the system suddenly started pinging like absolute crazy. Wenner's affection leveled up by 5, hitting 36. Xian jumped by 10, completely maxing out at 50. Ching was already at 50, so her extra 5 points became bonus credits. Then came the huge reward. Since Xian hit peak loyalty, the system gifted me a legendary draw, 20 free attribute points, and totally unlocked a brand new character binding slot. Any future affection points from maxed out partners would directly convert into store credits. I quickly opened my status panel. I now had 40 free attribute points. My combat power was already 68, essentially a second-tier general. Dumping 40 points meant hitting 108, shattering the supposed human limit of 100. Even legendary Li Yuanba from old stories could never hit 108. At 108, I would be invincible, totally superhuman, beyond anything this world had ever seen. I was so hyped, I almost laughed out loud. I was getting super hyped to dump all 40 attribute points into my combat power. But then the system completely threw cold water on my dreams. Your body can only handle a maximum of 80 combat points right now. Force 40 points in, and you will literally explode and just completely perish. The exact same rule applied to agility. Anything tied to physical stats was limited by my body. Now pay attention here. I thought those 40 points were useless, but intelligence and charisma have zero physical limits. You could max charisma to 100. But what good is being the most handsome guy in history if enemies can strike me while I am posing? This is a battlefield, not a beauty pageant. The system then revealed crazy hidden attributes I had completely overlooked. Medicine, military command, governance, astronomy, and engineering. Those skills had zero physical restrictions and could easily be boosted. Now, that was more like it. I closed the system and finally slept. What I did not know was that while I slept, Governor Yao's super urgent letter had actually reached the capital's top emperor. In the Taiyi Hall, Emperor Li Shirong, the legendary founding ruler of Great Shen, sat on his magnificent dragon throne, reading Yao's report. He questioned Governor Yao for times about whether I really possessed those insane abilities. Yao was sweating bullets, but kept fiercely confirming the truth. The emperor shifted from suspicious to genuinely intrigued. He then asked Yao what position I truly deserved. Yao wisely refused to overstep, humbly saying only the emperor could decide such important matters. That clever answer really pleased the old man. After dismissing Yao, the emperor quietly muttered interesting to himself, then summoned his gold guard general. Meanwhile, back at the post station, I didn't wake up until noon. My 3 amazing wives had been waiting for hours with fresh food and warm towels. Xian helped me dress while Qing gently wiped my face. I honestly felt like an emperor. We all saw this coming, right? Wonner, learn from your sisters, I teased. Lazy bum, do it yourself. She playfully snapped, turning away. After eating, I planned our return journey to Sun Village. But first, I urgently needed to buy city supplies. Rare things I couldn't find back in our tiny county. Ingredients for distilling liquor, white sugar, fine salt, and other essential materials for future projects. I had 100 taels of silver to completely burn. So, I wrote up a shopping list and split us into 2 teams. Xian and Wonner formed one group. Me and Qing took the other. We bought so much heavy gear we could barely carry it. I should have definitely hired carts first. Checking my list, I still needed 4 large wine jars. Then I remembered a nice wine shop right across from the 100 Flowers Tower. The words accidentally slipped out before I could even stop them. I know. There's a wine shop across from the 100 Flowers Tower. Let's go there. Silence. 100 Flowers Tower? Wonner asked. What is that? Sounds like an entertainment house, Qing said slowly. Xian's eyes narrowed. Husband, when exactly did you visit the 100 Flowers Tower? How do you know what is right across the street from it? I stood there with my mouth hanging open, unable to produce a single useful word. I was fumbling for a pleasure house excuse when suddenly a massive guy slammed into me from behind. I went sprawling, packages flying everywhere. What the heck? The road is wide open and you hit me. Are you blind? My 3 wives quickly rushed over to help me up. But instead of apologizing, this guy immediately started picking a fight. What did you say, kid? Who is blind? I studied him closely. This was no accident. The road was wide. The crowd was super thin, and we were walking along the edge. He hit me on purpose. But why? So what do you and I make of this? Wonner jumped ahead like an angry mother hen. I pulled her back, and she instantly went quiet, blushing bright pink. Having me shield her absolutely made her feel safe, even if she refused to admit it aloud. Stick with me here. I tried guessing who sent this goon. My enemies were already jailed or crushed, so this just did not feel like a real hit. If someone actually wanted me gone, they would use a sneak attack, not a shove and trash talk. I tried acting reasonable, saying I wanted zero trouble, and we should just drop it. But he clearly hated peace. When his annoying taunts failed on me, he switched targets, glaring at my wives, and started spewing garbage. He demanded to borrow 2 of them for a few days as an apology. Zine absolutely exploded and tried charging right at him. I grabbed her arm. "I will handle this," I said coldly. "I do not need my wife fighting for me." The brute kept going, getting grosser by the second, offering that same nasty choice this entire city loves so much. Hand over my women or crawl between his legs. While he kept running his mouth, I stayed quiet and opened my system. I dumped 32 attribute points, 12 into combat, 20 into agility. Combat hit 80, agility 70. I jumped from 2nd tier straight into borderline 1st tier warrior territory. Every single muscle surged with incredible new power. Then the system triggered a sweet bonus. Watch this. My basic boxing upgraded straight into an advanced martial art. Refined 8 trigrams. Fist. Epic techniques flooded my brain instantly. The big guy completely mistook my silence for fear. He smirked at my wives, bragging that I was obviously considering handing them over, telling them not to worry because he would definitely ensure they had a really great time. I stayed absolutely silent and just cracked my knuckles. The huge guy kept running his filthy mouth about my wives. Game over. I launched forward without another word. The exact moment our fists finally connected, his smirk vanished. He realized instantly he was not fighting an ordinary guy. My new 8 trigrams fist flowed through me like I had practiced it for decades. Sometimes fierce and explosive, sometimes soft and incredibly tricky. Every single strike hit a second layer of force. We clashed fiercely right there in the busy street, smashing through vendor stalls and sending tables flying. A massive crowd formed around us. Behind me, my wives were watching with their mouths hanging wide open. Xian, the only real martial artist there, was completely shocked. She claimed my new skill level was near the absolute top of the entire empire. Barely anyone could match my hand-to-hand combat now. Even W'er, who grew up in a royal palace surrounded by elite warriors, said I directly rivaled famous generals. All 3 of them were asking the exact same question. When did I become this strong? They had never once seen me practice. After exactly 30 exchanges, I held the clear advantage. The huge guy was retreating, sweating, and losing composure, but I knew he was no regular street thug. His technique was refined, built through years of highly serious training. Someone like this would never randomly fight passing strangers. There had to be a reason. I needed to finish this fast. I deliberately left an opening, perfectly baiting him. You know what happens next. He rushed in for a massive finishing blow. The second he committed, I pivoted, stepped perfectly inside his guard, planted my shoulder against his chest, and unleashed absolutely everything in one explosive push. He flew backward, violently crashing through a candy vendor's table. Wood splintered absolutely everywhere. You won! Xian cheered loudly, jumping up and down. The amazed crowd burst into loud applause. I walked over and planted my foot on his chest. He clutched his ribs, face completely twisted in pain. I warned you, I am no soft target. Who gave you the courage to speak like that? Your mother? He could not respond, just gasped from the pain. I know you trained seriously your whole life, I said, pressing harder. You are no random street thug. So, who are you really? And why did you come seeking trouble? If you refuse to give a real answer, I will easily break the rest of your sturdy ribs. A couple broken ribs will not finish you, I said, pressing my foot harder into his chest. So start talking, or I will gladly make you talk. Suddenly, someone started clapping from the crowd. Wonderful. What a brilliantly skilled young fighter. An older man stepped forward, about 55, dressed in expensive silk, wearing a fancy purple crown on his head. His face looked quite weathered, but his eyes were incredibly sharp and deep. The exact kind belonging to someone used to reading people while completely hiding their own thoughts. Are you here to back him up? I asked coldly. No, young friend. I am here to help you, he answered, with a mysterious smile. This is a busy street. If you finish him right here, you and everyone you care about will face the strict law. I almost laughed. He magically shows up right after I win, not before, and claims he is actually helping me. Anyone with eyes could naturally tell they were together. Cut the act, old man. You are his boss, right? This is exactly how you train your people, sending them to harass innocent strangers and insult their wives. 2 more men jumped out from behind him, angrily shouting at me. The old man held them back with a simple wave of his hand. Want to fight too? Come on, all at once. I beckoned. The old man stayed calm. Trust me, we are just starting. Stick with me, we are diving into a wild mystery. He watched me with a faint smile that sent chills down my spine. Young friend, he said calmly, no need to involve the authorities. I have prepared a nice table at the Jude restaurant. Bring your wives for a meal as an apology. Then he just turned and walked away, completely ignoring my answer. I stood there, totally dumbfounded. His guy starts a fight, insults my wives, and now he acts like offering dinner is a huge favor. Who even does that? No thanks, old man, I yelled right after him. Keep your people on a leash. I started grabbing our scattered packages, ready to leave. One of his other bodyguards shot me a dirty glare and hurried after his master. I heard a whisper about me breaking the right Gold Guard general's ribs. The old man silenced him with a murderous look. He quickly changed it to just Liu's ribs. Right? Gold Guard general? So interesting. That meant the guy I just beat up was a high-ranking military officer. If he was just a servant, wait. The old man's thin servant suddenly blocked me. Watch closely, things are heating up. Do you know my master? He asked politely. I don't care. Get out of my way. I was about to shove this thin servant away, but then he said something that stopped me dead cold. Please, young friend, do it for Governor Yao's sake. I froze in place. What did you just say? For whose sake? Governor Yao Tian, Grand Governor of Yonghao and Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. My wives and I stared in shock. Why was Governor Yao's name suddenly dropped in this conversation? My brain started spinning. The servant wasn't stupid enough to drop Yao's name carelessly. That old man screamed pure power. His bodyguards were truly elite fighters, not ordinary thugs. Especially since one was apparently a Gold Guard general. So your master knows me? I carefully asked. The servant smiled and nodded. Why did he pick a fight with me today? I ran through every possibility out loud. Yao's enemies? No, Yao wouldn't leak my location to any enemies. Was this political? No, I was a commoner with zero political ties. The servant finally explained it. His master and Governor Yao were old friends and colleagues in court. Today was just a misunderstanding. Colleagues, friends, a misunderstanding. Let that sink in. If he served alongside Yao at that rank, who was he? My wives urged me to go. Xian pointed out that anyone connected to Yao probably was not an enemy. Qing agreed. We must respect Yao's friendship. I sighed and gave in. Fine, I will go. But he is definitely paying for my broken packages. We walked straight into the Jude restaurant. The entire building was rented out, empty except for guards standing right along the walls. Upstairs, in a fancy private room, table was already loaded with food. The old man sat smiling. His servant's behavior truly caught my eye. When the old man told Wang Da to sit and eat, they nearly panicked. Wang Da's forehead broke out in heavy sweat. We couldn't possibly sit at the same table as you, sir. It goes against all protocol. The old man glared once, and they scrambled into their seats, terrified. I watched this performance with narrowed eyes. The level of fear these grown, battle-hardened men showed toward the single old man was absolutely extraordinary. This wasn't just some wealthy noble. The way they trembled at his displeasure, calling themselves lowly servants, it was on another level. This old man had to be at least one of the 3 dukes of the empire, or possibly even royalty. Rich people are all the same, never doing anything the normal way. Honestly, I didn't care how powerful he really was. He owed me, and I was going to collect. Upstairs, the large table was already covered in fancy dishes. He told me to sit. I dropped into my chair and poured a drink without waiting for an invitation. Then I turned to my wives. Sit down and eat. You walked all day. Ching and Zin both refused. In this era, wives were not supposed to sit with husbands meeting outsiders. It was deeply ingrained in them. But Wunner broke the ice. He said to sit. So sit. Stop overthinking. She pulled out a chair and gracefully sat. Once she led, I convinced the other 2 to join. The old man watched with a warm look, like an elder watching his own grandson. I was starving, so I shoveled food into my mouth like an animal, piling dishes onto my wife's plates between bites. Can you believe this? Wanga looked completely horrified, but the old man smiled with a warm, fatherly expression. Then the old man ordered bodyguard Liu to apologize on behalf of his brother, the exact guy I had just beaten. Liu stood up reluctantly, forced a smile, and offered me a cup of wine. My brother was totally reckless, he admitted through gritted teeth. He absolutely deserved those broken ribs. Whatever compensation you want, seriously, just name your price. We will not argue. Everyone expected me to act graciously. Stick with me here. A normal guy would politely refuse when a VIP acts humble, but I am far from normal. So, how much money? I asked, casually chewing my vegetables. Lou practically choked. He had just poured his heart into an apology, and I skipped straight to the bill. He forced himself to stay totally calm. Just pick a fair amount. Whatever I ask for, you will not argue? Not a single argument? You are absolutely sure? Completely certain. I wiped my mouth. 100 taels of silver. His jaw dropped completely. That was exactly what Long Chun gave me earlier. For an ordinary person, that was years of income. Lou looked completely frozen in pure shock. He expected me to ask for a few copper coins, not 8 pounds of solid silver. Lou's face turned completely red. 100 taels equaled 2 years of salary, but he already promised not to argue. Now, he was totally trapped. He counted the banknotes, looking like his entire world had shattered. 10, 20, 40, 60, 100. Peeling each note from the stack looked incredibly painful for him. He was left with just 20 taels from his entire personal savings for this big trip. I grabbed the money without any guilt. My 3 wives covered their mouths, trying really hard not to laugh. The old man smiled tiredly and called it settled. I just stared. Easy to play peacemaker right now. Where was that energy when his guy attacked me earlier? But whatever. Between the huge payout and his connection to Governor Yao, I let it slide. That made 200 taels I had collected in this world, practically without even trying. Over our meal, I started asking questions. The old man confirmed he knew Governor Yao as a close friend. He was also a major court official, ranked way higher than the governor. Higher than second rank? Are you one of the 3 dukes? I asked. No, he replied, smiling mysteriously. Higher than second rank, but not one of the mighty dukes. Pay attention here. That narrowed down the possibilities. He admitted hearing about me, and had deliberately tracked me down. I assumed he needed medical help. Powerful people usually track me down for that, but he shook his head. Then what is the point of this? I asked. Wang stepped in. My master oversees the massive revenue and rights ministries. He heard Governor Yao tried recruiting you for government service, and that you completely refused. He is extremely curious. Why refuse official work? I waved it off. No way. Officials never have happy endings. Yao could not convince me, and neither will you. But if you have issues I can solve, I am happy to help for his sake. The old man nodded, his face totally unreadable. My answer clearly did not surprise him. He came with a real purpose, and apparently had not figured it out yet. The old man asked my thoughts on the current state of Great Shen. I paused. We both know talking national politics could get you punished. But he insisted it was just a friendly chat with 0 consequences. So, I laid out the basics first. Emperor Kai Wu had solid policies. The equal land system gave peasants farmland and boosted our tax revenue. He reformed currency to grow the economy. He kept the imperial exams so smart scholars could easily enter our government. He fixed the legal code to remove harsh punishments. Plus, he built a new militia system blending farming and military service. Honestly, Emperor Qin Wu is an absolute once-in-a-generation ruler. His achievements rival any great emperor in history, I said. If things continued like this, true prosperity would be totally guaranteed. Wang Da looked extremely pleased when I praised the emperor, but the old man showed absolutely 0 reaction, not even a single twitch. But there are massive problems even the emperor cannot solve, I continued. The room went totally quiet. Our 9 provinces remain divided. 4 nations are attacking constantly. The borders are filled with starving victims. People live like they are in a total nightmare. I cannot call that the start of a golden age. Wang quickly defended the emperor, blaming natural disasters and enemy invasions, claiming things would improve in a few years. I cut him right off with the cold, mocking laugh. A few years and Great Shen will collapse. Lu slammed his cup down. Shut your mouth. Say just one more word. Curse our nation, and I will destroy you. Here, my wife stood up, absolutely terrified. Predicting the empire falling was pure treason, punishable by wiping out your entire clan. I looked right past Lu, staring directly at the old man. What did you and I expect? I said upfront, if honesty means punishment, then forget this entire conversation. Stick with me here, because we are about to watch an absolutely epic mind game unfold. The mysterious old man just asked why the empire will fall. I told him, those policies look absolutely fantastic on paper, but they completely fail right now. The equal field system gives peasants land. That is wonderful during peacetime, but we are currently stuck in a massive four-way war. War requires resources, soldiers, and taxes. The old man frowned, telling me to just continue. 3 out of 10 conscripted, 2 out of 5 taken in some areas. Crushing taxes, grain seized everywhere. I said this while eating chicken. Ordinary people can barely even survive. What good is farmland then? They sell it super cheap to wealthy nobles just to pay taxes, then end up working that exact same land again. The system breaks completely. The endless cycle repeats. Hardworking peasants just get poorer. National strength drops fast. When people finally snap, massive rebellions start. That is how empires fall. Wonga was totally speechless. I kept pushing forward. The militia system has that exact same problem. You arm local officials. Sure, it makes border defense strong, but it hands incredible power to ambitious men. Now they have land, fancy titles, and private soldiers. They will obviously fight each other. Political infighting becomes 10 times worse. Lu tried to argue back. I shut him down fast. Stop pretending. Everyone in Great Shen is perfectly united and fiercely loyal. Humans are naturally selfish. You should never test human nature. I laid out the brutal truth. Political factions destroying things inside. Dangerous bandits roaming everywhere. Corrupt officials squeezing innocent people completely dry. Terrible natural disasters ruining everything. Tribal raiders attacking borders. With all this wild chaos happening, how can the empire survive? Now watch closely, because this is the exact moment where everyone in the room completely freezes. Then I softened the blow. It will not happen today. Emperor Qin Wu is strong enough to maintain absolute control while alive. The old guard stays completely loyal to him. The real danger comes whenever his successor takes over. The mysterious old man asked if I had any solutions. I refused. I can diagnose the illness, but I cannot prescribe medicine for an entire empire. That is way above my level. Let me just worry about finding next month's food. He suddenly asked if Governor Yao knew these wild opinions. For a split second, I saw something incredibly dangerous flash right in his eyes. I truthfully said no, then he mentioned the potatoes. I cursed internally. Yao definitely told this mysterious man absolutely everything. My epic new crops and awesome inventions. Yao meant well, but leaking that secret information so incredibly fast was super dangerous. Before my village actually gets established, I really need to stay under the radar. The old guy asked about potato production and if they grow massively. I went dead silent. This dude was definitely way more powerful and dangerous than Governor Yao. If I spill too much, he might drag me to the capital, force me to share secret techniques, or literally lock me up as a national asset. I know what you are thinking, but his fear of getting captured is real. I decided to just be completely honest about the potatoes. Governor Yao already knew everything anyway. The secret will definitely spread soon. Yes, they can absolutely be grown on a massive scale. Just one single acre produces 10,000 gene easily. Zero restrictions on climate or soil. Super fast growth cycle. Extremely nutritious. Wang actually spat his hot tea right out in shock. Lu looked completely terrified. Even that stone-faced old man showed a tiny emotional twitch before instantly recovering his perfectly calm expression. Absolute, pure madness. He calmly asked if that was really true. Why would I lie when Yao already told you? Then I realized his sneaky trap. Wait a second. If Yao told you, he definitely told you the massive yield and growing conditions too. You already knew absolutely everything. You were just testing me the whole time. The old man laughed. He even mentioned the fast growth cycle, which I had not said yet. Massive chills ran straight down my spine. This guy was absolutely terrifying. He acted like a warm, friendly grandpa this entire time. But every single question was actually a highly calculated, tricky test. While everyone else totally panicked over my bold predictions about the empire falling, he never blinked once. His insane ability to completely mask his true emotions was legendary. I fully expected him to steal my potato technology or drag me straight to the royal capital, but he did the exact opposite thing. Instead, well, a truly delightful chat. Shall we call it a day? Wait, what? Just like that, he learns about a miracle crop that literally saves empires and just lets me walk away. I was so incredibly confused by this man. I quickly said goodbye, grabbed my wives, and rushed downstairs. W'er seemed completely distracted. She stared at that mysterious old man forever, totally bothered, but kept her mouth completely shut tight. We were almost out the main door when I realized I completely forgot my wine jars in the corner. I ran back upstairs, completely embarrassed. Forgot these. You saw that too, right? He ruined the epic mood. Lou was furious. Those cheap wine jars barely cost 100 copper coins total. Let us jump in. His 100 silver pieces sat in my pocket. I could practically see the fury in his eyes. I grabbed my wine and almost left, but spotted something strange through the open doorway. Wah held a tiny golden box, showing off a strange pill. He lifted it toward the old guy. I stopped right in my tracks. An elixir pill? Seriously? Wah cheerfully explained. It was a special rejuvenation pill made by a fancy Taoist friend back at the royal palace. Apparently, it promised long life, a stronger body, and sharper mind. A chill ran straight down my spine. From history class, I knew those fake immortality pills were packed with mercury, lead, and dangerous heavy metals. They never extended life. They ruined it completely. I just stared at that weird pill, totally speechless. This poor old man was swallowing pure poison without knowing. In every single past dynasty I studied, those naive emperors and nobles absolutely adored these fake immortality pills. Now watch closely. Taoist alchemists totally invented eternal life stories just to please wealthy patrons. But those pills had dangerously toxic heavy metals. Cinnabar, lead, sulfur, mercury. They give a fake energy boost by draining your body, tricking people into thinking they worked. Long term, they end you entirely. Moving super slowly, I snatched the pill right out of the old man's hand and sniffed it. Wangda and Liu totally freaked out. Apparently, no one in the whole empire ever dared snatch things from their boss before. The old guy just calmly waved them off. Let him be. What did you find? I can smell cinnabar, lead, sulfur, and pure mercury without even needing a test. Probably other toxic metals mixed in too. They had absolutely no clue what I meant. Those words did not exist back then. Look, old timer, quit taking these. They are slow poison. Keep eating them, and your days are numbered. And if the emperor takes them, tell him to stop immediately, or his reign ends super soon. That completely set Wangda off into a total rage. You dare curse our emperor? You arrogant brat. The old man instantly silenced them with one look. Amazingly, no anger. Governor Yao already told him my medical skills were crazy good. Solving tough illnesses, even Yao himself completely failed to treat. He asked if I came from a famous medical family. I said no, just learned from a random mountain doctor. Surprisingly, he let it go. Then he asked for another clear explanation. I dropped the pill on the table and completely broke it down into super simple, easy to understand terms. Those Taoist priests literally take harsh rock minerals that are already totally toxic. They mix them with random foods, heating it all inside a furnace until it melts. Once it eventually cools down and hardens, bam, an elixir pill. You get what I am saying, right? That poison stays. Every pill you swallow just piles more toxic junk inside your body. I carefully listed out every single symptom heavy metal poisoning for them. Nausea, vomiting, stomach pain first, then terrible digestion, and major difficulty breathing later. Eventually, insomnia, muscle weakness, painful headaches, sore gums, slow reactions, and finally, total organ failure. The old man's eyes narrowed. I could totally tell from his shocked expression, he already experienced these exact symptoms. Wangda grabbed the pill with shaking hands, nervously looking between me and his master while sweating bullets. If this was really poison, he would be severely punished for letting his master take it. This cannot be right. Wangda stammered loudly. The palace doctors and even I took these too. I said, chronic poisoning. I snapped. Are your ears entirely stuffed with donkey hair? If you refuse to believe me, just keep feeding them to your poor master. The old man took this very seriously. He claimed if I was right, the alchemist who made these deserved total ruin for his family. He would investigate, but desperately needed evidence first. Then he asked me to check his pulse. I totally froze inside. I had no idea how. I was amazing at modern medicine, traditional diagnostic methods. My sect has a strict rule. We never take pulses on living patients, I blurted out. Just let your palace doctors check you once you get back home. Hwa hopelessly begged for a quick prescription. I honestly could not do that either. I probably could not even identify half the herbs here. Just drink lots of hot water to naturally flush those nasty toxins, I said, slowly backing toward the exit. Hot water? That is it? They just kept blocking me. I sighed heavily. I took 100 silver pieces from them. I could not leave them with nothing. What could I honestly give? Adrenaline shots? Antibiotics? Those cannot help chronic poisoning at all. A landmine? Definitely not. Then it hit me. The absolute, perfect solution. This old man was probably incredibly stressed running the entire empire. Trust me on this. Redirecting his focus to fun hobbies means he forgets those poison pills forever. Every powerful dude in this era had multiple wives. I just needed to make that specific hobby way more appealing than popping toxic pills. I quickly opened the system store. 2 options appeared. A basic 6-point set, or a 12-point premium deluxe ultimate box of intimate accessories. Let's jump in. He gave me 100 taels, so I grabbed the deluxe package. I even added a bottle of Viagra, just in case. The old man's body struggled. 17 points total. Totally worth it, I told him. We met by pure fate. Taking your 100 taels means I have to give something back. I cannot write real medical prescriptions, but I do have a wild folk remedy. It might not cure the poison, but it will absolutely make you feel much better. Sneaking out to a hidden corner, I pulled an enormous gift box and that Viagra bottle right from my system inventory, then hauled them back. Everyone stared in pure shock at this massive box appearing from nowhere. Wanga opened his eyes super wide, asking if this was a magic trick. I handed the old man the mystery box and those special pills. I warned him strictly not to open it before getting home, or the magic would fail. I strictly warned him to take only 1 pill at a time, otherwise he would face serious trouble. Before he could utter another word, I grabbed my 4 wine jars and strolled right out. The old man and his 2 servants stood there completely stunned. After wrapping up our goodbyes at the restaurant, I hired 4 horse-drawn carts directly from a local escort agency. 3 were for the supplies we bought, and 1 was for me and my 3 wives to ride in. I also hired 4 bodyguards to protect our precious cargo along the journey. We had already been traveling for about 6 hours straight without resting. Seeing how tired I looked, my wife, Chu Ching, kindly offered a shoulder massage, but I gently told her to just rest instead. We would be home in just 2 hours. She is always like that, always thinking of nice ways to take care of me. Watch closely here. My second wife, Gai Jian, suddenly questioned why I spent so much silver on bodyguards. She correctly pointed out those for guards lacked real martial arts skills. If bandits actually attacked, only she and I could manage the fight. Anyway, she made a valid point, but I warned her. Times were dangerous. Refugees and bandits were everywhere. Besides, I was carrying plenty of silver. Over 100 taels was more than enough to feed our entire family for over a whole year. Xian also asked when exactly I learned to fight so well. Seeing me spar with that massive Gai Lim yesterday had completely shocked her to the core. I casually made up a wild story about learning from an old immortal mountain hermit, who strictly swore me to total secrecy. Of course, nobody believed me, but my wives easily accept that I am full of surprises now. What truly worried me was my third wife, Joner. She had been spacing out ever since meeting that old man at the restaurant, barely speaking a single word. When I called her name, she jumped like I startled her out of a dream. Something was clearly wrong. I could not figure it out. She is a princess of the Great Zhou dynasty, so how on earth could she know a Great Chen senior minister? It made zero sense. I kept pressing Zhou Wunner about why she was acting so strange lately, and my other wives definitely noticed it too. Chu Ching Chol, Ling sharp as always, asked if Wunner actually recognized that old man from the restaurant. Wunner froze up and panicked, but Ching Ching threw a quick lifeline, suggesting she was just deeply shocked by my incredible fighting skills from yesterday. We both saw through that. Wunner grabbed the excuse instantly. I did not buy it, but let it slide. Whatever secret was bothering her, it absolutely had something to do with that mysterious old man. We safely arrived back at Sun Family Village before midnight. The local night watchman immediately spotted us and spread the happy news. Suddenly, the entire village came rushing out with bright torches to excitedly greet our return. My 4 hired bodyguards nearly wet themselves, terrified it was a bandit ambush, until they realized these were just super excited villagers. Old Zhao Ergu, and everyone else were overjoyed seeing me safe. Having successfully rescued my 3 wives from county jail, I had officially become the village backbone. Everyone knew perfectly well that if I went down, their happy days were completely over. Even the exact people who used to mock me were bowing like loyal servants, eagerly rushing over to help unload our heavy supplies. After happily sending most of the village crowd home, I held the chief back, alongside old Jiang, old Chow, and Ergu to quietly catch up on serious business. Old Jiang told me that County Magistrate Wang and Governor Yao hurriedly rushed to the capital and the county seat hoping to free my wives, completely clueless that I had already handled everything myself. Then came the truly big news. Old Jiang excitedly reported that the very first batch of potatoes was fully harvested. 17 acres produced 150,000 gene. He was literally jumping with pure excitement, claiming they needed a massive 1,000 sacks to hold everything. But I shook my head. By my math, it should have been closer to 180,000. Someone either sneakily stole some or damaged those plants along the way. Still, of the golden crop survived just fine, so I let it entirely slide. Old Jiang mentioned the whole village went absolutely crazy with joy. A few people literally fainted from the pure shock of seeing so much delicious food. The village elders even wanted to construct a grand stone monument for me at the entrance. I obviously shut that crazy idea down incredibly fast. Makes you think, right? Where were these loyal admirers when the old me begged for scraps? Anyway, the rest of the report was all fantastic news. Come along with me. Every single landowner suddenly wanted to grow my potatoes, happily agreeing to a 60-40 split. Old Jiang managed every single planting assignment. Meanwhile, the landless folks were split into 5 teams of 10. Working day and night clearing out brand new farmland. We even set up security patrols. Landowners guarded their own fields, while the elders and widows watched the valley plots. Everything was flowing perfectly according to my master plan, and honestly, it felt incredibly good. Right after old Jiang wrapped up his report, old Chia proudly explained our new village security. 3-person teams rotating through households, plus clever warning traps hidden right at the outer road entrances. I was genuinely impressed. Everything ran perfectly while I was gone. But then, the village chief brought up something super interesting. 3 rival neighboring villages, Leaf Family Village, Red Flag Fort, and Tian Family Town, suddenly wanted to join us. They had heard about our epic bandit fights and amazing new crops. Each place held about 500 or 600 people, mostly widows, orphans, and elders with 0 strong men. Old Jiang was absolutely not having it. He loudly reminded everyone how they bullied us during the famine, straight up stealing our grain and ruining our fields. But I saw it completely differently. I did not care about silly old grudges. I desperately needed manpower. More people meant massive productivity, and honestly, way more free labor to build my wealth. I ordered the chief to send word tonight. Listen closely, because this is wild. I demanded everyone from those rival villages gather at our east field tomorrow. Young, old, disabled, I didn't care. As long as they could walk, I wanted them right there. I would easily find work for every single person. Then I asked old Jiang about the massive new compound I ordered built on the village's east side. He actually got it done. 3-meter-high walls, covering 5 or 6 acres, packed with dozens of rooms and pavilions. Absolute perfection. This was not a regular home. This place was going to be my ultimate business headquarters. I planned to invent crazy new products and sell them nationwide. My epic dream of reaching the absolute top and living lavishly with my wives and future kids was finally becoming real. I quickly told old Zhao, and Ergu. They were pulling an all-nighter tonight to help me work. Old Jiang's eyes totally lit up, asking if we were planting something new. I just glared at him. This guy literally only thinks about farming. Farming fixed our food shortage. Sure, but nobody actually gets rich just growing simple crops. I popped inside to tell my wives I would be busy tonight. Ching Chun felt super bad that I skipped resting after my trip and sweetly offered to help. I gently told them if they really could not sleep, they could work on growing more potato seedlings. The 4 of us hauled heavy wine jars and supplies into the brand new compound, working all night long. By dawn, everything was perfectly set. Wooden basins, barrels, and a massive stovepot setup. Nobody had a clue what I was doing. I casually asked old Shia if he enjoyed drinking. He laughed hard, of course, but wine was a huge luxury. He had not tasted any in 2 whole years. Suddenly, the idiot grabbed one of my premium wine jars, trying to chug it. I yelled at him to drop it immediately. I was not sharing. I was distilling liquor, and I know what you are thinking. Brewing wine from wine? Sounds absolutely crazy. I told them their normal drinks were total garbage. Sour, murky, completely yellowish, and weak as plain water. What I was actually making was a super high-proof distilled spirit. Crystal clear, and incredibly strong. Nothing like that cheap, muddy swill. They just stared blankly. They had never even heard of something so advanced. I asked Old Jiang, Old Zhao, and Ergu if they knew why I picked them specifically. They had zero clue. I told them they were the only ones I trusted, but they had to perfectly memorize every single step I taught them, and never, ever share it with anyone else. I smartly split the entire liquor-making process into 3 parts, teaching each person only one specific piece. Ergu handled the soaking and steaming of the grain. Meanwhile, Old Chia took complete charge of fermentation and drying. Old Jiang managed the distilling and collecting the final product. This genius way. Absolutely nobody knew the whole secret recipe. You need all 3 parts together to make it work. Sure, I trusted these guys, but blind trust simply does not pay the bills. You always have to protect yourself. Honestly, brewing methods in this era were completely terrible. People wasted perfectly good grain, only to end up with bitter, cloudy, foul-smelling, weak swill. My brilliant approach was entirely different. I used super cheap leftover grain husks instead, cutting costs way down, and the final result was honestly way better. Smooth, strong, high-proof spirit. Trust me, you and I are about to watch this hit the market and spread like wildfire. I carefully walked everyone through their steps. I told Ergu to wash the grain incredibly thoroughly, remove every single impurity, and soak it for 2 to 3 days, changing the fresh spring water every 12 hours. I showed Old Xiao exactly how to manage fermentation temperature, warm, not hot, and to perfectly sterilize barrels using boiling water before every use. When I asked Old Jiang to repeat his distilling instructions, he absolutely nailed it. Keep the temperature around 60 degrees. Wrap the cloth to cool it. Run multiple rounds of distillation. Toss the first and last batches. Then filter and distill 3 total times. Jump into this wild ride with me. I figured the first batch would be ready by morning, so I headed home. My 3 wives were busy growing potato seedlings. Wainer was still acting super distant and weird. I tried talking to her after dinner, but she totally dodged me and went straight to bed. Whatever. I finally gave up and fell asleep with Ching Ching and Xian. Over the next 3 days, I was busier than ever. I organized all the strong workers from 4 different villages. Folks without land signed a solid work contract with me, joining the land clearing crews, farming teams, or patrol squads. Those with land signed a cool partnership deal, took potato seedlings home, and paid me back monthly in potatoes, grain, or coins. The toughest fighters joined my security force. I gave them an epic name: security guards. Elders who could hunt or fish became the kitchen crew. The builders stepped up to construct our brand new workshop. Anyone with 0 skills who just wanted free food, I slapped them away and told them to scram. But everyone actually working for me got paid monthly in copper coins, with awesome meals included. Seeing it all come together made me grin like a massive idiot. Back in my past life, I was a miserable delivery driver working endlessly on a 996 schedule. Now here I was, a full-blown landlord, with hundreds of people working for me, bowing respectfully. Life was amazing. But of course, peace like this never lasts. Watch closely, things get crazy here. On the 4th morning, resting with 2 wives, warning gong started loudly banging through our village. My heart raced. The Tiger Mountain bandits again? No way. I already scared them out of their minds. So who in the world was it? I threw on clothes, made sure the wives were safe, and rushed right outside. Instead of panicked villagers, I found Old Jiang, Old Zhao, Ergu, and gosh, grinning like total idiots. Old Chia blurted it out first. The imperial court sent a massive procession to deliver a decree. A royal decree from the emperor himself. Old Zhao had seen one of these processions years ago in the county capital, and he swore this was the absolute real deal. They urged that the decree obviously wasn't for him or Guing, so it had to be mine. I wasn't laughing, though. My mind started racing with questions. How did my little business reach the emperor's ears so fast? And an imperial decree wasn't necessarily good news. I had beaten up Li Zhen and got that corrupt Governor Li removed. That whole mess had probably spread everywhere by now. What if someone powerful was using this to lure me into a trap? Get the emperor to summon me, and then have me eliminated? Old Jang read my worried face and told me to just relax. If it was bad news, they would have sent armed soldiers, not some fancy ceremonial procession. He felt completely sure the court wanted to offer me an official position. When he mentioned that County Magistrate Wang was part of the group, I finally calmed down. Wang was a friend. If this meant trouble, he would have warned me beforehand. This definitely had Governor Yao written all over. That old man had been trying to get me into the government forever. He must have submitted a glowing recommendation to the emperor. I went back inside to get cleaned up. Xian and Ching Ching stood at the door, beaming with congratulations. But I honestly wasn't thrilled. My very first potato harvest just came in. Plus, the distillery was barely up and running. You feel my frustration, right? My teams were just getting organized. And now, they wanted me to drop everything and become some royal official. Xian explained that Governor Yao had absolutely no choice. As a regional governor, hiding a highly talented person in his territory without reporting it meant he'd be heavily guilty of deceiving the emperor. Ching Ching added that we could just grow potatoes and set up workshops in the capital too. Then Weiner finally spoke up for the first time in days, and wasn't happy. She said Governor Yao wasn't doing me any favors. The royal court was full of backstabbing and political scheming. Sending me there could get me eliminated. But I could tell her real worry ran much deeper. When Xian and Ching Ching pushed back, insisting that I'd be totally fine, and this was a great thing, Weiner just scoffed, said she couldn't care less, and stormed right off to her room. I was starting to piece together exactly what was going on with her. As a princess from the Great Zhao dynasty, she didn't want me joining Great Kai's government. A guy with my abilities serving a rival nation? That would be a huge nightmare for Zhao, Xia, and Song alike. But I had no choice. I had no army and no real fortune yet. Refusing an imperial decree makes me a wanted fugitive. Maybe even branded a total traitor, defecting to the enemy. Great. Xin had 1,000,000 border troops. Running just wasn't an option. I just have to take this one step at a time. It wasn't that I hated the idea of being an official. I just really hated being controlled. What do we think he'll do? I just finished washing up when Weiner's quiet, complicated voice echoed behind me. Are you really going to accept the decree? I turned around. She stood there alone, looking incredibly conflicted. Ching Ching and Xian were nowhere in sight. Stick with me here. Are you really eager to serve Great Qin? Weiner asked, her eyes pleading, biting her lip. I just stayed perfectly quiet. She caught herself, quickly adding, she only worried for my safety. The imperial court was a total den of vicious wolves and hidden dragons. I just smiled, asking if my safety was truly her only worry. She pouted, insisting, of course, it was. I knew better, though. She genuinely cared about me. Sure, but as a secret princess of Great Zhou, her real fear was me helping a rival empire. Since she was still hiding her true identity, though, I couldn't say a single word of that out loud. I tried to pat her head, but she quickly stepped back. I sighed, telling her we simply had no better options right now. Refusing a royal decree and going on the run. That would put absolutely everyone's lives at major risk. Before she could argue, the imperial procession suddenly arrived at my gate. Heavily armed soldiers filed in, lining up sharply on both sides. An old eunuch in a purple dragon robe strode in, holding a horsehair whisk. A whole row of junior eunuchs shuffled right behind him, bowing their heads. The imperial envoy, County Magistrate Wang, and Wang Yurin closely followed them. I really wanted to greet Wang, but that old eunuch didn't even give me a chance. Now watch this. He confirmed my identity, gave me a smug, sinister look, and barked at me to kneel for the decree. Everyone immediately dropped to their knees. The magistrate, the envoy, everyone. Ching Chung and Xian rushed outside, quickly kneeling right behind me. I knelt too, though every single fiber of me absolutely hated it. The eunuch read aloud. The emperor praised me as brilliant, talented, and deeply knowledgeable. He actually credited me with protecting the throne, which made zero sense, since I had never done anything like that, and appointed me the crown prince's study companion, giving me an honorary rank matching a successful imperial exam candidate. I was completely stunned. Study companion to the crown prince? That basically meant babysitting some spoiled royal kid during homework. I was hoping for at least a whole district to govern, but instead, I got assigned as a glorified tutor. It was super obvious the emperor wanted to build up his son's inner circle of loyal supporters. After I accepted the decree, Magistrate Wang and Wang Yuren enthusiastically congratulated me. I told them not to bother at all. The position lacked any official rank. Wang Yuren quickly corrected me, explaining that while the title had no formal grade, the salary perfectly matched a fourth-rank official. Plus, historically, nobody dared mess with the crown prince's companion. That person was essentially the future emperor's most trusted advisor. I sighed, saying my only real worry was getting stuck with the spoiled, bratty prince who would make my life hell and blame me for everything. That almost gave Magistrate Wang a literal heart attack. He slapped his hand over my mouth, whispering, "That talk like that could get me completely ruined." Wang Yuren was sweating bullets too. I just shrugged it off. I knew exactly what I could and couldn't say. I just didn't care much. I know what you're thinking. If the prince turned out to be a total brat, I had plenty of sneaky ways to straighten him out. Wang quietly warned me to watch every single word once I reached the capital. Then he slipped 2 massive silver ingots into my hands, saying we would catch up properly later. I took the 2 silver ingots from Magistrate Wang, 40 taels total, 20 each. I didn't understand why until Wang Yuren explained. It was totally customary to tip the officials. Delivering the decree, I seriously almost lost my mind. I hadn't even set foot in the capital yet, and people were already openly accepting bribes. Before I could complain, those 2 officials walked over. Eunuch Zhang from the Imperial Ceremonial Bureau, and Scholar Liu from the Hanlin Academy, who actually drafted the decree. They congratulated me with totally fake smiles, clearly expecting their money. I played along, slipping them the silver after polite chit-chat. They pocketed it immediately after a totally half-hearted show of refusing. I politely asked them for a little time to settle my affairs at home before we departed. Since they had just taken my money, they were happy to oblige. Wang Yuren escorted them to the village chief's house to rest. Once everyone cleared out, leaving just me, my wives, and Magistrate Wang, I tried paying him back those 40 taels with some silver notes. He flat out refused, insisting he still owed me for saving his wife, and absolutely wouldn't hear of it. I just let it go. Wang confirmed what I had already guessed. Governor Yao recommended me. He explained that Yao did it partly out of duty, partly because he genuinely cared about this country. The emperor was in terrible health. The empire was completely crumbling from internal and external threats, and Yao felt the nation desperately needed me. I told Wang not to worry. I didn't blame Yao at all. The man helped save my wives from that totally corrupt governor. I still owed him. Still, the timing was absolutely terrible. My workshop had barely started. The potatoes were just harvested. Trust me, we're in for a ride. Everything was finally going right. And now, I had to leave for the capital. Then Wang got serious. Stick with me. His actual goal was delivering Governor Yao's strict warnings about surviving the crazy imperial court. The imperial government had 4 massive factions. The first was just the emperor's dedicated group of loyal veteran ministers. Because the emperor personally appointed me as the crown prince's study companion, they might interrogate me, but they definitely would not cause major trouble. The actual danger was the second faction, controlled by Prime Minister Lin Xuanfu. This absolute boss held the Grand Commandant title, the highest of the 3 dukes. His Elshi clan planted spies everywhere, every single ministry, bureau, and office. Incredible roots and massive branches. Wang called him totally ruthless, super cunning, and willing to do whatever it takes. I nodded, thinking I should definitely befriend him, since he was obviously the emperor's most trusted, right-hand guy. Wang instantly cut me off. Nope, the exact opposite. Stay extremely far away. Be incredibly careful. I was totally confused. If Lin was the emperor's top guy and I served the prince, weren't we basically on the same team? Once the emperor passes and the prince rules, we should totally be allies. Why on earth should I avoid him? Wang figured he and Governor Yao were just being extra careful. As a simple companion, I likely would not meet someone that elite, but he strictly demanded I avoid all contact with Lin Xuanfu. I questioned him. Was this prime minister secretly planning treason? Pay close attention here, because Magistrate Wang nervously admitted he did not actually know the whole truth. He was merely passing along Governor Yao's message. Honestly, as long as the emperor was still breathing, Prime Minister Lin probably would not cause major drama. But if the emperor fell, a man holding massive power that long could easily develop some incredibly dangerous ambitions. He had already completely stopped respecting the crown prince, let alone a total nobody like me. I asked why the emperor kept such a sketchy guy around, and Wang sighed, saying it was extremely complicated. The empire desperately needed the Lunji clan's support. They grew so insanely powerful that the emperor could not attack without an absolutely guaranteed, flawless victory. The only bright side, Lin never allied with any prince and stayed completely, outwardly loyal. Next, Wang explained the remaining factions. The Crown Prince's squad and the Second Prince's crew, who had been viciously tearing each other apart for years. I asked the total number of princes. 9. 9 princes brutally competing for the ultimate throne. My stomach completely dropped. This was exactly like those intense royal succession dramas I watched in my past life. Wang quickly clarified 4 had already tragically passed away, leaving the Crown Prince, the Second Prince, the Fourth Prince always commanding troops elsewhere, a 7-year-old Sixth Prince, and an infant Ninth Prince. So honestly, it was basically just Crown Prince versus Second Prince. The Crown Prince just turned 20. He was technically the third-born son, born after his late mother, the Empress, passed. Wang slipped me a super-secret roster written by Governor Yao, tracking all the court's major players and their true loyalties. He ordered me to memorize it on the road and completely burn it right after. You and I saw this coming. Wang warned the Second Prince's elite forces would definitely hunt me down. That corrupt governor I tossed into jail, Leo, had major ties to the Minister of War, the Second Prince's loyal man. I caused a massive scene, fallen soldiers, and imprisoned governor. Even though Governor Yao expertly smoothed things over, absolutely everyone at court would assume the Crown Prince orchestrated this entire situation with me as his personal attack dog. Because those two princes were already ripping each other apart, I basically painted a massive target onto my own back. I completely lost my cool. Marching to the capital was basically a one-way trip to oblivion. I started angrily cursing Governor Yao for trapping me, but Wang quickly silenced me. He instantly reminded me that Yao told me to stay perfectly calm and let him handle things. But I recklessly charged ahead and threw the Leaf family into prison myself. That wasn't Yao's mistake. The secret roster and intense warnings were just Yao graciously cleaning up my massive mess. Taking a breath, I admitted Wang was right. I owed Yao big time. Wang wished me luck, told me to use my wits to survive, and departed. I watched him leave with a deeply bitter, knowing smile. Whatever happens, I would face it head-on. If the Second Prince or anyone dared threaten my precious family, I would make them absolutely regret it. Back inside, Ching Chong and Xian had our stuff fully packed, completely ready to depart for the capital the second I gave the command. Ching Chong threw herself right into my arms, eyes teary. She whispered that this all felt unreal, and she would definitely miss our little home. This place held amazing memories, and she had finally started thinking of it as where she genuinely belonged. Now, we were leaving it entirely behind. Wonner, meanwhile, simply sat on the edge of the bed, blankly staring into space, not packing a single thing. I gently comforted Ching Chong, telling her to relax. Wherever we went, we would build our own home, probably way fancier than this one. She hugged me, declaring home was wherever I went. Trust me, you and I are witnessing something truly special. Stick with me here. Xian hugged me too, but she was shaking. The capital, Jing Duo, brought back painful memories. Her family lived there before political rivals completely ruined them. She wasn't actually scared of the city itself, though. She was terrified of losing me, just like her family. I held her close, promising I wasn't reckless. I totally knew how to protect myself. Then Ching Chong whispered in my ear that Wonner seemed super weighed down by something, suggesting I should go talk to her completely alone. I found Wonner just sitting on the edge of the bed in the side room, staring blankly. I sat right beside her, asking if she felt homesick. She scooted away a bit and quietly whispered, yes. So, I asked her totally straight, was she joining us in the capital? She just stammered, completely unable to answer. So, I decided to simply lay it all out. I think I can easily guess your background, I said. You're from the great Zhou royal family, aren't you? She jumped off that bed like lightning struck her, staring at me in absolute shock and panic. I quickly told her to just relax. Only I figured it out. Chin Chung and Xin didn't know. She couldn't understand how I cracked it, since she never told me a single thing. I explained my logic. Ever since we met that old man at the restaurant, she was acting totally strange, spacing out and visibly shaken. Watch closely, figured she totally recognized him, or at least saw his portrait before. And since that mysterious old man was clearly a super important VIP in Great Shen, possibly tied to royalty himself, the only way she'd recognize him was if she came from a similar elite background in a rival nation. Wonder was completely stunned and speechless. She thought she knew me, but I kept surprising her. I spread my hands, asking what she wanted to do next. I totally meant it, no forcing her to stay. She looked at me in pure disbelief, asking if I'd actually let her leave. I just shrugged, saying her legs were her own. I really couldn't stop her leaving even if I tried. Then she said something that genuinely shocked me. She pointed out I now held an official ranking in Great Chen, and knowing she was an enemy princess, I could totally turn her in for military merit. I almost absolutely exploded. Did she seriously think I'd sell out my own wife just for some promotion? I bluntly told her I didn't even want this ridiculous study companion job. I only took it because I literally had no choice. I still had potatoes to harvest, a workshop, and hundreds of villagers relying entirely on me. If I ever got the absolute chance, I would ditch the government completely. Hearing that, her eyes really softened, and I could spot something warm, maybe even real love, in how she looked at me. Then she quietly said, if she missed this chance to head home, it would only get way harder once we reached the capital. And having someone with her elite identity living right beside me in Great Chin was basically like keeping a ticking bomb in the house. W laid out all her worries. Going home was nearly impossible. Those roads were completely crawling with dangerous bandits. The two nations were fighting, and 1,000,000 Shin soldiers stood blocking the border. But staying meant she'd eventually bring total disaster on me. If anyone ever discovered a Zhao princess under my roof. You saw this coming. I looked her in the eyes, asking if she trusted me. She thought hard about it, then firmly nodded. I promised I would absolutely find a way to get her safely back to Great Zhao within 6 months. But until then, she had to stay put. Immediately, her eyes filled with tears. She was trying super hard not to let them fall. I patted her head, telling her to go help Ching Chong and Zine pack up. As I walked out, my system suddenly chimed. Where's affection points for me went up by 3, now sitting at 39. I confidently smiled to myself. Outside, I found the entire village tightly crowded around my front door. Word spread that I was leaving today, and everyone wanted to properly see me off. I started barking orders right away. Old Zhao was to pack up everything useful from the town's distillery. Old Jiang needed to keep some iron tools here so people could easily keep growing potatoes, packing the rest alongside our spare seeds. Ergu was assigned to spread the news about my departure. I already arranged with the royal procession to load up our potato harvest too. But when I finished giving orders, nobody even moved. They all just stood there, looking at me with awkward, super emotional faces. Old Shia finally spoke up. We want to join you. They nodded. They said I was the only reason they had food, dignity, and hope. They would work entirely for free, just feed them, and they'd follow me anywhere. The village chief totally backed them up, saying a few dozen young guys tagging along could really help me get established in the capital. The ones with zero land here had absolutely nothing to live on after the potato harvest anyway. I hesitated. This wasn't a relaxing vacation. I might be walking into a massive trap. And who shows up to a government appointment with the whole village trailing right behind them? It would really look like I was marching on the palace. The chief said he already cleared it with eunuch Jiang and scholar Lu, with absolutely zero objections. Looking at old Jiang, old Zhao, and all the others staring eagerly, I finally gave in. And that's where we leave it. They knew my techniques, and I'd need reliable guys there anyway. Let's jump in. You and I watched the crowd cheering my name wildly. Friends left behind looked bummed out, telling me to visit soon. With everything packed, our journey finally began. Me, my 3 wives, villagers led by old Zhao and old Jiang, all heavily escorted by the grand imperial procession. The Chong'an capital was 400 kilometers away. No cars or trains here, meaning we had to cross massive mountains and the winding Yellow River. It took us 6 long days. Honestly, things stayed totally calm and incredibly peaceful as we approached Chong'an. By the 6th evening, we finally reached the capital outskirts, quickly setting up our camp in a massive open grassy field. Old Zhao sat by the campfire, munching a potato, smiling widely. Chong'an awaits us tomorrow. What an epic trip. Everyone gathered around the warm campfire, totally hyped to reach Chong'an tomorrow. Old Jiang repeated exactly what Scholar Lu mentioned earlier. A massive 3-courtyard mansion near the Imperial Gardens was waiting for me. It previously belonged to a ruined official and sat completely abandoned for years. The emperor showing me this much favor was unheard of. We would unpack first. Then tomorrow, a guide would escort me to the Grand Palace to thank him personally. I nodded, honestly nervous about meeting the founding emperor of Great Qin. Suddenly, old Zhao leaped straight to his feet, grabbing his bow fast. Watch closely with me. Footsteps everywhere. A dozen enemies. Pure panic. Hit. Old Chia was the greatest hunter around. He tracked prey flawlessly through snow, and absolutely nothing within 100 meters escaped his sharp ears. If he was panicking, we were doomed. I screamed for everyone to stand guard, and immediately sent runners to warn my wives and friends. Urga asked about bandits, but old Jiang cursed him out. We were 50 miles from the capital, surrounded by heavy patrols. No bandit alive would ever be dumb enough to attack here. Before he even finished, an arrow smashed our wagon. Suddenly, the entire sky turned dark with arrows. They rained down heavily from every single bush. Our imperial soldiers instantly started falling down. Many could not even find cover before arrows pierced their chests. Screaming echoed everywhere. Complete, utter chaos. I was absolutely furious. These supposed elite soldiers were completely useless, running around like panicked little ants. My farmers were way more reliable than this trash army. I ordered Jiang to get everyone down behind cover, sent old cow guarding my wives, grabbed a fallen soldier's sword, charging straight into the dark bushes. I found them instantly. Masked figures in black robes, wielding silver crescent blades and sleek black crossbows. Trained assassins. Whoever sent them wanted me gone forever. Fine, then they would be taken out first. I moved like a swift ghost through the brush, striking them down before anyone could react. One slashed across the chest, instantly defeated. Another one fell. In mere seconds, I totally wiped out 6. The survivors fired their crossbows from point-blank range, but I dodged perfectly, closing the gap with every single move. Offense beats defense. You and I thought I had them, right? But once their arrows ran out, they completely ignored me. They locked eyes, leaped straight out of the bushes, and sprinted directly toward my wives in the wagon. My heart completely dropped. Ching Ching and Wunner could not fight. Zijian was their only defense, striking down anyone close. But now, 4 fresh enemies charged the carriage, rapidly reloading their crossbows on the run. They aimed and fired. 4 arrows screamed right toward my vulnerable wives. Zijian had just blocked a frontal attack and turned around, but she was simply way too slow. She wouldn't make it. At the absolute last second, Ergu heroically threw himself right in front of her. 3 arrows smashed his chest, sending him flying. The 4th grazed Zijian. Something inside me snapped. I charged the 4 assassins with absolute fury, swinging my heavy sword so hard it loudly whistled. I went straight for their necks, landing massive hits. Watching their defeated bodies heavily hit the ground, I dropped down, pulling Ergu away from the crimson puddle, desperately grabbing super adrenaline from my system backpack. I tried saving him, but failed. Those arrows severely pierced his organs. He kept coughing heavily as he weakly choked out his final words. Following you meant my life wasn't wasted. He passed away. My first real loss here. The first person falling for me. Hands shaking, eyes watering up. I gently closed his eyelids, then stood tall. I checked Zijian. Just a minor wound. Ordering her to carefully guard the others, I went hunting. No mercy this time. And I know leaving them screaming on the ground was totally deserved. Payback. Minutes later, Free Shadow rival was grounded. I grabbed one, still awake, holding my cool blade right near his throat. Spill it. Who sent you? And I'll let you escape. He panicked, totally terrified. My patience was totally zero. I struck his chest with immense force. He yelled. I promised 100 ways to ruin his day before he fell. He started mumbling something, but before finishing, I lost control. I drove my energy directly into his core, stunning him. Then I moved down the line, gracefully, knocking out every single survivor identically. Yun Jiang rushed over, begging me to keep someone awake for answers. Way too late. I had already knocked out everyone completely. He complained loudly that we'd never uncover the mastermind behind this sneaky ambush. I simply told him I already knew exactly who the culprit was. His eyes suddenly flickered with something sneaky, a sly look vanishing instantly before he played, utterly shocked, asking, who? I totally ignored his act, walking off to check my precious crew. Now, pay close attention here. My girls were shaken, but perfectly fine. Ching Chung and Wunner were terrified, but finally calming. Old Zhao and Jiang took minor hits, nothing serious. The village toll, 6 completely unconscious, 5 heavily injured, and 12 dealing with very light scratches. As for the Grand Imperial procession, completely crushed. Most guards were knocked out or vanished. Scholar Lu, the main envoy, was completely taken down by incoming arrows. The only ones left standing from the official royal party were Uncle Jiang and his junior helpers. Jiang constantly bothered me about who dared to ambush an imperial group, screaming treason. I stayed totally quiet. That shadow operative said, "Wait," but before I finally knocked him out. That heavily points to Wine, the Minister of War, the second prince's puppet. But honestly, now wasn't the right time. I needed to bandage injuries and keep my fantastic villagers perfectly safe first. The epic payback could wait until we hit the capital city. When Jiang nervously asked what we should do next, I glared sharply. "Don't you have literally anything better to do?" I told the old guy to buzz off if he lacked useful tasks, then secretly booted up my magical system inside my mind. I needed healing gear instantly. I had 48 points, enough for a couple emergency kits, but clearly not enough for the entire group. I still kept 1 high-grade gift pack and 2 awesome legendary draws saved. I decided to pop the gift pack, prioritizing emergency medical gear and choosing sheer quantity. The system delivered huge 200 fully loaded first aid kits. You and I know how this works. I pulled 20 kits out and dropped them. Old Zhao, and Goshen rushed over, absolutely losing their minds. These perfectly sealed, magical boxes practically appeared out of thin air onto the dirt. I faked an excuse about stashing them inside a hidden wagon compartment. But old Zhao clearly wasn't buying my hilarious little story at all. Those tiny spaces were barely a hand wide. Nobody dared to question me, though. I snapped open a kit, finding absolutely everything: pure alcohol, iodine, wipes, bandages, and gauze. Cool slings, painkillers, ice packs, tweezers, sharp scissors, even shiny emergency blankets. Old Zhao grabbed tweezers and a weird syringe, looking totally and completely lost. I lacked the time to explain every single gadget, so I commanded them to grab 2 kits each and follow my lead immediately. I approached Sign first. Ching Chung and Wunner were anxiously trying to patch her arm using messy cloth scraps found inside the broken wagon. I quickly took over, sanitized the scrape with iodine, and wrapped it flawlessly. The cut wasn't deep, thankfully. Zine blushed brightly and squirmed, laughing that it tickled and stung, but I held her arm, explaining the cool medicine prevents infection and speeds up healing. My system happily chimed. Ching Chung's affection hit 50, the maximum, converting the 5 extra points into a bonus score for me. I barely noticed it. While finishing Zine's neat bandage, I taught the others how to use the supplies. Then I sent old Zhao, Ching Chung, and Wunner out with fresh kits to treat the hurt villagers and remaining helpers. Even grumpy old Yun Jiang eagerly pitched in when he saw the healing magic. Soon, every injured friend felt completely healed. They all gathered around, looking at me with pure, tearful gratitude. Without those kits, most would have totally collapsed in this wasteland. Now, everyone except my closest friends eagerly started calling me sir. With Scholar Lu defeated and the soldiers missing, became the absolute highest authority here. But I honestly couldn't share their cheerful relief. I noticed something incredibly mysterious. Every person was attacked, but not a single supply wagon had been remotely touched. Nothing was stolen. Nothing was looted. This definitely wasn't a robbery or a totally random encounter. These were highly trained shadow operatives with flashy weapons and top-tier gear, sent on a very specific elimination mission. And the main target was me. I immediately apologized to everyone for everything. These sweet villagers got hurt because of me. Someone in the royal court wanted me completely gone. So what do you and I take from this wild journey? Instead of blaming me, they excitedly rallied, shouting their ultimate loyalty. Even my 3 lovely wives finally managed sweet, warm smiles. Stick with me here. You are about to see him catch a quick flash of pure cunning in Yun Jiang's eyes, instantly hidden by a fake, flustered act. Stick with me here. I kept those suspicions hidden, ordered everyone to gather the fallen, honor Urgu, and move out fast. I silently promised Urgaz I would get him real justice. We rode hard through the entire night. Dawn finally broke, and we reached Chongqing. The capital city looked absolutely magnificent. Giant walls towered over us, epic and imposing, but nobody felt like celebrating. Most of our wagons carried our fallen friends. We showed up half a day early, so zero welcoming committee. Jiang sorted the gate paperwork, explaining the fierce ambush to the local garrison. He claimed they would dispatch guards to inform the emperor, and send others to file an official case at the courts. Then Jiang casually suggested splitting up. He would escort the fallen to the authorities, while my family and I headed to our new place. That just felt totally off to me. Why leave the actual witnesses behind? Plus, why didn't he send a messenger last night instead of forcing us to blindly race through the dark? It felt incredibly sketchy, but I couldn't prove anything yet. I agreed. We entered town, and everyone finally relaxed. Now pay attention here. Trouble found us almost instantly. Right as we approached our new mansion, a grieving woman in dramatic white clothes threw herself completely down onto her knees before our lead wagon. She held up a wooden sign displaying the exact character for injustice. Her glaring eyes were completely packed with intense hatred. Old Chia jumped down to assist her up, but she glared at him like he was her absolute worst enemy. Old Jiang tried too, gently explaining that if she had a serious grievance, she needed to visit the authorities, not block our entire path. She completely refused to move or speak, just staring at us with absolute venom. My wives peeked out. Ching Chong urged me to intervene, and Xian warned me to stay super careful. I climbed down and faced her. "Are you looking for me?" I asked. She shot me a look of burning rage, but stayed totally silent. "Do I owe you something?" I pressed. Still complete silence. Just that intensely furious glare. I pulled old Jiang and old Zhao aside, telling them to stop wasting their breath. She wasn't deaf or mute. She was definitely here to cause massive trouble on purpose. They looked totally confused. We just hit the capital and didn't know anyone here yet. What could this stranger possibly want from us? Before old Zhao could even finish warning her, the woman suddenly shrieked, leaped up, and smashed her head full force into our wagon's thick wooden post. She struck the wood so hard, she knocked herself completely unconscious, collapsing instantly. The scene looked like an absolute disaster for us. Bystanders started panicking, screaming, and running away. Old Jiang, standing closest to the awful scene, completely froze up and went pale as a ghost. My three wives covered their mouths in pure shock. I instantly understood. Total setup. Someone sent her to get horribly injured by our wagon, making it look exactly like we had viciously attacked her. I loudly ordered old Chia to rush my wives straight home and absolutely not wait for me. Then I quickly untied a horse from one of the wagons and sprinted toward the capital's courthouse, as fast as physically possible. If this was a massive frame job, my absolute only chance was getting there first to tell my side. You see where this is going, right? Racing through the streets, everything clicked. A traitor hid among us. That is exactly how those attackers knew our wilderness route. That perfectly explains how that woman knew exactly where to intercept us in the city. And the guy who insisted we split up right before entering, Jiang, the eunuch official. It made total sense. Why those attackers took down the soldiers and envoy, but perfectly spared him. Why? He kept interrogating me about the mastermind. Why? He demanded we split up and took the crucial evidence. Why? He rushed our arrival before any friendly officials appeared. And that injured woman? Just another piece of his trap. But I arrived too late. Armed officers were already fully surrounding the courthouse entrance when I got there. Standing there with a super smug grin was Jiang. "You old rotten snake. You completely set me up." I snarled at him. He just laughed, claiming he simply followed orders. When I demanded whose orders, he smugly dismissed me. I appealed to the officers, shouting I was the emperor's newly appointed crown prince, study, companion. I loudly insisted Jiang was the real criminal here. He orchestrated the ambush that took down the imperial envoy, dozens of guards, and innocent civilians, then framed me for everything. But Jiang had already filed his official case first. He held the evidence and prepped witnesses. Plus, as deputy director of the Imperial Ceremonial Bureau, he completely outranked me. To those officers, I simply looked like a desperate criminal rushing straight into his own massive accusation scene. It was an absolutely flawless scheme. He removed my witnesses by cleverly splitting our group. He delivered the physical evidence himself, timed our arrival perfectly to avoid allies, and used that injured woman as his finale. Wild, right? I could jump in the river and never wash this off. I was totally ready to smash through these officers and rush straight to the palace to beg the emperor himself. But suddenly a massive, booming voice cut through the chaos. "Stop! Nobody move!" Everyone instantly turned. A tall, broad-faced man with a thick mustache came riding in on an absolutely massive horse, completely decked out in grand, official robes. Right behind him marched a huge squad of Imperial Palace guards in golden armor, carrying long spears. The Gold Guard, the Emperor's own elite troops. It was Shang Jing, the current capital governor. Every single courthouse officer completely froze. This was their boss's ultimate boss, bringing the Emperor's personal soldiers. Suddenly, Seneng's smug expression totally dropped. "Governor Shang, what brings you here?" Seneng's face went completely pale the second he spotted those golden armored soldiers standing right behind the governor. Shang Jing stormed right forward, looking absolutely furious. "If I arrived any later, this eunuch would have totally ruined you forever." He quickly ordered his powerful guards to seize Zhang immediately. Zhang wildly tried protesting, still pointing at me as the real criminal. But Shang completely shut him up with a massive slap that almost knocked him totally out cold. He called Zhang a scheming snake, admitting he was almost completely fooled himself. Going straight to the palace personally to double-check everything was the only way he actually uncovered the real truth. "Now watch closely." Shang pulled out a solid gold seal, the Emperor's personal symbol. Seeing this, absolutely everyone instantly dropped to their knees, including me. He loudly read out the Emperor's decree. All charges against me were totally fake. The Emperor totally knew what was happening, handing the whole wild case over to the capital governor for a real investigation. I was ordered to enter the palace immediately to meet the Emperor. Shang seriously did not waste a single second. He had Zhang dragged away to a cell, ordering every single corrupt officer arrested too. Those exact guys who wanted to grab me moments ago were now pathetically begging for mercy, crying that Zhang totally tricked them. Shang loudly cursed them out, calling them absolute idiots for blindly believing a sneaky eunuch. Without even thinking, he boldly told them if they ever wanted to survive in this huge capital, they better start using their brains. Then, exactly like flipping a switch, Shang turned to me with a super warm smile and introduced himself as Shang Jing, capital governor. He said he hated boring small talk, suggesting we head straight to the Grand Palace right away. I instantly recognized his cool name from Governor Yao's secret roster. Shang was a tough military guy who fought right beside the Emperor during the founding wars. Super brave in battle, but way too blunt for fancy politics. He actually talked back to the Emperor once after losing a fight, getting totally demoted. He only recently got this awesome governor job. I complimented his tough military background and he just burst out laughing, totally loving my style. We jumped into a carriage together, heading straight for the massive Imperial Palace. On the ride over, Shang said he was genuinely super impressed. I stayed totally calm during such wild danger. I just laughed bitterly, sharing the honest truth. Between you and me, if his gold seal and guards had not shown up, I was fully ready to smash through those officers and escape the capital. That wild thought made his expression really darken. He admitted it would be a massive disaster for everyone, himself included. Then he said something that really caught my attention. He honestly confessed he was almost played as a total pawn in the sketchy scheme, too. Shang explained the whole wild story on our ride. Early that morning, he got a super urgent report claiming that I, the Crown Prince's new study buddy, had violently eliminated the Imperial envoy and all escort soldiers, totally planning to secretly take out the Emperor during my meeting. The sketchy report claimed Yun Zhang and others were held hostage, and I had already secretly entered the big city. Shang totally panicked. Even with super tight palace security, I was officially invited to meet the powerful Emperor, totally face to face. If security slipped up, they'd be delivering a massive threat straight to the throne. So, he rushed over to warn the Emperor. But the Emperor did not buy that fake story at all. He flew into a crazy rage, calling Shang an absolute idiot. The Emperor saw through the scheme instantly. Someone was definitely using Shang as a weapon to completely ruin me. Before things spiraled out of control, the Emperor handed Shang his awesome personal gold seal and some elite guards, ordering him to go shut this whole mess down. That's exactly how Shang arrived perfectly on time to save me. Shang promised he would personally investigate whoever backed Zhang's actions, giving me real answers within days. I sincerely thanked him, letting it go for now, though part of me wanted to hunt those masterminds myself. Ergu and my beloved villagers were gone because of this twisted conspiracy. Our carriage passed the palace security checkpoints, reaching the side hall. Trust me, you will definitely want to see what happens next. A royal eunuch told us to wait. The emperor was currently meeting with the crown prince. Trust me on this. While waiting, I asked Shang if the emperor looked scary. He absolutely panicked, begging me to watch my mouth inside these palace walls. Come along with me. He claimed careless chatter was exactly what originally got him demoted from military command. I told him to relax. I was positive his old military position would be restored soon. A strong warrior like him was never meant to run a courthouse desk anyway. He looked thrilled, but quickly turned serious, scolding me for talking like that. Finally, the guards returned and let us step inside the room. He stressed court manners, triple kneeling, 9 kowtows. Never look at the emperor directly. Never stand up without clear permission. I rolled my eyes hard. I knew that already. Entering the side hall, I saw nobody at first, making me glance all around. Shang was sweating heavily as I casually gawked around the chamber. Dropping down, he announced us both, hissing at me to kneel. I sighed, joining him, and repeated the formal greeting. Shang nervously whispered at me to watch my mouth. Suddenly, footsteps echoed down the corridor, one heavy, one light, stopping right at the dragon throne. Both of you can rise. This is the side hall. Skip the heavy formalities. That voice was deep, commanding, and weirdly familiar. Standing up, I snuck a quick glance toward the throne. Now pay close attention. The old man, Dragon Chung, chilling on that throne was the exact same guy from the county capital restaurant. The exact guy I handed that mystery gift box and pills to. The one whose companion I casually called Dragon Chong. The mighty emperor of Great Sheen was the guy I was playfully joking with, literally calling him old man to his face. A million wild thoughts flooded my brain. Shang almost fainted beside me. He spent the whole trip begging me to be polite. And my very first words to the emperor were literal modern slang and super casual nicknames. How dare you speak so disrespectfully before the emperor? Get back on your knees, Shang shouted, snapping me to reality. I slammed into the ground, forehead touching the floor, begging forgiveness for my outburst. But my mind kept spinning. The restaurant guy I argued with, cracked his royal bodyguard's ribs, scammed 100 taels from, and handed a highly questionable box to, was literally the emperor of Great Sheen. And Dragon Chong, who snuck into the club disguised as a girl to help rescue my wives, was Crown Prince Lian. Dragon Chunk Li Chinning. How did I completely miss that? The Crown Prince stood there holding back laughter. The emperor glared, and he instantly straightened up. Sean remained kneeling, desperately begging the emperor to forgive my intense rudeness. But the emperor merely waved it off, saying he totally understood. We met previously under weird circumstances. He told me to look up. I claimed I dared not. He asked firmer. I stood, sweating nervously, totally unable to make eye contact. Every dumb thing I said to him flooded back, criticizing his empire, predicting ruin, and cursing him to perish early. I wanted to vanish completely. The old eunuch bringing chairs was Wang Da, the servant I met at the restaurant, meaning Mu, the bodyguard whose ribs I totally cracked, was probably an elite Imperial Guard commander. No wonder he fought so well. The emperor told us to relax, calling it a casual family gathering. I had heard that line before. You and I both know he used it to trick me. Then he dropped the bomb. You told me directly that Great Shin's governance was a mess, full of flaws. You claimed the empire was full of bandits, court factions, and heading for collapse. Do you stand by that? Shan literally tumbled off his chair, pale as a ghost. He grabbed his hat, staring at me in horror. He knew I was bold, but this was insane. I quickly backtracked, saying I was just talking nonsense. The emperor pressed even harder, reminding me how confidently I spoke about internal and external problems, corrupt officials, intense party infighting, and predicting Great Kai was facing complete ruin. Suddenly, it was nonsense. Shang fell off his chair again, losing his hat entirely. He looked ready to sob. He was terrified. Just hearing this would get him harshly punished. The emperor told Shang to stop acting dramatic. I smiled and tried flattery. Great Chen was mighty. The 4 continents had peace. This epic dynasty would last 10,000 generations. Laughing, the emperor joked about my fast tune change. He said, to relax. I would not be punished for my previous wild words. He kept his promises, but added something surprising. He admitted my flattery about eternal dynasties was totally ridiculous. Looking at history, no dynasty ever lasted even 100 generations, let alone 10,000. So what do we take from this? He just wants Great Qin prosperous and its people happy. Let's jump into this. I grabbed the chance to change the topic, totally buttering him up. I called him history's greatest emperor, destined to unite the world. The crown prince awkwardly coughed, totally embarrassed for me. He knew I wasn't some bootlicker. The emperor saw right through the act, but he didn't get mad. He admitted my earlier criticisms of the whole empire weren't completely wrong. Even his most trusted advisors had recently reached those exact same conclusions. He actually admitted, I saw things way more clearly than they did. Plus, he repeated that he wouldn't punish me for anything I said before. I finally let myself breathe. He ordered me to serve the crown prince. Well, honestly, knowing Dragon Chong was actually the prince made me feel so much better about this job. Dragon Chong and I had completely hit it off from day one. Advising a guy like him wouldn't be a chore. It would actually be fun. Then, the emperor suddenly asked about the ambush and framing. I honestly told him I didn't know who I offended. If Governor Shang hadn't shown up with his gold seal, I totally would have done something crazy. I just wanted the real culprit found so the fallen could get justice. The crown prince's face went super dark. He clearly knew exactly who was behind this mess. Anyone targeting me was really targeting him. But without solid evidence, he couldn't speak up in front of his dad. The emperor slammed his fist on the table, absolutely furious, taking out an envoy, attacking guards, fabricating charges. Now watch closely. Whoever did this totally disrespected imperial law. He ordered Shang to investigate everything perfectly, no matter where the clues led. Shang nervously asked if that meant chasing the case, even if someone insanely powerful was involved. The emperor pointed right at his nose, declaring that asking that question was a crime. Shang hit the floor, begging for forgiveness. The emperor told him to get lost, but only after completely solving the case first. Then, he immediately dismissed him. Once Shang left, the emperor warned me to stay out of the investigation entirely. I completely understood his game plan. He probably already knew who was responsible, but he didn't want me going rogue and stirring things up before he could officially act. I swallowed my frustration and agreed. Then, the emperor totally switched topics, asking about my potatoes. Had I finished the very first batch? I said yes. He asked if I knew why he placed my new house near the imperial farmlands. I was stuck. If I said yes, he would definitely make me work. If I said no, I'd look like an idiot. I accidentally blurted out something awkward between knowing and not knowing. He just laughed and told me to spit it out, so I did. He wanted me growing my super potatoes on the imperial farms to fix the massive national food shortage. You see where this is going, right? He saw my restaurant skills and now wanted a massive scale. The emperor confirmed it with a cool smile. He was gifting me 100 acres of imperial farmland and exactly 1 month to get my potatoes planted across every acre. He'd even assigned me a team of soldiers to command. I was absolutely stunned. Assigned soldiers sounded generous, but I saw right through it. This was just the emperor getting me to work for free on his land. What a deal. Are you refusing my order? The emperor asked, his eyes sharp as blades. I quickly said no and just accepted it. Internally, I was absolutely fuming. This study companion job was honestly supposed to be about helping the prince study. How did it turn into free farming labor for the emperor? But I figured it didn't really matter. My villagers needed land anyway, and I couldn't exactly have them squatting on random dirt patches around the capital. Then, the emperor totally sweetened the deal. He said if the potato trial went incredibly well, it would be a massive achievement for the empire. He would officially name me agricultural commander and have the treasury send me regular funding for my research and expenses. That changed everything. People and money. This wasn't a bad deal at all. I totally pushed my luck and asked how much money and how often. Wangda, the old eunuch, nearly had a stroke. The crown prince visibly flinched. Nobody in the history of Great Qin had ever haggled with the emperor, but I definitely had my reasons. 100 acres producing 10,000 jin per acre meant millions of jin of food going to the crown. I wasn't doing that for free. Surprisingly, the emperor didn't get angry. Maybe he was totally used to me by now. He offered 100 taels of silver per month on top of everything else. My official salary was only 4 taels, so 100 was absolutely incredible. I accepted immediately, with a huge, stupid grin. Then, I pushed even further. I boldly asked for permission to open a shop in the capital. Everyone in the room tensed up again. The Crown Prince quickly pointed out that officials were already allowed to run businesses under current law. I explained my shop might make some serious money, and I wanted the Emperor's advanced approval so nobody could use it against me later on. The Emperor's eyes lit up with genuine interest. He agreed. As long as I followed the law and paid taxes, he would give me a free pass. I was absolutely thrilled. Trading potato farming for imperial protection of my business ventures. That was an incredible bargain. Think about it with me. Free land, workers, and a monthly stipend. All I gotta do is supervise. Alright, stick with me. I totally thought this guy would force me to build weapons or fix his empire. But instead, he said the exact magic words I wanted to hear. I am tired. Everyone leave me alone. Thank goodness. I actually wondered if that old man could read minds. He stopped talking right when I started dreading more annoying requests. The Crown Prince just tugged my sleeve, whispering to go. I bowed deeply, stepped back from the throne, and followed him out of there. Walking down those giant imperial corridors, my head kept spinning. My drinking buddy Dragon Chong was actually the Crown Prince. And that cranky elder I had insulted, scam, and gifted weird novelties was literally Great Shen's founding emperor. Fate had literally played the biggest joke on me. Against all odds, the emperor completely spared me. He actually gave me an official job, plenty of funding, and total protection for my business. Things could have ended horribly. Once we stepped outside the palace gates, Lining just burst out laughing. So you actually do get scared, he teased. I glared back, asking if he knew all along that I had met the emperor in the county capital. He tried playing super innocent, but broke under my stare. He admitted finding out later, swearing he had no idea his father went on that secret visit with Wang Da and the Imperial Guards back then. I decided to test him by suddenly acting ridiculously formal. I bowed deeply, calling myself a lowly servant, claiming I could never befriend the Crown Prince because of the sacred hierarchy between absolute royalty and simple commoners. He just stared at me completely confused, while I kept entirely serious. Then he blurted out a ridiculous joke I had taught him at the inn. An old guy wearing a bra. Just one trick after another. I could not hold it, and completely burst out laughing. Just like that, we were Sun Bro and Dragon Bro again. We agreed to always stay regular friends in private. No fancy titles, zero formality. He gave me a quick ride to my new mansion. We chatted about absolutely nothing important, both deliberately avoiding any heavy political topics. I never brought up Chang's conspiracy, and he ignored my hidden secrets. We both completely understood that without solid evidence, guessing who planned the attack was totally pointless. What I truly needed was to build up my power so nobody could touch us. Now watch closely, because here is what neither of us knew. My name was already famous. Word had quickly spread through the court about my inventions. My fresh crop seeds, miraculous medical skills, martial arts, strategic mind, and even my poetry. Apparently, Watermellow Poem had taken the whole literary world completely by storm. I was on the road the entire time and had absolutely no idea. Lying dropped me off at my brand new residence and left. This place was gorgeous. Red brick, green tiles, stone lions flanking the entrance, and a huge plaque proudly reading Sun Residence. I absolutely loved it. Inside, old Zhao, old Jiang, and the others were sitting in the courtyard, looking incredibly grim. The second they saw me, their faces totally lit up. Old Jiang said they were going crazy with worry, sending out search parties. Old Xia was apparently ready to storm the courthouse for a rescue. I told them to calm down and never try anything that rash in the capital. This giant city was far too dangerous for crazy moves like that. I found my 3 lovely wives in the back hall, totally anxious, but so relieved to see me. I promised everything was fine, and the Crown Prince was handling the royal investigation. I deliberately skipped the part about Jiang framing me. No need to scare them anymore. I also kept quiet that the restaurant elder was the emperor, and Dragon Chong was the Crown Prince, especially hiding that truth from Wonner. You and I both guessed it. That explains her strange sense of recognition at the restaurant. She was literally staring at her enemy nation's emperor without even knowing. Dropping that massive truth right now would only create huge problems. Ching Chong, sharp as always, asked if the assassins and the woman who ended her life were connected. She sensed something weird, but could not piece it together. I just scratched my head and lied, saying they probably were not related. She gave me extremely worried eyes. So, 2 entirely separate groups are trying to eliminate you? Ching Chong was literally sick with worry. She practically begged me to resign and return to Sun Family Village where it was totally safe. Xian gently grabbed her hand, reminding her we could not leave. That imperial decree was absolute and running away now would make me a fugitive. Then Wonner quickly chimed in, asking exactly who planned these attacks and what their motive was. We absolutely cannot live in fear forever without answers, she argued. Xian almost spoke, but stopped, looking at Wonner with pure pity and total disbelief. Wonner got defensive, thinking she said something completely wrong. I couldn't help it. Xian and I both stared like she was missing the absolute obvious. I told her flat out that Xian thought she was being a little bit slow. So what do you and I take from this? Wonner got offended, and Xian patiently explained. Stick with me here. I just hit the capital with 0 enemies. The only reason anyone would target me, my new job as the Crown Prince's study buddy. Basically, the future emperor's trusted right-hand man. Wise's eyes suddenly sparked. She took that clue and ran. The goal was cutting the Crown Prince's support, meaning the mastermind had to be his biggest political rival. Then she bounced up, proudly calling herself a total genius for solving it. We just shook our heads, smiling. She totally relied on another's hint, but gladly took all the credit. But then Zine caught me completely off guard. She told Ching Ching and Wonner to chill out, confidently claiming the enemy attacks would actually drop from here. Both girls looked super lost. We literally just survived assassins and a setup. How could things possibly improve? Xian asked if I wanted to explain things. I told her to go ahead. I was genuinely curious to see her actual analytical depth. Normally, this girl acted like she only cared about sword fighting, but when it came to heavy court politics, incredibly sharp. A true military daughter. She explained it perfectly. Attacking me out in the wilderness before reaching the capital was super low risk, completely untraceable, and incredibly easy to hide the evidence. But being inside the capital, protected by the emperor and tied to the crown prince, any further attacks would be insanely reckless. The enemy would basically be begging to get caught red-handed by the crown prince's crew and the emperor's loyalists. There were only a few elites powerful enough to truly challenge the crown prince. Now watch closely. Nobody would risk exposing their grand plans over a mere study, buddy. Things will calm down for a while. Everyone nodded. The logic was flawless. Ching Chung finally relaxed, admitting Xian was right. Panic clouded her judgment. But looking at me with those gentle eyes, she said, wealth and glory meant nothing. She just wanted me safe. I pinched her nose playfully, gathering everyone up. We headed straight to the front courtyard where old Chia was waiting. Our new estate was massive, built to the standards of a top-ranking official. It featured inner courtyards, side wings, outer courtyards, and a back garden, 3 layers deep, easily fitting over 100 people. I tossed old Jiang 20 taels, making him responsible for the wounded villagers. He handled food, lodging, and buying the best herbal medicine for their injuries. Old Jiang looked at me earnestly, asking when they could start working. We can't eat your food for free forever, he insisted. Old Jiang accepted the 20 taels, but felt deeply uncomfortable about it. All 28 surviving villagers felt exactly the same. 0 desire to freeload. Some even flashed their healing wounds, aggressively insisting they were fully ready to start working. I faked being angry, telling them to rest up first, use the best medicine available, and simply wait for my orders. Old Xia backed me up, telling everyone to settle down. Old Jiang protested that 20 taels was way too much just for basic food and medicine. I told him to stop nagging, use the extra cash to buy meat and fish for everyone, clean up the rooms in the front and side courtyards, and set the villagers up with decent living quarters. You and I both know what's next. I turned to old Chia, splitting my remaining money. 160 taels were meant for him to buy a West Market shop, a 2-story place on Shinga Street, roughly 300 square meters. I already researched local prices, figuring he could easily negotiate it to that amount. Then I handed him a shopping list for the remaining 15 taels. Most were materials we used before at the distillery, but a few items made old Chao's eyes literally pop out of his head. 100 jin of quickhite, 500 jin of marble, 100 filter screens, 10 large steamers, 100 stone grinders, 100 iron pestles, and 1,000 jin of crude salt blocks. 1,000 jin. That is 3 full cartloads of salt. Old Xia looked ready to pass out cold. Everyone crowded around to check the list, convinced I made a mistake. Even my 3 wives looked highly confused. Old Chia stuttered that 1,000 jin of salt could feed our entire household for 10 years. I told them I wasn't planning to eat it, I was going to sell it. That confused them further. Crude salt was super cheap everywhere. Prices barely changed across the entire country. Nobody made money reselling it. Ching Ching smiled, asking me to stop teasing everyone. What was my real plan? I just asked them all one question. Have any of you ever tasted refined salt? Every single person shook their heads. Refined salt was a massive luxury in this era. Only royalty, nobles, and wealthy families could afford it. Before wars, it sold for 500 copper coins per jin. Now, with 4 nations fighting and supplies scarce, it went for over 1 tael of silver per jin. And resellers pushed it to 2 taels. For ordinary people working half a year to earn a single tael, spending that on salt was absolutely unthinkable. Most common folk used vinegar cloths and crude salt blocks for flavoring. Everyone was shaking their heads, still not connecting the dots. Trust me, you and I are about to watch history. To them, crude and refined salt were completely unrelated. Basic crude salt was mostly unprocessed sea salt packed with impurities. Fancy refined salt needed rare minerals and complex grinding. It was a totally different product. Trust me on this one, you and I are about to watch history change. Nobody in this era even knew raw blocks could become pure salt. They completely lacked the basic tech for purifying, crystallizing, or filtering anything. To them, basic and refined salt were like marble and jade. Same basic rock, but entirely different worlds. I asked my 3 beautiful wives if they had ever tasted the good stuff. They all nodded. Obviously, a princess, a general's daughter, and an heiress. Dumb question on my part. They still could not grasp why I bought huge amounts. Ching King suggested just buying regular refined salt for cooking. Wonder added our raw pile would literally last a decade. So I finally dropped the massive bomb. What if I can easily turn raw blocks into pure white salt? Total silence, then absolute shock. Everyone stared at me like I just promised to turn dirt into gold. Even my wives stood totally frozen. I promised them it was totally real, and my final product would actually beat anything on the current market. The local expensive stuff was basically just ground up rock that still carried dangerous, harmful chemicals inside it. My special method would create completely safe, super pure seasoning. Old Jang quickly asked how much yield I could actually get. Now, watch closely, because the math you and I are about to hear is completely insane. I estimated 20 jin for every 100. Everyone gasped. Raw salt only cost 500 coins. Tossing in all the labor and extra costs, maybe 1 tael. That single tael made 20 jin of the good stuff. The standard market rate was over 1 tael per jin. Even selling mine at that exact price, we would crush the competition. That is 1 tael in, 20 taels out. A massive 20 times return. Wonder almost choked counting. 1 single coin turns into 20. I promised them. The process was incredibly fast. A tiny crew could handle 1,000 jin of raw stuff daily, creating 200 jin of perfection. That meant 200 taels of pure, sweet profit every day. The entire room went completely quiet. A normal farmer might never see 100 taels his whole life. We would rake in double that amount every single day. I revealed my master plan. Old Chia would buy a storefront. All the magic would happen secretly inside our massive compound. 30 workers split into 3 solid teams. One group brewing incredibly strong liquor, another handling the purification, and the last managing sales, accounting, and safe transport. And the crazy part, the alcohol would bring in even more money. Everyone almost passed out hearing that. Total daily earnings could easily hit 500 taels. I told old Chia to stop daydreaming and get to work. I desperately needed him back with the supplies so I could train everyone. He sprinted off, grinning like a happy little kid. I ordered the rest of them to clean the estate, sort our gear, and prep the back courtyard for our new factory. You and I both know I'm living the dream right now. Xian excitedly kissed my lips, and Ching Ching blushingly gave a quick peck. I glanced right over at Wonder. Your turn now. She acted totally clueless, nervously playing with her sleeve as her soft cheeks turned pink. I playfully teased Wonder that she was up next for kisses. She nervously stammered, no, but I completely ignored her weak protests. I grabbed her waist and planted a big kiss before she could even blink. Her eyes went super wide. Her entire body just froze up. Her very first kiss. After a long, stunned second, she shoved me away, blushing furiously. Ching Ching just shook her head with a warm smile and quickly chased after her. Zine crossed her arms, giving me a playfully jealous glare, asking if I was playing the ultimate ladies' man. I leaned in for another kiss, but she dodged, scolding me for acting totally shameless right out in the bright, open daylight. She quickly changed topics and asked about the strong alcohol. Being raised by a general, she actually loved to drink, but premium stuff was incredibly rare. I explained the first batch was already brewing back home. I just brought the special gear with me instead of the actual finished drinks. Once we fired up the workshop, she would get the very first sip. She asked about the costs. I told her the seasoning prices were locked, but the drinks were undecided. I wanted to target the super rich, so the price tag would be massive. At least 10 taels of silver for one tiny bottle. Her jaw dropped. Normal decent drinks only cost a few dozen copper coins. Even the aged stuff was super cheap. 10 taels a bottle was basically pure robbery. I just smiled and told her to help her sisters tidy the rooms. The palace guards would be showing up very soon. Once everyone got busy working, I slipped into my study and checked Governor Yao's hidden list. My targets were crystal clear. Now, the biggest immediate danger was the War Minister Wei Xin and his cronies. The second prince was definitely pulling strings, but I lacked the proof to challenge actual royalty just yet. So where do we leave this? He will pay for destroying my peaceful village. Let's dive in. The emperor sent Governor Shang to investigate, but we all know the drill. A corrupt guy like wine never falls from just an investigation. At best, he gets a tiny slap on the wrist. If the system ignores him, I step up. He hurt my people, so I am bringing the payback right to him. I carefully studied his file, secretly plotting his complete downfall. Suddenly, Goshen ran over, loudly shouting that the ceremonial bureau eunuchs had finally arrived. Since Jean was locked away, new guys appeared. Despite my serious grudge against their office, I had to admit, these guys were actually super professional. They delivered 5 epic official robes and massive stacks of court etiquette manuals. 4 eunuchs helped me try on the outfits while my 3 wives peeked through the door, excitedly watching me transform into a real, high-ranking government official. Ching Chun cheerfully noted, I was finally a true court minister, so it was definitely time to score some proper, high-quality new clothes. My wives eagerly whispered about finding better clothes, especially since I would be visiting the royal palace all the time. One suggested using county fabric we bought, but Ching Chun quickly argued the quality just was not good enough for official court appearances. She is always thinking ahead. Meanwhile, I was painfully stuck hearing the head eunuch drone on and on about strict court schedules. He explained that although my rank technically skipped morning sessions, the emperor generously made a very special exception just for me. Court was held every 10 days, and the very next one was the day after tomorrow. I had to leave home hours before dawn and reach the waiting hall super early. Being late meant getting completely and instantly impeached. Now watch closely. The craziest part, my daily duty as the crown prince's study companion. Waking up super early, staying late, and spending all day helping the prince study. We tackled complex poetry, horseback riding, archery, astronomy, geography, classic literature, math, chess, calligraphy, governance theory, literally everything imaginable. I learned that Leon was only 24, younger than me. The poor guy endured 7 long hours of intense studying every single day since he was 7. I honestly felt sorry for him, but then it quickly hit me. I now had to suffer through it too. Why should 2 people be completely miserable when one was clearly enough? I desperately asked if this was really an everyday thing. The eunuch firmly nodded. Daily, absolutely no exceptions, unless I held another official task. I know exactly what you are thinking. Why be sad over a dream job? He didn't understand either. After 2 grueling hours, those eunuchs finally left. My ears were seriously ringing. Old Chia and old Zhang finally returned, bringing 6 completely loaded carts of fresh supplies. I told old Chia I did not need to inspect anything. I completely trusted his work. That simple sentence meant the absolute world to him. He nervously handed me the deed, title, and paperwork for the new shop. A gorgeous 2-story place featuring a back courtyard. Total spending came to 176 taels and 4 coins, plus change. After quickly scanning everything, I handed the deed and important documents right back to old Chia. He totally panicked. Old Jam jumped in, insisting I give those valuable papers to my wives instead. I playfully told them both to shut up. From now on, they were my household manager and chief clerk. They'd hold the business documents. My wives already had enough to handle managing our busy home. I definitely was not dragging them into the business side. Old Chia kept nervously protesting that these were incredibly valuable assets, worth over 100 taels, needing someone I truly trusted. I stared at Old Chia and Old Jiang with a totally serious expression, and simply told them, "You two are exactly the people I trust." They both completely froze, eyes getting red. I told them to knock it off. Two grown men getting emotional. Who were they trying to impress, anyway? Get moving. I ordered them to stash the documents safely and meet me outside so I could teach my salt refining process. They happily handed out spare coins and copper to every villager as their first month of pay. Everyone was ecstatic. Following me guaranteed good food, great housing, and getting paid before even starting work. Their absolute loyalty was now rock solid. Exactly like I did with the liquor back in Sun Family Village. I cleverly split the salt making into 5 parts across 4 rooms, letting different groups handle specific stages. Only Old Chia, Old Jiang, and Goshen would know the completely full process. Everyone else only learned their one tiny piece. It wasn't totally foolproof, but anyone trying to steal the complete technique would need to secretly recruit from all 4 rooms, plus turn my trusted men. Honestly, impossible. I quickly started teaching every single room. Room 1 featured crushing crude salt blocks using wooden mallets, then boiling them inside giant iron pots. That boiling step was definitely the trickiest part. You had to control the heat perfectly and keep stirring so the water evaporated evenly and all the impurities finally separated out. You and I know that feeling. When those first pure salt crystals formed, the entire room exploded with absolute excitement. Next up, room 2 handled burning limestone and seashells, perfectly producing lime milk and quicklime for the ultimate purification process. Stick with me here. Room 3 was the core technique. Actual purification handled only by my 3 trusted men. Room 4 handled the grinding. Then room 5 covered that final filtering and drying. The whole teaching process took 6 hours. Then they finally saw the finished product, pure white salt, fine as flour. Their eyes instantly lit up like they were staring at piles of silver. I held a bag, saying it looked like white sugar. Everyone just stared blankly. Oh, right. White sugar didn't actually exist in this era. That wouldn't be invented until the Ming Dynasty in my old world. I stumbled over my words briefly, then quickly explained white sugar was another epic product I planned to make eventually. Just something sweet to mix with your rice dumplings. Old Zhang's eyes immediately sparkled, asking when we'd start producing sugar. I playfully smacked the back of his head and told him to just focus. Finish the salt first, then get that liquor production running. Do not bite off more than you can chew. I gave everyone their final orders. Process all 1000 gene of crude salt within exactly 2 days. Then immediately start brewing the first batch of high-proof distilled liquor. I also reminded Old Jiang and Chow about our sales procedures and restocking schedule. I dragged myself to the inner quarters. I was completely, utterly wiped out. I collapsed on the bed without washing up. Ching Chong literally had to clean my face for me, treating me like a total baby. That night, I slept deeper and more peacefully than I had in a very long time. I also had the most absolutely incredible dream. I had become emperor, founded the Hua dynasty, conquered 4 rival nations, unified the entire continent, and even completely taken over foreign lands. My grand palace was filled with gorgeous women, legendary generals, and brilliant advisors, living the absolute dream. You're gonna love this part. Just as things got amazing, with 10 gorgeous consorts, someone suddenly called my name. Husband, husband. I opened my groggy eyes. All 3 of my wives stood around the bed, fully dressed, their faces completely bright red. I fell asleep in the study last night, and could not figure out why they looked so embarrassed. Then Water blurted out, I had been making weird noises in my sleep all morning, and they couldn't wake me. It hit me hard. I had been moaning out loud during my wild dream in front of them. I wanted to vanish from pure embarrassment. But before I could dwell on that, Ching Ching gently reminded me I was supposed to report to the Crown Prince's residence today, my very first day as study companion. The eunuch had told me repeatedly yesterday, but I was so incredibly busy with the salt operation that I completely forgot. It was already mid-morning. I was over an hour late. I quickly scrambled into my clothes, shouting for Xian to get Old Jiang to prepare a carriage. Rushing outside, I seriously almost cried. Our only vehicle was a 2-wheeled cargo cart, basically an open flatbed with absolutely no roof. No walls, nothing. In modern terms, just a glorified wheelbarrow with a horse. Old Jang apologized sheepishly, promising to get a proper carriage built soon. I just gritted my teeth and climbed aboard. My mansion was far from the prince's residence, and walking meant arriving even later. I told old Jang to take shortcuts, avoid busy streets, and go as fast as possible. He whipped the horse, and we launched forward. The ride was absolute torture. That open cart bounced and rattled over every single bump. By the time we arrived, my carefully arranged hair was a totally tangled mess, complete with random chicken feathers. I looked like a refugee, definitely not a court official. We've all been there, right? The gate guards checked my credentials and let me in, but absolutely stared at me like I was a complete joke. I heard one guy mutter behind me, "This is the Emperor's hand-picked study companion?" Looking like a disaster, I finally found the prince's lesson hall and waited outside while a young eunuch went in to announce me. The little eunuch returned, saying, "The Grand Tutor wants you inside." Grand Tutor? You mean a nun? I asked, completely confusing the two words. The eunuch gave me a look like I was a total idiot. He explained that the Grand Tutor was the Crown Prince's head teacher, Scholar Hang from Hanland Academy, and he'd be my teacher now. I just rolled my eyes, told the kid to say the full title next time, and confidently strode inside. My past life as an overworked delivery driver, now, present life as an overworked government official. Some things seriously never change, no matter what world you're in. I walked into the hall, bowed low, and announced myself. The Grand Tutor, Scholar Hang, was mid-lesson, teaching military strategy on a massive sand table. The old man spun around and literally screamed at me for interrupting his lesson. I rolled my eyes internally. If I hadn't greeted him, he would have yelled at me for being disrespectful. Seriously, can't win either way. I put on a completely deadpan face and said, "Sorry, teacher, I honestly didn't see you there." Li Chinching bit his lip, holding back laughter, giving a secret thumbs up. "Trust me, we're gonna love this duo." Scholar Wang nearly had a stroke, his hands literally shaking. "Let's dive in." His white beard trembled, demanding I kneel for punishment. Late on day one, and already talking back? I jokingly claimed I studied so incredibly hard my hearing faded, meaning I could only catch half the words this angry superior actually said to me. Furious about my tardiness, the frail old man started coughing so violently. I honestly thought he might just collapse. Acting super concerned, I quickly rushed over and patted him. Lai Shaning cleverly jumped in, telling the tutor I was tardy because the prince sent me on a special morning errand. Naturally, I played along with this excuse right away. "Yes, Your Highness, everything you needed purchased is finally acquired." Hearing this, the grumpy old man calmed down slightly. He agreed to let my tardiness slide just this once for the prince's business. But next time, absolutely no lame excuses would be accepted. However, while being late was completely forgiven, disrespecting a teacher totally was not. He still definitely wanted to test me. Now watch closely here. He points to a gorgeous miniature 3D map of the Great Qin and Great Zhao border, built entirely from sand, mud, straw, and stones on a large pool-sized table. It looked incredible. Scholar Wang sternly declared that since I missed over an hour of morning military tactics, my ultimate punishment was solving the exact battle scenario he had just taught the prince. Solve this perfectly, and no further penalty. I kept a totally straight face, secretly laughing inside. A simple war game? Is that really it? I honestly thought he would demand something truly difficult. The frail master spent several minutes arranging the exact scenario with tiny flags and carved soldier figurines. When finally done, the massive sand table displayed 3 totally separate battlefields. First battlefield, Qin and Zhao armies facing off across a rushing river, roughly equal numbers, perfectly dug in with skilled archers firing at each other. Second battlefield features a massive Zhao force occupying a hilltop, brutally crushing a small scattered Qin squad below using major height advantage. Third battlefield reveals a huge Zhao ambush force hidden deep in dead woods and tall grass, completely ready to surprise attack a Qin relief column marching along the road. You and I both agree this picture is completely brutal. Zhao practically committed their entire army, eating their home city totally undefended. Meanwhile, Qin actually had plenty of troops sitting safely inside their city, but was horribly outnumbered across 3 field engagements, tied at the river, and outnumbered 4 or 5 to 1 elsewhere. Lai Shaning looked troubled. He glanced at Scholar Wang, absolutely confused. This definitely was not the same setup from morning lecture. The tricky old man totally reversed the positions, putting Chin in a completely hopeless situation. Trust me, from Lai Jianing's view, there was absolutely nothing left to solve. Chin was about to get totally wiped out across the board.